Hello everyone, welcome to the final decade show for Podtacular. We have been recounting our glorious Halo moments for the last 10 years, and we are finally wrapping things up. Halo CEA comes out in 3 days as of this airing, and I know I'm excited. What about the rest of you guys?
Hell yeah!
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah! We've talked a lot about some of our memories already in the past. We talked about, on the last one, the Halo campaigns, and Jeff went crazy with that one.
I'm sorry.
No, that's cool. It's cool. But this time around, we are going to focus on probably what a lot more people play the game for, and that is the multiplayer. So we're going to start off with Halo 1 and remembrance of LAN parties galore. Then move on to Halo 2 when we have the introduction of Xbox Live, and Halo 3, and yada yada yada. So all in all, it'll probably be about 3 hours. Don't take my word for that. Anything can happen, especially on this show. So let's go ahead and do some introductions. We have a few returning people from the last few shows, and we have a couple new ones. So we'll start with the returning ones, starting with Rue Kizzle from the Waypoint Forum.
Hello. I don't want to say anything.
Well, you just ruined your chance to go first next time.
And he's very articulate, folks.
I gave you a second chance.
You know, I already got kicked off of being first on my own show. I figured I better not mess it up here.
Good job
So you're
with
just gonna
that.
say hello? Is that it?
Yeah, that's just hello. I'm
Hello.
Riccardi. I'm also black. That's all you need to know.
Nice.
And he'll ban your your butt off of Waypoint if you don't act right.
I'm not mean by any sense of the word. I'll just pass the banning along to somebody else who enjoys it more. That's usually Brandon.
Yeah.
Brandon's got the most rage out of anybody.
All right. Next down the line is Green Skull from Ready Up Live,
With his little beard.
Yeah, I'm Green Skull. I'm white. That's all you need to know.
and he's Canadian.
No, I do. I have a small, horrible
Whoa.
beard / mustache.
Whoa.
I'm small.
You already said you're white. That's enough.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not that. Like, it's it's how you use it. All right, it's how you use it.
How do you use your beard?
Oh goodness gracious!
I stroke it gently. I make it look like I'm deep in thought while I stroke it, although it looks like I'm stroking.
We're still talking about your beard, right?
Am I?
I can see where this is going.
It's okay. Mine doesn't grow nearly that quick either. So.
Oh, this is gonna be the best podcast ever.
Next down the line is Grim Brother 1 from Halo.Bungie.org.
I'm stroking mine right now.
Yeah, you stroke it.
Then Pixar didn't happen.
That's how I spend most podcasts.
Stroking your beard,
Oh yeah.
along with talking like crazy.
I'm
Or
like
whatever else is in him.
I'm like a weird. That's like my Samson. That's where all my my encyclopedic knowledge comes from. It's not Halopedian. It's my beard.
All right. He's been on the show before. I don't remember when the last time it was, but it's definitely been a while. But Damien Lacedaemon from This Spartan Life, welcome back.
Hey, yo!
Yay!
We've kind of seen an absence of you on the internet as of late.
Yeah, we basically took the summer off without announcing any such thing. We basically took the summer off by default. And we're kind of gearing back up, and got some ideas, got some new projects we're going to roll out very soon.
Nice.
So excited about that.
So when are we going to see another TSL episode?
It'd probably be about a month. So
Cool.
yeah.
I am looking forward to it, as I'm sure most of the other people are.
Why? Thank you.
And then finally, he is new on the show, and he actually, according to what he says, is the reigning champion on Halo Reach challenges. And I'll let him attest for that. But it is Naked Eli.
Hello, everybody. That is true. The stories you have heard. Haven't missed a challenge yet.
That
Love
is
Reach.
quite an accomplishment. and dedication.
No, I mean, sometimes you can do them in like 15 minutes, so, you can still have a life. But
Yeah, or sometimes you can do them in 4 hours.
Yeah. Win 20 games today. Damn it. Yeah.
It's like your job
in
is
1 hour.
Halo.
Oh, I've had some close calls, like the minute before going to have to do a firefight challenge because I totally forgot. Oh yeah, it's been fun. It's been a fun year and a few months. I'm looking to go till Halo 4. We'll see if I can do it.
Oh my goodness.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
You can probably pull it off. You probably have a pretty big buffer too.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, when Bungie transferred to 343, they gave me like a surplus of 200 challenges on my account. Does anyone know why? I don't know how that happened. But yeah, that's a little buffer. No, I'm still not gonna miss them. I'll try.
Even when Halo 4 comes out, you'll probably still be going back. I have to get Halo 4 and Halo Reach challenges.
Are there gonna be challenges in Halo 4? Is that confirmed?
I mean, it's not confirmed.
Heard it here first, guys. Confirmed.
I would
Halo 4
assume that
challenges.
they would list the features that.
The franchise hasn't cut a lot of features wholesale.
Good point. No, I mean, I'm looking forward to them. I think
the only thing that we've seen that I can think of off the top of my head is dual wielding for one.
Well, it's like they're always evolving the features, right? So I think the challenge system in Reach is like their first take at introducing the meta system into multiplayer. And so, yeah, you're probably right. They're going to make it even cooler in Halo 4. So that's kind of exciting.
Yeah. And now, this is an interesting question for you. What are you going to do now with custom challenges?
Oh, dude, I saw that. And I have I don't know, I'm guessing my YouTube fans and my friends are all going to make these ridiculous challenges for me. And I'm just going to have to do them because hey, challenge.
Dude, you're going to have to do like a series of your own. You'll be like, and now the naked challenge for Reach.
The naked challenges.
Well,
coordinate with Halo challenges or something and put out some ridiculous one.
Oh, dude, that's a good point. I'll probably start doing that. Good call.
Cool.
That'd be pretty beastly.
Do it.
You guys should try and do them with me. It'd be fun.
Did he just ask us to get naked with him?
Nah!
Oh, maybe. About to go bow wow.
About to go bump bump.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are going to go ahead and start things off with Halo 1. Now, I know, at least for me, I didn't grow up with the ability to have an Xbox as it came out. So for some of you other people who are probably more fortunate than I, tell us about your first experiences with Halo. And then kind of run into multiplayer and if you did LAN parties and that kind of stuff. Does anyone fit the bill here on that?
I can tell you about. I came to Halo 1 a little bit late. It had been out for a while, and I kind of got into it because of Machinima, which is strange. I went to something at the New York Video Festival in when would this have been? Well, about 10 years ago. A little bit less than 10 years ago. And I performed there as a musician, but the night was called Game Engine, and it featured a bunch of Machinima, including the Ill Clan and Rooster Teeth, and a couple of academics that I knew as friends. And really got into it. I saw the Rooster Teeth stuff and was just bowled over by it. I thought it was hilarious and really cool. That first episode, Why Are We Here? Just made a big impact on me. And then, I went back home, and a couple days later, I bought Halo and started messing around with it. And I had 2 kids, and they were pretty young at the time, but they were old enough to play Halo. So the 3 of us would sit down and play matchmaking together. No, I'm sorry, not matchmaking, but multiplayer together. And of course, they destroy me. And I'm talking a 10-year-old and a 14-year-old. So, but they would destroy me anyway. And I remember they had a preference for was it Sidewinder, I guess? Sidewinder's that really long one, right? That bends around.
Yes.
Yeah. The snowy one.
Yeah, yeah. So I just basically my first experience in Halo was getting my ass kicked by children, and it hasn't changed since then, pretty much.
Unfortunately, that's a lot of people's first experience and continuing experience.
Yeah. Very true.
I was the child though.
Child
I was 9.
You.
So weird to think about.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, it's funny actually. It's funny, because you mentioned like the whole kids things, and I feel a little bit repetitive as far as some of this. We were discussing some of the similar stuff on the Modcast recently, but I teach during the summer video game design and development camps for students at the Science Center. We have a big technology lab, and so it's really cool because during the summer, so we have like these week-long camps, like 9 or 10 week-long camps where we do video game design. So they're working with the Unreal Engine and doing level design, or working with Halo and the Forge and everything like that. And so we kind of use it as a teaching tool. But then we also have weeks where it's literally just all tournament play. So they get dropped off for a week, and for 8 hours a day, it's all tournament gaming, whether it be Halo or Soul Calibur or whatever. And it's really interesting because on one side of this lab we'll have 4 projection screens and 4 360s, and with Reach, and so we got like a 12-person or a 16-person LAN tournament, kind of going on with that. But then we have 25, 28 high-end gaming PCs as well that all have Halo PC on them. And it's really funny to see how the students migrate back and forth. And we've got students as young as maybe late elementary, middle school and stuff, and they're getting kind of their first taste of Halo 1 because they weren't old enough when it came out. And it's really funny to see them go in and play what they end up doing in multiplayer for Halo 1. In Reach, everyone is still pretty much trying to win and kill each other. But for the weirdest reason, they'll get into Halo 1, and all of a sudden they devise just a new point in life. They'll get 3 of them that'll all get in Warthogs and just try to ram each other. And everyone else, there's a battle going on around them, and they don't care. They're just trying to hop these hills with them. And, so of course the vehicles are indestructible, which is hilarious because inevitably when they get sniped by someone who is actually playing, they don't even say anything. They're just oh, don't worry, guys, I'll be right back. And the other 2 Warthogs will sit and wait. And then they respawn, and they run over to them. And so it's really bizarre. Halo 1, and, the whole, as Anniversary is coming out, it just keeps reminding me that, at least for a few weeks in the summer every year, I get, this kind of resurgence of Halo 1 multiplayer and how it just creates this weird, different ecosystem when compared to the other Halos. And, the only thing I can think of is, the only thing it doesn't have in common is Xbox Live. So it still feels like this different experience, where they're all in this room together and coming up with these crazy scenarios. And the game is very simple. There's no dual wielding. The sandbox itself isn't, the suite isn't as large. Right. So it's kind of a, back to a, simple, more civilized age, I guess. But but it's really, really interesting, So you have one room is on Reach and everything is it's very, very high tech. I think I likened it in the Modcast to you look at Reach, it's like a Ferrari, and which is really fast but super high tech, and there's all of these little nuances. But then Halo 1 is just like an old muscle car. It's there's 4 moving parts under the hood, but it's really awesome and goes really fast still. It's simpler, but it's just brute force, and it's kind of a brute force experience. Whether you're an adult or these or students that are experiencing it for the first time still.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean the big part of Halo 1 was definitely the fact that the only way you were playing with other people was having people over or having massive LAN parties. So it's definitely a different environment when you can completely humiliate someone and just stand up and yell "Oh!" at the other guys as you kill them, or someone could be like, "You son of a bitch."
Well, it's also a self-policing environment too, because you don't yell at someone who can kick your ass.
Yeah.
You don't have and it's funny because we'll get students that are used to just being able to yell at everyone online when no one can come and find them, and they'll stand up and start saying stuff and shut up real fast.
Really, really quick.
Because they realize, he's only 24 feet away.
And he's also a foot taller than me.
Yeah, he's also my instructor.
It's
no.
Like at PAX, where I found at PAX, every game I played, there was very minimal use of armor lock. And anytime one guy did use armor lock, everyone's like, who's using armor lock? Who's doing that? I know who it is. Everyone's pointing fingers and yeah, it was definitely a different experience.
Like you're cheating. Like you modded it.
It's like
doing that. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And it's just a different. I don't know. I think LAN parties in that sense are actually more fun because
You get to have everybody in the same room.
yeah,
Like nothing could be better than having food, friends, and tons of frags. Like that's it. Like it really made for the best times possible because everyone was there for a common reason. There wasn't like the one oddball who was sitting in the corner. I mean, you guys knew you were there to have fun, talk shit, and have a good time.
Ricari's winning combination: food, fun, frags,
And chicken.
Fornication.
we could say fried chicken to keep with the F theme.
I'm not really a fan of that. That's where my white half kicks in.
What about fish sticks?
Man.
What about what?
Fries, fish sticks, French fries, Fung Youngs.
Whoa.
Yeah, I probably took that a little too far. Anyways, so in terms of favorite Halo 1 maps, what do you guys think? Because we know there's definitely the popular ones like Hang'em High, Sidewinder, Blood Gulch, and all those. But what are your guys' personal favorites?
Hang'em High and boarding action. And Jeff and I were talking about this just the other day.
Yeah.
Boarding action was a beauty because I remember just sitting on top of the 5th floor and like we'd play one-on-one on boarding action. I don't know how it worked, but it ended up with each person atop of the 5th floor looking at the sniper rifle, like too scared to go out and pick it up because we knew the other person probably already had it. But that map was just tons of fun. It was easy to get lost, but once you figured it out, something about that map was great.
Well, it's weird too because you just have that big canyon in the middle.
Well, it was space.
Oh yeah.
I feel like space and a canyon are two significantly different things.
You know, it's funny. I was telling when we were talking about it the other day. I was like, man, that would have been a sick map to have them redo. Because can you imagine? I mean, like how pretty it would have been. Like it would have been 2 full freaking ships fighting. You know, with like a space battle going on or gunfire going on, and so I mean that would have been like super super awesome.
What?
I have no idea.
What's going on?
Well, anyways, I always found myself thinking about it now. I spent most of my time on Blood Gulch. Not only for like just because it's a great map, but I used to. It's funny you brought up the Warthog thing. Is that I used to do that a lot. I used to invite a friend over. We would both get in Warthogs and just ram each other because it was hilarious. Like just to see, whoever first one to fall out loses. Like so we always
that's how they do it too.
Yeah. And like a variation we did Warthog Wars where we had a 2v2. One guy was in the passenger seat and he had grenades, so you could try to explode the other guy's Warthog as you're flying by. And yeah, so it always happened to be Blood Gulch that we went back to. That was the main one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think probably Hang'em High. I mean, I liked Blood Gulch obviously as well, but I really really liked Hang'em High and Timberland too. If we're able to count PC, I love
that's
Timberland,
fine.
And it was all because of that freaking sweet black and yellow racing stripe Rocket Hog.
Oh, the Rocket Hog. Yeah.
Love that thing.
The 3 pipes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Someone mentioned Infinity in the chat. Do you guys remember Infinity at all?
No.
Infinity.
It has like the
I see it's an
the
exclusive,
figure 8.
Yeah, it was an exclusive
yeah.
PC Mac map. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's one map that if I could create in Forge World, I would. Gyrophobia. Do you guys remember that one?
Oh, yeah. I think it's Herophobia.
Herophobia. I don't know how to pronounce that one.
Which I think means what? Fear of bridges or something?
I think it means the fear of bridges, which is why all that is like a giant bridge, I think.
Sure, but anyway.
But yeah, it was a PC only one. I had an interesting fascination.
That was the ultimate Banshee map.
Yeah, it was. And then there was the 2 side landing zones where you could teleport up to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You had them in like the rock face.
Mm-hmm. If it was possible to make that in Forge, I totally would do it. It's just I don't think you have enough forge pieces or forge credit.
You remember the one? I think it was called Longest, and it was a very short room with like a flamethrower.
No, because
have a flamethrower.
Longest had the shotguns on opposite ends of the hallway.
Oh, what was
the longest was the predecessor to Elongation.
It consists of 2 long hallways with a base at either end. It's great for grenade sniping. There have been observations that the style of room is used in the level 343 Guilty Spark. I'm reading it right from the.
I was gonna say, like, why do you say
Halo Nation?
Yeah, he's reading it.
Yeah.
You put us all to shame here.
Yeah. Oh, I have an encyclopedic memory of Halo.
Yeah.
I am 343 Guilty Spark myself.
Hello, reclaimers.
Kick me, I'm a reclaimer.
Nice.
Let's see, what other maps that are on here that we haven't mentioned? Damnation.
I mean, obviously Beaver Creek.
Beaver Creek, yeah.
Oh, Battle Creek, yeah.
Or Battle Creek?
I think it wasn't it Battle Creek?
I never remember which
it's Battle
one.
Creek on Halo 1.
I don't know.
Battle Creek on Halo 1.
It was Beaver Creek on 2.
Beaver Creek on Halo 2.
Right.
Yeah.
That was a fun map.
Rat Race.
Rat Race was amazing. I used to love that.
Rat
I used to
Race.
sit top where the shotgun was all the time and try and chuck grenades down on my buddies.
And it was weird because sometimes you would get people that have no idea that there's actually holes in the ceiling.
Yep. Like, I see you on my radar.
Yeah. It's like, no. You're stupid. Can't find me.
Chill out was pretty good. Turned into cold storage.
Yeah.
Halo 3, yeah.
Halo 3.
Great map.
Golly, these are lots.
You know what? Tell me. I mean, I know this is a very unpopular opinion, but I've never understood why there's such an emphasis on remaking old maps. You know, they're so good at making maps. It's, I know that people have their favorite maps, but it's like if you want to play that map, play that other game and play that map. We don't really need another version.
I think it's only most understandable with Halo 1 maps, and the reason for that is because you had never gotten a chance to play those over live.
Yeah, that's true. And also the whole
the same experiences,
Well, now
if you don't have somebody there locally, then you wouldn't be able to have that multiplayer experience with those particular maps. But
That's
I'm
totally
kind of with you on that because I actually really like new maps coming in because it's just new play spaces. And on slightly related to that note, I think it's kind of one of the reasons why I haven't enjoyed the Reach maps, the basic Reach maps, as I have any of the other games, because they were set in campaigns. So I didn't feel like it was like this new space that I got to go to.
Right.
I feel like Halo 2 and Halo 3, in Halo 3, you would go to a place like Sandtrap or Isolation or the Citadel, and you get this feeling like, oh man, this is another place in the universe. There's another story to be told. This is like another battle. It feels different. It feels like you're involved in a different aspect of the universe. But with Reach, I mean, everything from, the firefight
changed.
Multiplayer, it's all right there. Like, it's like, oh, I did this in the campaign.
Right.
The DLC maps I loved so much, like Anchor 9 and, Anchor 9, yes, was in the campaign, but that was a total...
Tempest,
you didn't see that space. And Unearthed, and so it was really neat because even though it was set, yes, most of them were, pretty much set in or around Reach, that it still gave you that...
I think the exceptions to that was Tempest and then the
Breakpoint?
No.
Well, Breakpoint was a DLC map, though.
Yeah, but you can see where Breakpoint was in the campaign.
Like, kind of like Glacier.
What's the H one? It was in the latest one, Defiant. The big map.
Highlands.
I mean, that didn't really seem directly from the campaign at all. And that's one of my favorite maps.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I agree. Like, but again, that's what I like. I like it not being from the campaign.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think that's one of the reasons why these maps that are coming back with Halo CEA are actually getting more of an appeal. It's because they're maps that people have enjoyed. And they're not from the campaign for 2, and then 3 they can finally play with other people over live.
Yeah, and again with the Halo 1 maps, you can play over live finally, and there's such a big visual difference from Halo 1 to Reach that you really can make it feel like a completely new space. Whereas, I don't want anybody making any Halo 3, maps, or even
not right
really
now.
even Halo 2. I mean, think about. I don't know. Well,
I would want
but
to see.
Still, think about how similar Headlong looks to Breakneck compared to the Halo 1 maps versus their new ones. I mean, look at Hang'em High even, which was Hang'em High looked like it was in an abandoned concrete facility.
Right.
And now it's like one of the most epic vistas that we've seen in any Halo game. It really feels. But with Headlong, I mean, Headlong and Breakneck look still fairly similar. It's like an HD version, really. But the details, I still feel kind of were just as easily there in Halo 2. I can run around some Halo 2 maps and still really get lost in the visuals. Halo 1 maps, you kind of look around and are like, man, just kind of like being in IKEA.
Need some updated bitmaps.
So,
give me a graphics update or something.
Well, I think the interesting thing for me about classic remakes, right, and like there's a whole huge community aspect to this, right, like threads with tons of maps and people constantly building the old maps in Reach or even in Halo 3, right, all the Forge remakes. And I've always been a fan of like checking them out and seeing how they look and feel, but it's always different, right, going into a new game with an old map, because the newer games are built with different mechanics, right? Like I feel like Halo 2 and Halo 3 were kind of similar, but then you take one of those maps and put them in Reach where you have like armor abilities and the range of the DMR, right, and just whole new weapons and play style mechanics. Like it just makes the maps feel different. So I guess I'm curious how the anniversary maps will actually play in Reach with the new non-classic settings, right? Like, is it gonna make them more fun, or like, are they gonna lose the appeal that they had?
Jetpack itself will be the single biggest difference maker with the verticality of the map, because even things like sprint and stuff and armor lock or cloak, I mean,
they're minimal.
And things like cloak, I mean, you could pick up cloak as a power up in Halo 1. So even that wasn't necessarily the same.
What's the Prisoner remake? Penance? Is that Prisoner?
No, Solitary.
Solitary?
Solitary. Yeah, Solitary, I find, in terms of jetpack, it is awesome. With a jetpack, that map...
Yeah, the dynamic on that map is going to be completely different.
Map. Yeah, it's... If anything that's pro jetpack, absolutely that, because it's a blast on there. But, it definitely adds a different feel to a lot of the maps.
Yep.
It's gonna be interesting jumping from like the top of Blue Base and like jetpacking over to the bridge on top of Hang'em High.
Oh wow,
yeah, that'd be interesting.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah,
because you get, I mean, from the initial spawns, Red has a small tower, right?
I don't know.
Blue spawns big tower, and Red spawns small tower, I think. So Red usually has the advantage on the rockets, but with Jetpack now, it's almost an even race. Probably.
So it's going to be tough not having the Halo CE physics and thinking about that while playing that map. Because no matter how I spawns in Hang'em High, I used to know where to throw a grenade to get the rockets. That used to be the best thing. That was the greatest video that I've ever seen made, machinima aside, of anything Halo. It was 50 ways to get weapons on Hang'em High. I studied that with the textbook.
Oh, goodness. It'll be interesting to see if like, anything Forge worthy will come out of these maps, too. Because we didn't have Forge with these maps before.
Yeah, but judging how Reach is going, Reach doesn't seem to like to play well. Like, they don't give you anything. Like, no one... Have you even... Like, Tempest had a little bit. Like, they gave a decent amount of tools, the same as Forge World or whatever.
Yeah.
No, have you seen anything on Tempest? Like, no one cares. Because they give us Forge...
Well, racetracks. Racetracks is pretty much...
But, I mean, other than racetracks, though. So, even in Halo 3, though, Halo 3 Like, they were the most creative maps in the most interesting places. Like, a simple like wall blocking off just drastically changed everything. And I find in Reach, no, it just doesn't. Like, Forge is useless unless you're on Forge World.
Well, and then for the latest Defiant map pack, Forge was semi-broken in some of the maps.
Really?
Yeah, you couldn't phase objects.
Oh, weird.
Oh, wow.
Hard boundaries were set really, really tight on the maps. Like, really tight.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Yeah, cause, what was the space station level in Halo 3?
Orbital?
Orbital.
Yeah.
I played a lot of cool maps on there, like, for example, some of the zombie maps and stuff, where it's just, like, even just piles of anything in that map was just so much.
So
It
true.
made it so fun. And, I can't even think of anything in Reach that happened. No one, I thought that was pretty upsetting. As someone like myself, I like to make zombie maps and just screw around with, like, already pre-made maps and just make minor changes to make them interesting, and I find in Reach it's just not appealing. They don't really
I was actually looking forward to, I originally thought that Tempest was going to give us some really neat Forge maps, and that actually ended up being, pretty disappointing as far as what you were able to do. And again, I always try to give the benefit of the doubt because, on the developer side, I've never known a developer to be like, man, let's make this map crappy. So, I'm sure that there's stuff that's involved with it that they would love to have done, and then, they're like, man, that's going to piss them off, but just can't.
Well, then it was like, Highlands, what in my opinion is like a perfect machinima map, and they absolutely killed the potential with not including Forge pieces for it.
Yeah.
It's funny, even on the topic, like, for instance, Sword Base, when I made my my Greens Machines 2 on Sword Base, it was the hardest thing I've ever done. I could place, like, 6 objects, and I was like, can't place anything more. And they were only, like, all I could place, like, small...
What would happen? Would it just become with a frame rate issue, or...?
No, it's just, it literally doesn't let you. Like,
oh,
it's
wow.
Like, you hit boards.
So the budget is just way low.
I had a lot of troubles because I wanted it to go all the way around Sword Base, but I had to cut out so much because it's like, okay, all I have is little tiny brick walls. Like, there's nothing you can work with, and that's just so disappointing. Like, if you think back to Halo 3, they always gave you, for every map, they always gave you really cool, like, matching doors that block off, like, doorways. If you remember that. There was always, like, level-specific doors to put wherever you want. And that you don't really see that anymore.
Yeah. It's just changed a lot, I guess.
I think maybe part of it is that, like, they created Forge World, right? It was just like this masterpiece forging area where all the forging they just expected to take place. And so I think, I don't know, but maybe the reasoning was people are going to be doing so much in Forge World, like, we don't have to worry about forging on the other maps as much.
See,
which I don't agree with, but...
There's just too much stuff in Forge World.
Well, the problem is that the more people do in Forge World, the sicker people get of Forge World.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, because now it's like
gray.
I see community maps, and I'm between Waypoint and HBO, we see so many community maps, and I don't ever want to see Forge World again. Like, I get really excited when someone just starts throwing in those effects balls, because I'm like, sweet, different colors. Like, I would rather, sometimes I'd rather just play, like, BTB old-timey.
Well, when I think it's stupid that, like, you can kind of change the colors on certain things, except it's, like, tiny little glowing lights. Like, but if you can have that option, how hard would it have been to say, okay, if you switch it to green, literally the whole wall turns green? They can do it with the lights. Like, I don't know why they didn't just bother making these, like, you could make some really interesting stuff if you could.
It makes sense.
Yeah, but that could be a totally different, because, if you're retexturing the entire thing versus just doing the running lights on it, I would imagine that's probably a more substantial memory difference than we would be thinking.
Not really. That's just
because the fact that the lights can already change, that means they have, like, new textures and stuff on there already, probably.
Well, they're not textures. They're just color filters. Yeah. And those are actually relatively cheap in terms of graphics. But
well, I know. Yeah, I think the lights would, but I don't think the same effect would be employed if you were changing the color of a whole base. Like I don't know if it. I'm pretty sure it's not like Control A fill.
Actually, it kind of is.
Really?
It's actually not.
I mean, it'd be an interesting question for
I mean, depending on how they implement their graphics engine, it's possible to be a relatively cheap operation just to tint something. Because I know at least for like I took an intro to computer graphics course, and they're relatively cheap operations just to tint a texture. Like you don't have to have a completely different texture. You can just tint it a different color if you wanted to.
Yeah. Well, and then I was wondering about that too. When we were talking about it, but
I mean that's how they do the.
Would that end up looking crappy though?
Probably, and that's probably why they didn't do it. That's probably why they just did the lights instead.
Yeah, I wonder if there actually were colors. Do you think that would fix the whole Forge World issue? Because
I think it's because it's that plain Farmner texture and feel. And this is why I wanted to...
When you look up, when you look up and you look around, it's the exact same, it's that same skybox and everything, which is beautiful. But at the same time, it is like the same thing. Like,
I mean, even if you had, like, what I wanted to see was them give us, like, 2 other Forge Worlds. Like, one that would be kind of an Earth City type one. And then
and then a Covenant theme one.
Covenant. Maybe. And you could... I mean, if you had... like a little variety, and you split all these custom maps among the variety, then you still get a different experience every time, and it's not the same thing over and over and over again. I mean, it's still the same things over and over again, but the difference is more appealing and more bearable than just one thing over and over and over.
It's the gray that gets me. I mean, if I were one thing, like you can always be like, all right, here's where I am.
It's a monotonous and dull color.
Yeah, it's just always like, especially in like if they indoor maps, it's like it's great everywhere.
Right,
the screen is just great, and it's so boring.
Yeah, whenever I check out Forge Hub maps, like I'm always looking at their favorites and whatnot, and it's like I always look for that aesthetic piece, right? Like maps should be about the gameplay, but I constantly find myself like, where's the pretty side of this map? Like I don't just want to play in a gray space.
Well, and
some of the coolest maps I've seen, even in Forge World, have taken advantage of like and I had even built a map with a buddy of mine that we kind of played around with that literally just used that cave area, the through cave that goes from one end to the other, and we just kind of blocked it off and did like a map space in there, so that at the very least, we were getting like this kind of claustrophobic rock face setting instead of just the green grass stuff around it. So.
Well, and another thing is about the visual aesthetics is it's easier on the eyes to help pick out things.
Yeah,
if you have the same gray, your eyes tend to like miss things.
Yeah.
If you have that uniform color, and I mean, while the visuals, I mean, it's an artist and it's not necessarily core to the gameplay, it still needs to be there in order to help pick things out. I mean, it's still a part of gameplay, and people just don't think about it, but it's still a vital piece.
Yeah, I think also you could add into that the fact that the graphics themselves took a hit in Halo and Reach because they had that I can't remember what they called it, but the distance drawing, the faster distance drawing.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
So it just doesn't look quite as sharp and kind of tactile or something. I'm not sure.
You get like the Play-Doh rates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not.
Great.
I don't think that's
I think it's a good
issue.
Yeah, but I mean, it adds to the fact that if it's that and it's also a lot of gray, it kind of makes the whole world a little bit more drab. But I think it was a smart trade-off, frankly, for Forge World because it's enormous. I mean, it's just fantastic.
Oh yeah, agreed.
But yeah, and I mean, I agree with you. It would be. I would have liked to see more Forge set pieces and more Forge possibilities in the other maps. That would have been a wonderful thing. And I can only imagine that it was a trade-off with computational power for other things. They just couldn't add enough, that much more.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, go.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, just the fact that there is a map editing program in a console game is like a huge deal, right? Like computer games have plenty of space for that, but you rarely see a console FPS have
Far Cry 2.
such an amazing tool.
Yeah.
Far Cry 2 had a really cool one, like terrain editor and everything.
Oh, yeah, that was loads of fun.
Halo 3's Forge was, I mean, there were specific maps for it, like we had Foundry and then Sandbox.
Sandbox.
But there were definitely other possibilities with the other maps. I mean, we see some customs on the Pit that changed the flow of the game. Guardian. I'm forgetting some of the other names at the moment.
Of course, you didn't have phased physics and you didn't have a lot of the other stuff, but yeah.
No, but there was. It still seemed like the maps were more conducive to actually being forgeable than they were in Reach.
Yeah, largely.
And then High Ground. High Ground, there were some interesting forges on High Ground.
Yeah.
So, and Avalanche. Wow.
Yeah.
That was like a big team objective forging haven.
Yeah,
Avalanche.
That's right. Yeah, there's some great stuff on there.
And then Ghost Town was like medium size, but we'll get to that once we get to Halo 3.
We've covered Halo Reach already now, so
Yeah, right.
Well, I'm sure we'll be coming back around to it at some point.
Yeah, they have all these community creations, right, from Forge World, but how many actually got into matchmaking in Halo 3? Like, not very, like, Pit Stop was like an edited version of Pit, right? And the infection maps were awesome. I love those.
The thing is that the stock maps were fun. I mean, just like Grim said earlier, they weren't directly based on the campaign, if they were even based at all.
Mm.
And I think that's one of the reasons why people enjoyed it, where compared to Reach, it just quickly died out. Because they were moments in the campaign that you were just playing again in a multiplayer space.
Mm.
So...
I don't know, dude.
I don't know either.
How many people actually play the campaign? Do you guys know the statistics for that? Like, I know a lot of people who just play multiplayer and don't play the campaign. I don't understand why. I love the campaign, but
I think that they definitely try. They try to force you to play it. I think by giving you certain achievements that you can't get without playing campaign. So,
good point.
Yeah,
probably most people.
I mean, everyone's probably played the campaign at least once.
To be honest, one of my favorite things, we're not talking about campaign, but I mean, as opposed to multiplayer in all the games, it's always, I love exploring the maps in multiplayer, but they're always small. And if you get into campaign, you just, you bust out of the edge of the map or do stuff. It's just, sometimes it's just endless. Like, you can wander for hours, and that's really cool. Although there is one in Halo 2, oh gosh, I'm killing myself for not remembering the name of this one. The one that's in the Covenant world with the Dreadnought in the middle. In Halo 2.
High Charity?
Yeah, High Charity in the middle. What's the name of the map, though?
I know what you're talking about.
It starts with a D. No. Gemini. Gemini?
Gemini.
Yeah.
It's Gemini.
Yeah, so that's a rare example of a multiplayer map where you can, if you get outside of it, you can literally wander for hours. It's so big, but that's because you get outside of it, I guess. But that's always been, I love the game and I love the campaign and the story and I love, ranking up and all that stuff. Never been all that good at that. But my main thing is just exploring and kind of being in the space and checking it out and kind of that whole wonder of when you're in a virtual space and you get this psychological effect of that you will never have in real space. You never have that. There's like a weird kind of disconnect, And I've always thought that was really cool, and the Halo maps have really deliver on that level.
Right.
You guys are all like, what?
I love watching those YouTube videos where people are just cruising around on tip of the spear for miles outside of the map. Just awesome.
I mean, that was a core thing of Halo back then, was exploiting the maps, and not necessarily it was just fun.
Yeah.
I think for most people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the death zones kind of put an end to that. But
yeah,
but it's it was one of the things I was really happy about when Claude was interviewing Frank and the other guys at 343 about CEA, and he said, "Have you added any boundaries or barriers, death barriers or anything?" And he said, "Nope, we left everything pretty much the same as it was." And I was like, "Yes!"
Yeah. Yay. Let's see. There was another map, three other maps that I haven't mentioned yet from Halo PC, at least. Death Island, that was supposed to kind of resemble the Silent Cartographer level.
Oh, right.
You guys remember that one?
I never played the PC one. Was it a fun one?
Wasn't it like insanely massive?
It was pretty big. It was mostly done with big team CTF.
I'm looking on the wiki. That thing looks huge.
Yeah, I mean it's the
island.
size. It's
yeah.
It's the size of the Silent Cartographer
Yeah, so just massive.
map. I mean it's definitely not the same, but it's definitely comparable in size.
That's amazing.
Then there's Danger Canyon, kind of almost like the Forerunner version of Sidewinder in a way.
Yeah,
I never played much on that.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I've seen some machinima made on this. I can't remember where it was now. Yeah, it's sort of like the Halo level in campaign. Those bridges.
Yeah.
Right. When you first come in.
Right. But no, it has that horseshoe type thing, and then it has the internal piece.
Yep.
The only Halo PC map I logged a lot of time on was actually the Death Island.
Death Island.
That's the one I spent most of my time on, I think, in terms of one of the new maps.
Right. And then the last one was Ice Fields.
I don't even remember that.
That one wasn't played that much at all. I mean, I remember what it is, but...
I'm looking at something called Infinity, too. I'd forgotten about that. Oh, you mentioned Timberland already.
Yeah, Infinity was the figure 8 one that I mentioned earlier.
Oh, yeah.
And that was used for a lot of race, actually.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
And what's this other map? Japhyrophobia? What?
Can you say it?
This map looks awesome.
Yeah.
Like Assault on the Control Room.
Yeah, no, that was the one I mentioned earlier. That if I could remake and Forge, I totally would.
Oh, gotcha.
Speaking of Assault... Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say that's a fun map.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Speaking of Assault on the Control Room, I know we're not talking about campaign, but I'm just gonna live in that map when CEA comes out. In that level, rather. That's just like such a cool level.
I mean, it was beautiful in Halo 1. I want to see what it's like in Halo CEA.
Yeah.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to have to rush to put achievement guides out for Podtac, but then I'm going to go back and be like, wow.
Oh, pretty lights.
This is awesome.
Do you guys think there's like something about like the old aesthetic that's just really impressive? Like it's plainer, but there's something also very pretty about it that newer games just don't capture. I don't know. Do you guys notice this?
I think I remember it being so much prettier than everything that it still kind of feels pretty today.
I think it's more of a nostalgia thing.
Yeah. Because when you do the whole back button thing on Anniversary, you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
You know, I call it the beer goggle button.
If only, man.
I mean, you still... I mean, at least for the people that have played it, you still have that feeling of, wow, this was awesome back then, at least.
So it's just rising expectations then with the new looks on new aesthetics. People don't want to see that old stuff anymore.
I mean, I think for people that played it, seeing the old stuff would be like, wow.
What about like the newer generations? You know, the kids who are 2.
Yeah, I think they'll look at it and be like, ew. I think they probably won't like it, like as we remembered it.
That makes sense.
So I think it was just you had to be in that experience while the game was still relatively new in order to actually be able to appreciate how the visual styles were. And for the time of video games for the first-person shooter, they were actually pretty good. So...
Multiplayer! Woo!
So, yeah, LAN parties galore. I mean, I still remember having, like, Halo 1 and Halo 2 LAN parties even while Halo 3 was out. Simply because of the fact that there's still some really good maps from Halo 1.
I'm doing a Halo 1 LAN party tomorrow. It will not die.
Oh, jealous.
Too much nostalgia.
And it's like there's the 3-shot pistol, there's the rapid I mean, the sniper rifle for Halo 1, I think, is like the fastest out of all the Halos. You could shoot that thing like crazy. It's like bam, 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 bam.
I was getting destroyed when I was playing. We were doing a Halo 1 LAN party during the summer, and I was pacing my shots, forgetting I didn't need to. And everybody was like, "Ka, ka, 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 ka," you know, and I'm like, pow, pow, pow. Like, you know, like I automatically had mental bloom, and it was not good.
Yeah.
Break the habit.
Did we mention Wizard at all?
No.
Gandalf.
But yeah, there was Wizard as well.
And that turned into Warlock, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, some of my best Halo 2 memories are on that map. On Warlock.
Same, actually.
Something so competitive about, like, especially team-based games, like an oddball game on Wizard or Warlock, because there's nowhere to run. So everyone knows with that skull.
Well, it was also interesting for multi-team CTF.
Yeah, even like there's an assault on there too that was pretty good. Like all of those, they were all so fun. There's something so fun about such a tiny little simple map.
Not only was it tiny, but it had teleporters too in both directions.
Where's everybody? Teleporters in Halo.
Yeah, I just remember super bouncing in Halo 2 to the top of that map. So much fun.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Dude, super bouncing, that was just good times.
Yes.
I miss it.
Yeah,
I was so sad when they
asshole that was at the top of Ascension sniping everybody.
Dude, Ascension, that was the best one. I got so pro at that. I could do that every time I jumped. So I would honestly, sometimes I wouldn't even kill people. I'd just go up there and just hide.
Yeah, I had a great memory on Ascension, actually. Dude, this guy, he took like a 7-point lead, and they used to have, remember, like head-to-head 1v1s. And I was like getting really angry because I couldn't find him, and then I found out he was at the top of the big tower doing the super bounds. So I went up there with like a few minutes left, killed him, and then killed him a bunch more times, and actually won the game with like 10 seconds left.
Epic.
I was like, yes, take that, like epic Halo memory. I was like 12 at the time, maybe.
Wow.
Did you guys ever get outside of Ivory Tower? That was a good one with the invisible kind of staircase out there. No, Ivory Tower. Anyone?
Oh, Ivory Tower. Yeah, absolutely. The staircase up to the top. Yeah, that was fantastic. Yeah, I love that. That was pretty hard to get out of, actually. You could get partway out. It was easy to get down to the bottom of the map in the fog.
And
but getting up to the top was rough.
They semi-patched it or something because it got significantly different after a patch. I remember.
Yeah.
Like a lot harder.
Yeah.
Oh man,
I mean, they passed a lot of the super bounce positions, right?
Oh, I miss glitching.
I thought they did.
Did they?
I thought that was one of their title updates for Halo 2 was fixing all the super bounces.
Yeah.
Was this before Halo 3 came out?
Yes. Yeah, it was about yeah.
It was like about the time of the third map pack or something like that.
Yeah, it was really sad because you couldn't do sword canceling. You could.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
Sword canceling. Remember the Dark Helmets videos where
I never got the chance to do that.
Got outside of Metropolis.
Sword canceling was so awesome.
Yeah.
I never got a chance to do that.
And like rocket lunging / sniper lunging.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like, once you figured it out, you became a boss at it, and you could just fly all over the map.
Yeah.
There's some amazing speedruns if you guys, I don't know if you like speedruns from High Speed Halo, but the Halo 2 ones are sick. Like, I think it was Gravemind is one of the longest maps, or High Charity, and the dude just like snipes sword lunges across like entire areas of space. Like where they have the teleporters. You guys remember where they like give you the platform, and then the platform takes you to the other side, and there's like 7 elites waiting for you. Oh, yeah. And he just like look at the elite on the other end and just sword lunge because it's faster. Like that is boss. Yeah.
Dang.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'm looking at a video on YouTube right now. Dark Helmet, sword flying behind a phantom. It's so awesome.
Do you guys remember? I don't know why that just came to my mind. Do you remember the High Ben Easter egg? Does anybody else remember that? That was very subtle. Like it wasn't a big thing.
What is it again?
High Ben.
High Ben. It was on I don't know how someone found it, but I remember so clearly the hint Bungie or Irk or someone gave us, or who was it? Luke Smith at the time, I think. It was like, to get to High Ben takes a gondola, then a leap with the touch of a fairy. You had to go to that one map, the gondolas, and you had to do that single leap with a grenade and cowbell on. And you had to go in like a dark room, and you had to zoom in twice with a sniper rifle with your flashlight on a wall in a corner. I don't know how this dude found it. Like, yeah, how do you know to go into this room and zoom with your sniper right up against the wall? Like,
it's those explorers, man. They're crazy.
I know.
Yeah, it's the million monkeys theory. You know, if you put together a million monkeys, eventually come up with Shakespeare.
He probably was like stuck somewhere, turned the wrong way, double zoom because someone was shooting, and then he was like, "Oh, I'm in heaven." You know, like,
wow.
Let's try that again.
Yeah, that's something I find. I'm noticing that as games progress, actually games in general, really, but mainly Halo, is that there's less and less like Easter eggs. I felt like in Halo 2 and 1, they were just the coolest.
Well, there's eggs. They just not as popular because
they're not as cool. They're not as fun. They're not as like hidden.
I don't know. I mean, I think that Reach itself had some of the coolest ones. I mean, like you've got the whole Club Herrera thing.
Yeah.
You know, but you've got the on New Alexandria, you can turn into a pelican or a phantom and fly a pelican or a phantom.
That's pretty sweet.
Don't forget about the Tyrant guns.
You can do the 4 Banshees on
the package.
The beginning of the package. You can do the Rocket Hog racing on Oni Sword Base.
Mm-hmm.
You can do... There's another one that's kind of like that. I'm trying to remember.
There's the hidden room, like the tribute room.
Yeah, the tribute room.
I still haven't seen that.
Awesome.
In person.
Yeah, tribute room is definitely the sweet.
What level is that on?
The tribute room is on
end of the
package. It's the package. It's near the end of the package. There's a button that you have to press. It helps to have 2 people to do it. But there's switches that you have to press, and then it will unlock the basically a door in the back of the map, like kind of underneath where you go in. And like, what is it, like 7? It's guarded by like 7 generals.
4 elite generals.
Well, you have to kill them, and once you kill them, you can go into this room, and it's Halsey's office. It's really, really cool. There's like a ton of there's like an HBO tribute in there. It's really sick.
Yeah,
I still haven't seen it in person yet.
And isn't it like the first person who goes in is invincible or something, and then Shirkers use that to glitch through the wall and find like the cutscene area where you go on the train or whatever?
Yeah.
It's pretty sick.
I hadn't heard about that.
There's a Rock Slider who was on HBO a lot, and he has done some amazing things in Halo 1. But he's now doing this big, huge thing that he's been posting. We've been front paging his videos. You can, if you look him up on the front page, you can see him. He's doing all this stuff with June's Falcon in the first level. And just able to do all this weird stuff with it and find out all these neat little things, about using June's Falcon. I mean, even the little weird, I don't know if it's like an egg, it's more of a glitch where you can shoot down the one Falcon and use it in that level. The hovering Falcon, you can plasma pistol it and use it. And I've done that before. That's a cool little, neat little thing to do. But I don't know. I think there are quite a few eggs. I think there's more in Reach than there are in 3.
I just don't think they're that impressive to anyone anymore because people find them so quickly.
Yeah, well, that's true, but I mean that just kind of comes with the territory, because it's like we were discussing finding the skulls. Finding the skulls in Halo 1 or 2, Halo 2 would be a totally different undertaking for the sheer reason, if nothing else, then you can't jump into theater mode and look around with your camera.
Mm-hmm.
But no one's going to give up theater mode just because because you want the egg to be a little harder to find.
Well, and now people are probably reverse engineering the code or decompiling it.
If I'm not mistaken, that's how they found the I Would Have Been Your Daddy skull in 3. Is they looked in the code and found clues that led toward it, and that does bother me. I mean, not that they're bad people or anything like that, but I would just rather it be stumbled upon or figured out like a riddle, rather than looking for weird imperfections in the code because you loaded it up on your PC. And
Yeah.
The community that was behind that, I remember the I Would Have Been Your Daddy search is probably, arguably, the biggest in Halo history, I want to say, in terms of
It
egg
was
hunts.
awesome. When it was still pure, it was awesome.
It was amazing. Yeah, I remember there was threads everywhere and forums and just everyone's going so crazy about this and everyone's trying everything in different maps. Like even I did my part. I looked all over the place on different maps and tried different things. Yeah, so there's such a you don't, that's something that it's such like a separate thing. Like it's not the fact that it's eggs, you're not playing the game how it's meant to be played, but it's still such a big undertaking and people love it so much and there's such a community based on that egg hunt that you don't really get that as much anymore now that people are
not
taking.
Well, yeah, and in Reach they just gave you the skulls. I wish they would have hidden them. I don't know why they just gave them to you, but I'm excited for the anniversary skull hunt. I don't know about you guys. This is gonna be
me too.
Insane.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can do those really quick and get guides out for that.
Yeah, right. Like, everyone's going to be hunting for them and trying to post them and getting them out, and everyone's going to be looking on the forums, like, as soon as that skull's found, spreading the word. Like, I think it's going to be similar to Halo 3. Yeah.
Personally, I think I'm going to spend a lot of my time looking up some, trying to figure out some glitches and Easter eggs and stuff. That's my big. I'm going to document some cool stuff.
You should do tower to tower, Green Skull.
Oh, no.
Yeah, right. What is it? They got like 150 frag grenades to the top of a tower with like 2 warthogs. Like, I don't even understand.
Oh, the tower to tower, like, I just don't. My brain stops working. Like,
what if they put a skull up there, dude? Like,
I just want to see if Randall Glass can.
We actually know that there's not. Shishka stopped in actually at HBO and gave us some clues, some general clues, and none of the skulls involve a warthog flip.
Thank God.
I want to see if Randall Glass would do the warthog jumps again.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. We were talking to him at Halo Fest about it. And it's going to be interesting to see if, him or anybody else who does it. Indestructible vehicles for the win, man. Changes a lot.
Yay!
Woo-hoo.
That's another thing, actually, that I asked in the modcast that really is a specific multiplayer question. I wonder, and if we can kind of poll you guys as well. Do you think that vehicles being destructible versus indestructible, how do you think that affects the multiplayer? Do you like it being destructible? Do you like it being indestructible? Like, what, do you have a personal preference? Do you think it makes a big, huge difference as far as, the balance? I don't feel like it ever hurt the balance of Halo 1.
I think it was just more or less different.
Yeah. Well, it's not, that's what I was going to say. It's not necessarily a balance thing as much as a completely different style of play. Because, for instance, actually, I was going to say Banshee, but there wasn't really, unless in PC, it wasn't really a Banshee in Halo 1. But, you this big guy come rolling up on you with a Warthog, and you blow the crap out of him, and you can take his Warthog. That's not going to happen anymore. You're gonna blow him up, and it's going to blow up the Warthog, and you just got to keep trucking on your own.
Yeah. That's why they had to create jacking.
Vehicles, in a way, did have damage in the fact that the more you got shot, I think the more likely you were.
Damage.
Yeah, but I think if you were still in a vehicle, you could still get killed a little bit quicker if you've already taken a lot of damage already. Now, I don't know if that's accurate.
Your vehicle, I mean, you could still take damage, but the vehicle never, to my knowledge, had anything to do with, you take, getting damaged or not. I remember, I think Rukizel himself saying something about getting plasma pistoled in a tank and it knocking out all his shields and 3 health bars or something. Bullshit.
How do you get plasma pistoled in a tank and then your shields are gone and it takes a couple more hits?
Because I think it's directly tied to your health at that point.
That's canon, man. It's that EMP. Right?
Well, I think coming from more of a competitive big team battle background, just making the vehicles weaker and destructible has definitely balanced the game more. Like, if you look at a lot of the top big teams in Halo 3 or even Halo 2, like, once you get control of all the most powerful vehicles, it's game over. And, like, there was just no chance because none of the weapons could really hurt them, right? It's like as if they were near indestructible. And I feel like in Reach... Right. Like, imagine being on Blood Gulch and getting 2 tanks, right, against the other team.
Yeah.
Like, game over, right?
Oh, I remember like tank battles like crazy on Blood Gulch, especially when you're doing capture the flag.
Oh, that was the best. I loved that.
One of the things I remember like from Halo 1 and Halo 2 was these 4-hour-long just default capture the flag games.
Yes.
On Blood Gulch and Coagulation. I mean, you're still set at 3 flags to win, flag at home to score, but it takes 4 hours. And it is the funnest thing ever because you have these...
Must be the official game type of Podtacular Decade show.
Because you just have these moments where it's like, you have opportunities to get the flag and then you just like barely miss it. It's like everything resets again. It's like, oh, man.
I also remember I using the Ghost. Once you figured out how powerful the Ghost was, that you could take down a tank easily. And just circle the tank with your Ghost. Now I don't really think that works. The Ghost was so overpowered in Halo 1.
No boost, though.
Is that overpowered?
Yeah.
Whenever I got the Ghost, I tore things up, man. Someone has a tank, they're like, yeah, what now? I got the tank. You take the Ghost and you just circle them because they can't keep up.
Dang. I remember the Ghost being really effective on Sidewinder.
Yeah.
And then there was Ice.
Well,
you guys
the Ghost
remember
was partially
Ice?
more effective on Sidewinder because you could cover a lot of that ground quicker.
Yeah. Do you guys remember the Ice on that level 2? And
Oh my gosh, yes. And I always managed to end up on it when I needed to turn.
That's not in any of the other Halo games, is it?
I don't think it was an Avalanche, though, was it? No, because I don't even think you had any ice
No.
patches at all.
Yeah.
But in Halo 2, there wasn't any...
Avalanche was a lot smaller, too, if I'm not mistaken.
See, there's something about like the Halo 1 multiplayer with some of the aesthetics and the multiplayer features that just got kind of forgotten about or dropped with the future ones. And then stuff missing from Halo 2 is the gadgets. Like the train, the switches, and all that stuff.
We had, I mean, what do you mean? Because they had in Halo 3 as far as, flipping switches, closing and opening doors. I mean, you had that on Last Resort. You had it on Standoff. Yeah, Last Resort, you also had, you could knock...
okay, I guess on Halo 3 you had it, but...
Halo 3 had quite a few of those, if I'm not mistaken.
They were just doors. I mean, there were some other things in Halo 2.
Like
Halo
what?
2,
the train and terminal.
Yeah, but
kind of
that
the big thing.
wasn't anything that was activated. That's the equivalent of running outside the boundaries and getting shot at by the Guardian cannons on Snowbound.
But it was significantly funnier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will give you that.
And then like on containment, you have the gates that open and then close, and then you can go back and open them again. It's like once you hit that switch on Standoff or High Grounds, that's it.
Yeah.
It's done.
That's true.
There's nothing
Last
else.
Resort, my strategy on Last Resort was always be the first one in there, and I like sneak by everybody and open the gate. Like I remember doing that every single time, just opening the gate for everyone, dying, but at least the gate was open.
I always wanted a map with a moat and a drawbridge.
That would be
That way we could keep the Black Knight at bay.
Exactly, you could do your Monty Python machinima then.
Yes, we could.
That's all I've been needing.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about all those button things. Do they have any maps like that in Reach?
No.
Not a single
No,
one,
they're all
huh?
set in campaign.
Yeah, by the time
you're right.
you're already finished pressing the buttons.
Yeah, right.
Hey guys, I gotta take off, man. I just want to say goodbye.
Matter.
Hey, peace out.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah,
Later.
of course. Actually, there's one other thing I wanted to mention that I'm really looking forward to in CAA and anniversary, and that's, obviously that they're remaking Headlong Breakneck, and it's gonna be we're totally gonna move right back to our home base stage, to our original stage.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to like just all the jokes that are kind of come up because of the fact that they were back there, and so that's going to be really cool. But yeah, thanks a lot for inviting me, man. Had a great time, and look forward to seeing you guys on Xbox Live.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, man. We love you. We love your stuff, bud.
Oh, thanks. Well, the feeling's mutual.
Hopefully you'll be back on, not in the too distant future.
Yep, it will be very soon.
Great.
All right, man.
Well, thanks for coming.
Take it easy.
Damien Lacedaemon,
Later.
everybody.
Yay.
Damien Lacedaemon.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Moment of silence there.
Guy in chat here says before release they were gonna put a 0G button on Acre 9. That'd be definitely interesting. Jump along and suddenly you just start floating.
You're just stuck to the ceiling. It's like, oh crap.
Well, I guess you could kind of count that. If we're going to count the train on terminal, like the
it just seemed like there was more interactive.
The low grav room on Condemned is an interesting.
Yeah, that's something different.
So
yeah, I don't know. It just seems like there's something different about it.
And I know what you're saying because there's something like that.
Yeah, there's no train.
The train.
It's not just the train.
The train was pretty awesome though. Because I used to actually thing I like to do on that map was do little warthog races just around the map, and it was so great. Like not actually having a game type for it, just doing it, just racing each other and driving around. And every now and then you'd leap over the train track and just get nailed by the train. It would never stop being funny.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. No, it's a lot of fun.
Did you guys see the Halo Reach remake, the classic remake of Terminal, where they have the kill ball running down at the train?
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that, I mean, it's a good remake, other than the fact that Reach just can't handle all of the forge pieces.
Mm-hmm.
But if it could, it's a good remake. If you guys are looking it up, it's called Terminal 777, and I believe the current version is version 5. So
Terminal is up there on my list of favorite assault maps of all time. Assault on Terminal was definitely
Assault and One Flag CTF.
Yeah, agreed. There's like that drop down room. Yeah.
The teamwork was just nuts on that.
Oh yeah, I remember epic battles with like the Wraith outside blasting in as you're running in with the bomb, and people are dropping from the ceiling, and you just like.
Then you have the spawn that's up there, and people are walking up on the side of the building. Remember that?
Oh wait, I do remember that. Oh my god,
that
this is so long ago.
What was it again? Say it again.
The initial Defenders spawn. You spawn all the way up in this room where you can actually walk out.
Yeah.
Where you have a view over the tracks. But there's edge.
You know what reminds me of that too is every once in a while on the pit in Halo 3 you would get that spawn up in that room.
Yeah.
That was overlooking. That was like the spiritual spawn ghost of Terminal.
Yeah.
And then they took it out in pit stop. Sad face.
Yeah. Well, I mean, understandably.
Yeah, used a lot for zombie forges.
Oh yeah, with the grav lifts going up there.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, that's what makes me mad is when they put like kill barriers in places like that. Like I'm trying to think of it as some examples, but there's some Reach maps that are like that where it's just there's no reason. I mean, in the actual map, it makes sense to have those things like the kill barriers and the death timers there. But why not let us get rid of them in Forge? Like there's places that are completely created in their map editors. They're completely there. They could make some epic maps in Forge. But no. Yeah. Like for instance, behind the waterfall on Forge World, that's always the one that baffled me the most.
Oh yeah. I totally agree. I totally agree with that.
Well, and then there's
maps down there.
Well, then there's the Forerunner thing that's up on top of Hemorrhage. It's like
that's amazing.
You could, I mean, I think that's an actual like built out base up there, but you could have stuff up there.
But not only that, but there's all those trees there, which would be really cool.
I do.
I'm looking forward to Ridgeline because there's forgeable trees in there.
I would have liked to have seen it in Forge World though.
I want to know how many forged, zombie log cabin maps we're gonna get.
Ooh.
Well, like you're saying about Forge World there, like I don't see the reason they couldn't just let us delete those kill barriers up there. Like even if it was just all that grassy nothingness, there's just so much more space that there's no reason to not have.
Another one of those was Highlands for me for the Defiant map pack, where you couldn't stand on top of the repelling towers or some of the other places, like on top of that little bridge that's in front of the waterfall. It's like you could put some stuff up there.
Yeah.
And it's like, the boundaries for that map were so tight. It didn't make any sense. And that little ridge over red base.
Well, and like you were saying, I could see the boundaries being really tight for a matchmaking purpose.
For matchmaking, yes.
Purposes. But, maybe stretch those suckers out just a little bit for
forging?
Yeah,
customs?
for forging.
I mean, because there's some potential for some customs in some of these maps that just gets killed because of these hard kill barriers.
Yeah.
So
even
another one being the water on Forge World. Like if they give
have an underwater
actually
one.
The we have that's actually forgeable area of water is really small. And what did they have to do with water? Like you wouldn't just open that up. No one's gonna survive out there anyway. There's no reason to have a kill barrier there at all. If you go there, you're gonna die anyway.
Well, it's like if a Spartan can survive out in space, why can't he survive in water?
Huh.
I mean, right?
Yep. Amen.
Like Grand Theft Auto, he can't swim.
Or Assassin's Creed 1.
Yeah.
Man, thank God they learned to swim by the Renaissance.
I mean, you can make a map to where you can actually be submerged, but you're just barely submerged at that point.
Well, there was that Deepest Water map. Have you guys seen that? It has like over 40,000 downloads.
I think I played it in a customs. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, and like you can actually go completely underwater, and the physics are totally different on the ocean floor. Like the Gauss hog is there, and you like can't even drive it because it just flips as soon as you start going forward. It makes no sense.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Yeah. I don't know why they would have just that little area.
Download this.
It's called like Deepest Water or something. I think
it's Deepest Water or something like that. Yeah.
Find the link. That'd be awesome. That sounds interesting.
Let me look it up.
Throw it up in the chat for everyone.
Throw it up. Hey, Duststorm, I'm actually gonna have to get going, but do you want me to put the code in the chat for you to give away, or you want to give it away now?
Let's go ahead.
Not put the code in the chat and put it in our chat if you want later.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Go ahead and throw it up in the Skype chat. I'll give it out in a little bit.
All right.
We got a sword code for you guys coming up for you guys listening live.
Yep.
Let's see, some of these other maps for Halo 2, as we say goodbye to Grim. Lockout, that was a pretty good map.
Yes.
Loved Lockout.
Especially for...
Okay, I'm in the big minority here. I was never a fan of Lockout, Blackout, Breakout. Like, I was never a fan of that map. I don't really know why. Just didn't like it.
I liked it
big
for
FFA,
for,
one flag
I liked it for non-team things, like Oddball and Free for All Slayer. Team games, not as much on that map, but Free for All stuff. I think Lockout definitely reigned. It was pretty good.
There was a SWAT capture the flag game type on there that I just absolutely loved. I don't know why.
I played that. That is a good one.
The second you'd come up the lift, you were dead. But I think that's where I got my first legit Kilimanjaro. Probably my only legit Kilimanjaro.
Dang.
If SWAT can be considered legit for those,
I remember
Are you a
having
legit inheritor that you don't boost?
Yeah.
I remember having playing zombies on Lockout.
Dude, I remember Zombies on Foundation. That was a good one. Oh man.
We're getting introduced to that.
Yeah.
Wow.
The hell am I supposed to do? No, change teams. Why?
Yeah, people being on the honor system.
Honor games are always.
All right, guys. Well, I am getting out of here. Thanks so much for having me on this show and the other Decade shows, man. It's been an absolute freaking blast.
Thanks for coming on, Grim. We appreciate it.
Any time.
All right.
Take it easy, man.
See ya.
Peace out. But yeah, Lockout was another kind of machinima-related map too, almost. I want to say.
The Ghost of Lockout.
Yeah, there was a Ghost of Lockout too. Wow. That brings back some memories. Dang. What else do we have here? Ascension, big Tower of Power.
You know what? That was one
I
game.
don't like Tower of Power.
Really?
Tower of Power was great.
How do you not like Tower of Power?
Maybe I never played it legit or something, but I never remember thinking it was awesome.
You have to get it to where you have like 3 teams of 5 or 4 teams of 4, and everyone is just going at it for the tower.
I think I just kept getting frustrated.
I mean, it can get quite frustrating because of that turret. But once you take the tower and it's yours, it's like, I don't know. It was just one of those fun game types, I think.
Speaking of which, I honestly think the best, forged, one of the maps that came with the game that's, just made in Forge World kind of thing, is actually the Ascension remake. I love that map on Reach.
So do I. And whenever I play Swap,
yeah, I always have a good time on that map.
It does.
The thing doesn't spin anymore. There's no Banshee. What?
No.
Can you imagine Ascension with a Banshee in Halo Reach?
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome for whoever has it.
Why that isn't in there? Because, I mean, that was one of the things.
And Banshees are way easier to destroy now, too.
No, there's 2 snipers. It only takes, 4 shots to take it out?
3 if you're lucky. If you hit it just right.
Or if they're weak already, yeah.
Yeah. But, I don't know. For Ascension, I would think that you would, or I guess whatever the remake name is. Pinnacle? No. Yeah, Pinnacle.
Yes, Pinnacle.
That they would at least try to. And test it out. I guess they just decided not to end up doing it.
I don't know. It's one of the things that bugged me about the initial maps released with Reach's multiplayer was that half of them were just those gray Forge World spaces.
Yeah.
Right. And I think I think that's great to show the fans what you can do and that we have the tools that you guys use to build the game. I really appreciate that. But on the other side, right, the coin flip is that we now have to see those 5 maps from the start of the game over and over and over. And I think those contributed to, we were talking about earlier, just so much gray.
The monotony of Forge World.
Yeah, and it's just everywhere. And then all the community creations are more gray. And they're awesome, but it's just so much gray. I don't know. I wish there would have been, like you said, colored maps or maybe different outside of the campaign. Yeah. Definitely could have done some non-matchmaking or some non-campaign matchmaking maps.
Instead of paint it black, you're painting it gray.
Exactly.
But yeah, the dish thing doesn't spin anymore. A lot of people don't like that. That was another one of those gadgets. That's another one of those gadgets where it's you would want to see that kind of. Yeah,
imagine the things you could create. if you had the ability to make things move like that, even one simple piece, this is a placeable, rotating Ascension twirly dude, right?
Jeez.
That you could put anywhere. The possibilities, I can't even think, but people will come up with the coolest stuff to use for that.
I totally agree with that. I'm imagining just Forge World maps with a million rotating things all at once. What about if you ran into it?
Think about obstacle courses too, because right now people are using finding ways to make kill balls roll and stuff like that. But if you had actual moving pieces that would crush you into walls and stuff, that'd be really cool.
The Crushinator.
Halo 4 Forge 3.0. Make sure to leave your feedback in the Waypoint forum thread.
Going back to Halo 1 a little bit, it's still interesting to me that there's still a big community behind Halo Custom Edition. I mean, there's, at least this was the last time I checked, which was a while ago, but there's I think probably about a year or so, but there's still 2,000 people playing Halo Custom Edition because the tools that are there to make custom maps is just one of the best things for Halo, and I wish they would come out and release new games for the PC, get Halo 3 out there and let us mess around like we can in Halo Custom Edition. Because I'm sure there's plenty of map makers out there that would be able to really make some good quality maps, like a Certain Affinity. I mean, I know they're not the only guys that can make stuff, and it'd be interesting to see some kind of advanced Forge on the computer, and I think I've said this somewhere else before, but where you can make something, submit it, get it reviewed, and then upload it as a map, and do something like what Valve is doing with Team Fortress 2. Have community-made stuff, and you can like sell it in a pack or something, or buy a map for like 99 cents.
Yeah.
I mean, all your forgeable stuff that would be done in Halo, that stuff you can like download, but then all the additional maps that you have in that other people make, you can buy, and it wouldn't necessarily have the forged features because I'm sure that would take a lot of extra stuff, but you could do something like that.
Mm-hmm. Put the market back into Halo. Reminds me of people selling 50s almost. Like, here, buy my stuff. But I don't know. Do you think they shouldn't just be free, or you think that bringing money into it changes it?
I mean, I think free would still be good. I'm just saying that it's a possibility. I would, if it were up to me, I would say make it free. Like you would have to buy the kit to do it, the authoring tools, and it would have to be a process that would have to go through 343 in order for it to get approved and to be played on the Xbox.
Is that transfer even like technically, I don't know, possible?
Well, I mean, you've seen like modded maps from Halo 3, right? Where you like get the maps off your console, you go in with a hex editor, change some stuff around, and then push it back to your Xbox.
No, I didn't know that's how it worked. Actually, I thought it was like an Xbox mod.
I'm talking about like modding like custom maps in game, but I know at least for Halo 2, there's a team that made maps, and I mean there is a mod for it that you have to do, but you'd still be able to code that into a game, I'm sure.
Probably. You're probably right. I don't know. Are they planning on releasing Halo 3 for PC or Halo Reach for PC anytime soon?
They said they don't have any current plans for the PC at the moment.
Is it like a marketing decision, or are they really want to focus on console?
I think it's more or less a focus on console and developing the rest of the story. I think. Yeah. I mean, if they didn't do something that was as fail as Halo 2 Vista, then
maybe that's why they stopped, because it was a fail. I don't know. I've never been much of a PC gamer. I've always, I fell in love with consoles when the Nintendo came out, and I was 5 years old. So I've been a console boy ever since. But yeah, I don't know. I'd love to check out. Like, now I'm a big enough Halo fan that I would buy a PC game if they came out with it. The universe is developed enough at this point that I think a lot of people would maybe try another system because they're just that into it. That fan base has built up so much. But
right.
Maybe it's just me.
I don't know. The fail thing for Halo 2 was that it was for Vista. If they did it if they had the support for XP, it would have been a lot more successful, in my opinion.
Oh, that makes sense too, because Vista was kind of crap.
Vista was a fail OS, in my opinion. I mean,
so an amazing game for a fail system equals a fail game.
I mean, holy crap! How do you? Whatever. What other maps do we have for Halo 2? We have Ivory Tower,
which was amazing.
Which was an awesome map.
You guys like the Reflection remake in Reach? Were you guys happy with that?
Yeah. No, I don't like it as much as I did Ivory Tower. Something about it just feels too different.
No, I agree with that, but I also do like the fact that it's, of all the maps in Reach, that's one of the most visually unique.
That's true.
You play all these gray and browns and stuff, and you come to this and it's red and it's like shiny and it's
gold.
Yeah, it's everything. That's pretty cool one.
You got to give a big shout out to Kentaya for that one, because that probably is one of the most visually appealing maps in Reach.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Although I missed the little bird planter and the bird noise. So, text. Let's see, what else we have? We have Burial Mounds.
Oh, yes.
That was a popular map.
That was fun.
Not only was glitching friggin' awesome on that map.
Yes.
But actual, like assault on that was a good one, too.
Yeah, you felt like you were actually storming a base. Like,
Yeah, for
going
sure.
around the huge walls and getting inside, and there's like the ramp so close but so far, you know. And did you guys ever do like the front jump up the front window? I remember discovering that, and that was like the coolest thing to man at the time.
No, I never did that.
It was like if you crouch jumped at the exact angle, you could like jump right off the turret and just go straight onto the bomb plant. It was amazing.
Nice.
You still usually died though, because they all just camped
Well,
right
and you could,
there.
and if you were doing CTF, I guess you could pull the flag that way too, right?
Yep, definitely. Oh man. And there's a little window lookout, you guys remember? Like to the left, I guess if you're looking towards the beam rifle and just seeing that whole open expanse and you feel like you're on watch, you know?
Oh yeah, that's right. We're overlooking the 2 generators on the left.
Yeah.
And then there
just
was the rockets on the bridge.
Yes. And you're just
Well,
looking
you know what
at
I
them.
forgot about? Yeah, the giant Spartans the guy said there. Where, if you ran the guy into that fiery pole, there'd be a giant walk-through Spartan lying on the ground.
What?
Did you guys never do that one? Yeah, okay. You know
I've seen videos of that.
on burial mounds, there's that one post that it's kind of still on fire. It's like glowy, lava-y, black, pointy wall thing.
Yeah.
You ram someone into with a warthog or like a wraith or something, they fall through it, they fall down next to this little rock way down in the middle of nowhere, and then suddenly in the map a giant version of them appears, and you can walk.
Oh, yes, I've seen this. That is ridiculous.
That was always funny, especially if someone actually like managed to pull it off during a matchmaking game. So you're all running through a giant Spartan.
Have you seen that? I've never seen that in matchmaking.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've only seen that in videos.
Yeah, it's a good one.
That would be hilarious. Just like playing Reach on Pinnacle, and then some giant Spartan falls on you. They don't do stuff like that anymore. But that's probably a glitch, right? They
it was a glitch.
Intentionally do that.
I mean, I think they're concentrating so much now on getting rid of glitches in the game where I don't think we'll see that kind of stuff again.
No.
You're right. The matchmaking in Reach is very clean, right? And they want that clean experience, the multiplayer, to be as crisp and like streamlined as possible. But you're right. It does remove like those fun, crazy elements that you just used to run into.
Some of my best Halo memories were glitching. They absolutely were. And I was talking to who was it? Kermit? I forget his full gamer tag. Kermit something. It was when we were sitting at the restaurant at PAX, Dustin. And I was sitting beside him, and he said, he was trying to figure out where he knew my name from and stuff. And we were talking. He's like, did you host a Halo 2 night once? Because there was near the last days of Halo 2 before it shut down. I hosted a Halo 2 night where we played some games, played some zombies, and glitched out of literally every map in the game. And he said that was the most fun he's ever had in Halo was that night. And it's just, it's just amazing that, by chance I ran into this guy again. But it's really how it is, But the best memories are just screwing around with your buddies and going outside the maps and just having a good time.
Interesting.
Yeah, you don't see it much in Reach. Like, I don't know. People go into custom games. I don't know. What do? They don't try to glitch out of the map unless they're trickers these days, right? Because it's so hard to do.
Right.
And anytime something gets discovered, too, it's just patch right away.
Oh, like the HLG guys, right? Who are always finding all those really cool hiding spots. And then, they're like, I don't know who follows them and then sees the spots. And they're like, oh, we got to make a V7, like, got to cover up another spot.
Yeah.
Like, does Waypoint have someone who actually goes and looks for that kind of content and, like, people who find really crazy hiding spots so they can patch them?
Well, I'm sure it's more of just a word of mouth thing, If there's something like that, it'll be found.
Oh, like if someone posts a thread in the matchmaking forum and is like, I just played against these guys and I couldn't find them for 20 minutes. Please fix this, something like that.
Well, I mean, in the sense that if something like that gets found, it gets quickly exploited. Like for instance, what map is that? Kind of a remake of Sanctuary.
Asylum.
Asylum.
Where in Zombies in Asylum, all you had to do was just like jump off some rocks and you're on top of the map and you can just camp up there and just dominate. That was patched relatively quick.
Yeah, I remember that. I stopped voting for Asylum after that. I think a lot of people did.
I love voting for Asylum so I can go up there.
Yeah, exactly. Come at me, zombies, and you have like 10 zombies under you trying to come up at you. Yeah.
That's funny. Well, and like now on Asylum, like the humans can get on top of those little sniper towers, or they used to be able to. I don't know if they patched that either.
No, I don't think they can anymore.
Oh, that was like the first patch, right? Because people used to go camo snipe at the top of the base and just sit there. It was the most annoying thing in the world.
Yeah.
What was that
So they
one
fixed
map,
that.
though, that just, it was like one of those community maps, and it had that spot under the map that people on the red side would go to as soon as the game started and wait for the other team to quit out. They took it out of matchmaking right afterwards.
Really? I don't remember that.
It was maybe 3 months ago. Maybe started with an R.
Oh.
It had the rocket spot in mid, the snipe top mid, grenade launcher one side, concussion rifle the other. Very small map with like the corner top areas. You know what I'm talking about?
I remember like hearing about the map and that got taken out. It was the one that got introduced with Adam or something, but I never played it.
No, not
So.
Cliffhanger. Geez, I wish I could remember the name. Anyways, it's an example of I actually ran into some guys in doubles who, as soon as the game started, like we get all the weapons and we're like, all right, we got this game. Where are they? Oh, they're nowhere to be seen. And you can hear them shooting their assault rifles under the map, just like mocking you, like come get me, come get me. But if you screw up the jump, because it's kind of tricky to get down there, then you get -1 or -2, and then they win, and they just wait for you to quit out. It's really annoying. Was it called Renova? No, that's one of the other ones.
I don't know.
Halo map hiding.
Quick
I'll
Google
find it.
search.
Yeah, I will. Anyways, I'll let you guys know if I find it.
Yeah, the chat might beat you to it. We'll see. What else do we have here? We have Colossus. You guys remember that one?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's one of my, when you could bounce the flag across.
Yeah.
Wait, bounce it across?
Yeah, you could bounce the flag off the conveyor belt.
Seriously?
Yes.
Yeah, if you dropped it, it just flew.
Well, I didn't know about that.
Yep.
I didn't know about that.
As long as you jumped high enough. Well, you didn't even really have to jump that high, and you hit the. You know how there were two conveyor belts. If you hit the one closest to the to your base, so if you kind of jumped and threw it out a little bit, it would bounce up to your teammate who could wait to catch it. Trust me, I exploited that one all the time.
That was a good
We
one.
would have LAN parties, and people had no idea what was going on and why 3 people were kicking 7's ass. And they're like, "How are you guys getting the flag back so fast?" I'm like, "Don't worry about all that."
Like, that's another moving part. Speaking of which, the conveyor belts,
That's
and
true.
like with that constantly have some explosive, some non-explosive.
The barrels. Yep.
I like it's adds something interesting.
Was that also the first instance of a quote-unquote man cannon, even though it was a grav lift?
Was it?
I guess. I guess it kind of it is in a way.
Were there no other maps in Halo 2 that had them?
I don't think so.
Oh, except for Ascension, right?
Oh yeah, Ascension had.
Oh, yeah, it had the one down below. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was probably it.
Colossus was one of my favorite maps
Yeah, it was a
in
good
that
one.
game.
I didn't get to play it enough.
Like the race to the sniper, and then you kind of just had to defend your team, but you would try and pin the opposite team down in their spawn.
Yeah.
But then one would slip by, that one that had the shotgun and would come and just wreck stuff.
Yeah.
It was a fun map. It was very unique because it had that huge gap in the middle, right? And so you had to go like all the way around
Well, you
to
could-
get to their base.
Weren't there bridges?
They had bridges, I think, only in CTF, right?
Oh, okay.
Wait. I
No,
thought there were
not-
bridges just always there for Colossus.
Wasn't it only like they didn't have it in? Oh no, they didn't have it in CTF, right? So you couldn't just walk the flag across to your base.
Right, you had to go around in CTF, but they had it in like Slayer and whatnot.
Yeah, that's what it was.
God, and that overshield was always a pain in the ass to get because you were
Yeah.
right out in the open.
Oh yeah. it
Overshield.
was-
Wait, where's the overshield?
The overshield at the end of the 2 conveyor belts.
Oh, that's right.
Wasn't
And
there
there
like?
holes, so I always fell down those holes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
remember
right.
that.
That's right. I forgot about that. Oh dang. All I remember falling down those a couple times where it's like you're on the conveyor belt and it's like, oh, you just forget. Like you're standing back there and like sniping the people that are on the top of the lift landing. And it's like you're slowly going backwards and you realize, you're about to fall into a hole.
Yeah.
Zanzibar. We kind of covered that one.
Also amazing for One Flag and Assault.
One Flag and Assault was epic on Zanzibar. Let's see. Coagulation, kind of covered that with Blood Gulch. What did you guys think of Coagulation as a remake of Blood Gulch? Did you like it? Did you...
I like it. I don't see what everybody's issue is with Coagulation and Hemorrhage now as opposed to Blood Gulch. I might get burned at the stake on the forums, but I really don't see much of a difference.
It feels smaller. Is it just me? Every version it feels smaller. I know it's because I'm really getting bigger.
Is that because do you run faster? I don't know.
They just all because I feel like I don't know. I felt like Blood Gulch used to be really big, but doesn't feel anymore.
They did take the rockets out, and now they have a plasma launcher, right?
Yeah.
And there's no more Scorpion.
I missed that little mini ramp on the side of Blood Gulch. You know what I'm talking about, where you could get the sniper and you could see both bases from it.
Yeah. You mean the one up on the rock wall?
Yeah, the one on the rock wall that I think was a little bit closer to Blue Base.
It was the one up on the rock wall that led up to the thumb, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
The one where the first Red versus Blue episode took place, like Church is talking and looking out.
No. It's kind of like unintentional. Like it's kind of like a bug because you shouldn't really be able to stand on it. You don't like the thumb of Blood Gulch. Do you know where that is?
No, actually.
It's up this like we call it the thumb. 'Cause it looks like a thumb. Like it's just a big sticky outy upcrop. Well, it's still there. I guess it is.
And it's got a little flat part on it, and you could always like drive the ghost up there.
Gotcha. They don't have the thumb and Hemorrhage, or do they?
No, they don't.
You can imagine people raging to the thumb invis snipers. Would not be fun.
Let's see, we have Headlong, which we're having the remake of. And was it Breakneck? Yeah, Breakneck.
One of my favorite Halo 2 maps is Headlong.
All the super bouncing and glitching on that map. Jeez.
I never really did much. Well, I guess other than get up top with the Banshee, I did that a lot.
I remember a Halo 2 LAN party a few years back, and that's all my buddy wanted to do was like grab the sniper, get in the Banshee, and go to the top of the map. And he just sat there for 15 minutes with like his 12 bullets, just carefully using them up.
Yep.
Waterworks, which was a remake of Wizard, right?
No, Waterworks was just
a big team map.
Wait, what? Oh, Warlock was the.
Yeah.
Oh, Waterworks. Oh, that was the one with the stalactites.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yeah, that was a neat level. It's one of those levels that I think about it, and Jeff, when he left, he was typing the chat box to talk about it, because he loved that map. But, I don't really think of it so fondly. Like, you ever talk to someone about Halo, you go, yo, yeah, you remember Waterworks? Yeah, man, that's that Halo map. You don't really do that. But at the same time, if you think about it, it was actually a really, really solid map.
But you had to have enough players for it. That was the big thing with it.
It was a hell of a map. In terms of big team battles, it was, like, thinking about it, it was really well made. Lots of really fun battles on that. But it still doesn't, it's not really like it's not a Blood Gulch. It's not a Lockout. It's not a big name map.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's like, I wonder about this, maybe comparing it to the Halo Reach firefight map. What's the one that's really dark with the sniper? It's really
Glacier?
annoying. Not Glacier.
Oh, you mean Overlook, isn't it?
No.
Is that it?
Wait, is it Waterfront? Is that the name of it?
I know what you're talking about, though, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right? It's like...
You're with June in the campaign, right?
Yes, from the Nightfall map. And it's just, like, very dark, and it's, like, one of the least popular firefight maps, and, like, how many Halo maps can you think of?
It's Waterfront.
Yeah, right?
It's Waterfront.
It's, like, such a dark, dismal atmosphere that it's not... Maybe that dims the experience or the excitement of it. Because I agree.
The one thing is that you just have... And I'm a little surprised that they haven't had challenges with Waterfront, because that seems one of the more like truly firefight type maps, because you literally have enemies coming from every direction.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of surprised they haven't had challenges around that.
I mean, the only challenges they have are like kill 150 enemies on Waterfront, which they had like last
and then
week.
there's Overlook. They do a lot of Overlook specific ones, and Outpost.
Well, they do, I think, all the a lot of map specific ones. I just hate the ones when it's like kill 1,000 enemies on Glacier, and you're like, really? I have to play Glacier for 2.5 hours straight?
Yeah.
That's a different story.
Well, and Glacier also has the graphics lag too.
Does it?
Yeah, you know when you're at the base and you're looking out, there's a graphics lag. Like
Really?
the frame, well, not lag, sorry, the frame rate drops.
Yeah. Huh. I haven't noticed that, I don't think.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I've
know. I
noticed it
notice it
either.
every time. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Let's see. But yeah, Waterworks. I remember playing quite a bit with Halo 2 Vista, and since there's not many people on it, there's only usually about maybe 8 people or so, and it's just like a monotonous game because you have to run around this big, huge map trying to find someone on the other team and finally kill them. But I would guess with enough people on Waterworks, it could be a really fun map.
Yeah, multi-flag, capture the flag, like big team was amazing because there were tons of vehicles going around all at once. There were tons of power weapons, and there was something for everybody, or even assault.
Wasn't there like a wraith and a ghost at each base? And so like anytime the flag would go anywhere, they would just get bombarded.
Yeah.
There was at least that. I think there was a wraith, a ghost, and a warthog, weren't there?
Yeah, I think you're right.
And the
Yeah.
Banshee.
And a Banshee.
Yeah.
Jesus. That sounds like a lot of fun. I didn't play much Halo 2 multiplayer, only a few months online. But I do remember like just getting the flag one time to bottom mid. You know how there's that bridge that connects both sides? And just, you could not touch it, right? Like someone would grab it and then die immediately from the other side. Just all the vehicles looking down on them with 5 DMRs. Like, good times.
Yep.
It definitely fostered like
then
that
there was
whole epic feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was the intricate walkways in that center tower part that connected to the either side of the...
On the sides? Yeah.
Well, like, there's the middle bridge is, there's that shaft that goes up.
Yep.
And there's like all those like ramps that go up to the top, and there's like the sniper perches on the side of that, the center piston type thing.
Yeah, and that piston would go off. It would mess up if you were sniping from the middle, it would mess up your view.
Yeah.
'Cause it would rumble.
That's another one of those like map gadgets. And the stalactites. It's like, it's just one of those random things where it makes like a subtle difference, but...
Yeah, but now we have cones. Kill somebody with the cone all I want.
Yeah, but that's a little bit harder to do.
That's true.
Oh, it's hilarious though.
Protect me, cone!
I love the Cone Man Forge guy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh. Okay, Foundation, the infamous zombies map.
Mm.
Good one.
Let's relive some zombie stories. Because that was a community game type where it was all based on the honor system, and once you got people that were doing it correctly, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, like that specific type of zombies gameplay, has obviously not even come close to being matched, because it was all about, you're all just completely defenseless in terms of, like, if you get hit, you're gone. So, and I like the idea of everyone, pushing all the boxes, and just
barricading
like,
the place.
Hordes and hordes and hordes of zombies. That was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know when we'll ever see a something like that again in Halo, where it's all about just camping out in the room and just waiting,
Well, cold storage for Halo 3 was kind of like that if you had boxes. Like I remember this one map where it was like it would dim in stages. It's like 30 Days of Darkness or something like that. But that was another good map that was kind of good for zombies.
Yeah, actually, this goes back to the whole forging normal maps thing. I made some really fun zombies maps.
30 Days of Night. Thank you, Grim.
Yeah, like even on a cold storage and last resort and all those things. I made some really fun zombie maps that fortunately we can't really do anymore because Forge sucks.
Well, it doesn't necessarily suck. It's monotonous because it's really only on one map. Let's see. So now we're going into like the extra bonus maps. Containment, which was one of my favorites
Yeah, that's a good one.
in Halo 2.
No.
Another example of you could push
With
a
the
button
switch.
and open the gate. Yeah.
Yeah, and there were like new kind of mines in the middle.
Yeah, those were fun to mess around with.
It was always fun when you see someone riding with a warthog and they nail one of those and just explode.
It just explode. Yeah, dang.
that was
They're
actually
like running for warthogs on there because the rockets, because warthogs would be going everywhere.
Yeah.
And since rockets tracked in Halo 2.
I have an interesting story about that. Back when the Halo 2 was ending, the last day, that was actually the last map I played. Well, I thought I would play, because, everyone expected it to shut down right at midnight or whatever it was, right? So, it was actually one of the most iconic games in my Halo history, because we were all on containment. And, it's just a normal big team game, a few of my buddies on my team, and just randoms on the other team, but everyone in the entire game had a mic. And, we're all having a good time, like, it wasn't getting too competitive, we're all just playing. And then, within the last few minutes of the game, as it was winding down, we just stopped fighting. Like, it was such a scene from a movie. We just were like, you know what, Halo 2's ending, why are we fighting? And suddenly, we were all just, people from different teams were just hanging out in each other's bases, and we were just screwing around, and there wasn't, like, no one even, like, decided it would happen. It just happened. Everyone just stopped, just ceased fire, and there was a countdown to the end of the game. It was so memorable, just having 16 people, everyone just chanting 10, 9, for the game to end. And unfortunately, the servers didn't actually get shut off at that time. That would have been really awesome. But it was, it was such an interesting thing for that to happen. Just complete random people all just so, it was so cool.
So what do you guys do when nothing happened? Game's over and you went about your business?
We were over and we played another round, I think.
Did you do the same thing at the end of it, just anxiously waiting for the service to cut off?
Yeah, but it was a hell of a game. That was interesting.
Green Skull, were you a part of those guys who stayed on? They like kept their Xbox on for another week to keep playing. I remember reading that article just about the guys who they realized they could keep playing customs if they didn't turn off the Xbox.
Well, no, it was matchmaking. It was this one game of matchmaking, over and over between these
really?
like 14 guys over and over again. Yeah,
so they were continually searching, continually finding matches, just each other.
Wow.
Yeah.
For like a week.
No, it was like what? It was longer than that. I want to say it was like
month?
Yeah, it went for a while.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what, it's close to a month.
Jeez. That's dedication right there.
They actually had to turn off these servers in order to get them to stop.
No, they didn't turn them off. The last guy finally lagged out.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they never turned them off.
The second last guy, his Xbox froze, and the last guy lagged.
Jeez.
But yeah, that's dedication right there.
Well, I thought I was dedicated. I have a Halo tattoo. That guy is way more dedicated than me.
One of those guys that goes down in Halo history because of give that guy a medal. Let's see, we have Warlock, which we kind of talked about already. Sanctuary, which we've talked about already. Turf.
Maze.
Climbing the scarab. I love doing that, dude. Like you said earlier, just climbing and getting out of maps and doing stupid stuff during the game, jumping into the little windows.
Oh goodness.
Right, you could like get out onto the rooftops, right?
Yeah, you could up on the back by the med tent. Right? That's where you got out?
Oh, wait, I remember that now. That little spot that you had to jump onto and I remember
like there was a
YouTube
series
tutorial.
of jumps that you had to do to get out.
That was a good one. But there was also to not fully get out, but you can still get to a pretty good spot. Was you jump on a series of pipes, and that was a good one too. I used to do that all the time when I was hiding from people.
You mean a series of tubes?
Yeah. A series of tubes. Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry. Whenever I hear that, I can't pass that joke up, or something along those lines. But yeah, Turf was There was a custom I remember playing quite a bit on it called like Lava Pit or something like that.
What was it?
It was one flag CTF, and the guys that were on offense couldn't like touch the ground, couldn't touch the ground, and the guys on defense could only kill you if you're like on the ground, aka in lava.
Oh, weird.
Which map was this on?
Turf.
Oh, I hadn't heard of this.
Yes, it's
Sounds
new to
fun
me.
though.
So, yeah, there's one of those, I guess, smaller game types, and this was when I was like playing Halo 2 Vista. Hot Lava, yeah, that's it. Dirk91 in the chat, thank you. But yeah, Turf was good for like FFA and small team related games, I think.
Yeah, I had some good games on that. Yeah, all this talk about maps is just making me realize how boring the Reach maps are.
I know,
So-
right?
I don't mind them. I don't see what the issue is.
They're all so boring. Look at all
You know
those-
what? I played something like 800 games during the beta,
Yeah,
and I could
just
still
be
play
like-
Powerhouse over
This
and
could be
over.
like 5 years from now, and you'd be like, "Oh, remember that Powerhouse map? Yeah, that was such an awesome Halo map." There's nothing memorable in Reach. There's nothing like, yes, that was a definitive map that I'm going to talk about forever. No, I can't think of a single map in Reach that's going to be like that. All the best maps are like remakes.
Unearthed is going to be one that you're going to remember.
Probably.
Highlands for me is going to be one I'm going to
Yep,
remember.
Highlands for sure.
And actually, that's
But I mean, I think that goes back to our discussion earlier, is that those maps aren't straight from the campaign.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think, I mean, it seems pretty definitive that that's one of the big issues, was that the multiplayer maps for Reach was pulled straight from the campaign.
sure.
Was Powerhouse in the campaign?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Like,
can play that any day
that
of
was-
the week.
That was Nightfall.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, okay, now I remember. No,
Yeah.
I really could care less if it was in the campaign or not.
I was
It's-
actually gonna. Speaking of to switch it a little bit here. Speaking of a firefight, I was gonna talk about how ODST firefight I thought was phenomenal. That was just an amazing, such a fun game, and I find in Reach firefights very very boring. I'm not a fan, and maybe it's the fact that there was that one ODST level that
Oh,
you could drive around the Warthog on, and it was just super fun firefight map. Maybe that's it. I don't know. There's something about Firefight and Reach just doesn't do it for me.
Is it the infinite ammo crate? I don't know.
I
It
don't
was
know
a scoring. It was a scoring that kind of messed me up. Because I think back, PAX 09, I messed around and set the high score for the nation. I come back the next year to play Reach's Firefight, and I remember the first thing that came out of my mouth with David Ellis over my shoulder is, "What the hell? Like, how's that not a triple kill or, an overkill or something like that?" He's like, "Yep, the times are slowed down, or the times go quicker." Like, that's what turned me off the most. Granted, I still play Firefight more than anything else, in Reach. But I noticed not being able to rack up those ridiculous scores was the part that made it seem a little less fun. Now, when you add the commendations and the stat tracking and everything else like that, it makes it pretty interesting. But having the timers sped up, so you have to get those multi-kills quicker, that's what did it for me.
But, like, maybe it's... I don't know, maybe it's the fact that all we do now is mostly, like, Firefight Infinite stuff. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know what it is. Because there was something the teamwork in ODST, I had just the greatest games of, like, especially going for the Endure Challenge. Like, that's such a memorable moment in my Halo career, was going for Endure. And that was such an interesting thing, and I find in Reach there was can't even think of one interesting firefight game I've ever played.
I think maybe it has to do with like the positive memories in ODST is because you were playing with your friends, right? And there was no like matchmaking firefight.
Well, I always play with my friends when it comes to firefight anyway, so it's definitely
Okay, so it's not that thing. Because I found that in firefight matchmaking in Reach, like I don't like going into Firefight Limited, which sadly doesn't exist anymore. We can talk about that, but and everyone would just die, and the game would be over before the first round would even be done. Like, so that's why they made the arcade, which was fun for a little bit, but you're right, it gets stale.
Well, it seemed like Firefight for ODST was a little bit more strategic because you're playing as an ODST instead of a Spartan.
But the ODSTs were, like, they lived longer. They were actually better than Spartan. Kind of weird. Did you guys notice that?
It's just,
like, you could take more damage as an ODST than you could as a Spartan. like Master Chief even, which is kind
You
of
could?
inverse. Yeah, like this was one of the reasons that speedrunning in ODST wasn't as popular, is because it's just so easy to just run past entire groups of enemies. Even on Legendary, you could have like 5 brutes, 2 hunters, jackal snipers all looking at you and just run by. Like, you know, you'll have your screen red at the end of the game, but it was just like, it didn't make sense. Like, you definitely could take much more damage before dying. And that applied in Firefight too.
I mean, I don't really see much of a problem with Firefight and Halo Reach. It's just that no one ever plays it with anyone else anymore.
I know. I'll admit, I'm all score attack. That's about it.
Yeah.
That's how I've always kind of been.
I think it's more or less the atmosphere of having to play in matchmaking for challenges that makes it a turn off for Reach. I think if it were to be the same Firefight as ODST was in Reach, I think it would be just as popular.
Maybe.
Like without commendations and challenges.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that you're right. That's what a lot of people play it for. Is
I mean, put it
kills.
Yeah, put it in the match. I mean, if there was more co-op incentive Firefight, then we might see that. And I think another thing is because ODST Firefight, you go for as long as you can, where in matchmaking Firefight, you're at a set time limit or a set lives. It's like, it's not as long. And I remember one of the things of Firefight is you want to see how long you can go.
Well, yeah,
it was made a point to not die.
It's definitely the time limit. That's what it is. You're totally right. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's totally it. That's exactly why I don't like it. you nailed it. You're right. Why
the light bulb in Green Skull's head went way off.
The light just turned green. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely it. You're right. Being able to, just that was the idea. I didn't care about score. I never cared about any of that. I just wanted to go as long as I possibly could. And that doesn't really happen.
There should be like a Firefight Unlimited playlist for matchmaking.
Survival playlist.
I agree.
Survival playlist. Okay, yeah, something like that. Where it's like you start off with, what is it, the 7 lives like you would normally, or I guess 10 lives in Reach. And then like every set you get 4 more lives, right? Or every
round.
Whoever's alive,
every round. Yeah, every round you get
you get a life for whoever's alive at the end of the round or something like that.
Right.
I thought you just got refilled for
You got refilled for how many players were playing.
Yeah. So if you have 4 players, you got
4. Okay.
Right. But do something like that.
You know what factors into all this is the credit system. For someone like me who, if I have the option to waste my time and earn something for it, that I'll take that over anything.
You should be able to earn like a lot of credits that way.
Yeah, no, I agree. But what I'm saying is that right now you could just say, I could go into Firefight custom game and do that. But I don't get enough credits from Firefight custom games.
Right. I was going to say that.
Yeah.
You're right. I wish they gave you more for even playing custom games or forging, or playing campaign, right? We were all under the impression that we'd be able to earn a lot of credits doing these things, and then you're capped at 300 credits for an hour's worth of work, That was a little disappointing.
I still don't understand the credit cap per day.
It needs to go away.
I mean, granted, I've never hit it.
Yeah, I don't think I have.
But it still doesn't make sense.
I remember, I think it was this past summer, I just graduated college, and I was playing 10 hours a day, and I would hit the credit cap at 9 in the morning, and it would be another 12 hours I'd play and just would earn nothing. I was like, why? But Bungie, why do this to me? But it's because they don't want cheaters, just getting to the max rank. So.
But I mean, they should have ways to detect that.
Right? Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, if you're playing legitimate games, I mean, I would almost think you need to implement a way to detect how much credit you're getting per activity you're doing on an hourly basis. And if that doesn't exceed a certain threshold, then you should be able to get as many credits as you can in a day's worth. Because I know for campaign you're going to get a certain amount, for Firefight you're going to get a certain amount. And I really think for custom games they should bump up the amount of credits you can get. Because if you're playing a legitimate Slayer, I know you shouldn't necessarily get as much as like you get in multiplayer, but you should get more than 10 times your current level.
I completely agree. Yeah,
because you could be playing legitimate Slayers on custom maps and get barely anything, where you could have spent the same amount of time playing on matchmaking and make 100 times more than what you just made playing customs.
Yep. And that would definitely help out the forging community, right? Like, then people would actually want to go and check out new 4v4 maps and new 2v2 maps and 8v8 maps that are outside of matchmaking that haven't gotten in. And yeah, maybe you'll earn like half as much credits or a third or a fifth as much credits, but at least you're earning something substantial, you know?
Yeah, not this like 10 times less, and it's constant.
Yeah,
like it's always the same.
Yeah, they didn't want people just sitting in custom games and just boosting their credits, right? I think that's what it was. Like,
right, but you should be able to have a way to distinguish that, right?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean, maybe it's not, and that's why they don't do it. But
it would be nice to see that in one of the newer games, though, if they could have a detection system, or maybe just even make it based on like how many kills you get or something. You know, like if this guy gets 50 kills, then he's obviously working for it. Even I don't know. Maybe his teammate could just be feeding him kills. I don't know the answer.
Because I mean, you can.
What if they do it where like they take like an average of how many credits that you make in a matchmaking game, and then just set a cap there?
Oh, hi, Jeff.
I knew he wouldn't resist staying away.
But you know, like you're talking, because I understand the whole need for trying to, you know, not wanting people to boost and stuff and get like an inordinate amount of credits just from doing custom games. But at the very least, you can, you know, if for example they're like, okay, at this, you know, particular level of rank, you know, you are averaging, your average matchmaking game earns you, let's say, 3,000 to 5,000 credits. So put it at like 4,500 credits, and then when you play custom games, you earn your commendations or your credits just like you would in a matchmaking, the exact same value, with the exception of it caps off at like a 4,500, so that you're not earning more than you would be in a matchmaking game.
Right, and you don't have the slot machine, and you don't have commendations either, so you're already not getting that extra amount.
Yeah.
Or challenges. Yep.
Yeah, it's not going to challenges, not going to commendations, and no slot machines.
Well, you can do challenges, some of them, because, if I'm not mistaken, because like Blast and Action.
Oh, you're right. For
but I mean,
game mode.
If you could, you could just set that up where you sign in guests and be like, bam, 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 on your own custom map if you wanted to.
Yeah,
but if you go through the effort anyway, like, give you points, you know? Like, you still got to do something for it. As long as it's not like you said, as long as it's capped, I don't see a problem in that.
So
I just reference
something like either campaign or custom firefight, because I was under the impression when the game came out as well that, you know, they were setting it up so that you would be earning, you know, you kind of like choose your own adventure in a way. And so the people playing matchmaking earn by playing matchmaking. The people playing campaign earn by playing campaign. The problem is, you know, if you're playing campaign, you're kind of screwed. You'll never rank up as fast because, you know, you're making 4% or, you know, of what you might be making in matchmaking, which sucks. Or like I heard you talking about, I've been in and out, so like I hear some of what you guys are saying. I heard you talking about like the firefight, doing custom firefight. Why not do it the same way they're about to do custom challenges? Because they're about to do it with custom challenges where you know, you are going to be able to earn credits, but it will be determined. They have like some sort of like, you know, the difficulty that you set the challenge on, or the duration of time that you set the challenge on, or such and such. So have it in custom firefight. If you turn yourself invulnerable, it takes a huge, huge cut, just like turning a skull on or off. Right. If you set it to legendary, it pays more. If you set certain enemy types, could be worth like a plus 10% or a minus 10%. You know, all of that could be factored into the algorithm. Forza, if you guys are familiar with that, does that really well as far as the difficulty. Because with Forza, you can be like, man, I really want to use ABS, and that takes it down a little bit. But you could set the AI to hard and some other things that, the damage to simulation, and it takes you back up. So when you're all done, you could be at a plus 80%, and that's what you're earning, Yeah,
it kind of reminds me of the skull multipliers in campaign scoring, right? Like, you turn on these, it multiplies by X amount.
Exactly. Yeah. And you can have skulls that take, like Gears 3 just did their mutators thing, which are essentially the skulls. And it's by no means a new idea, but I liked the way they laid them out. They have 3 rows specifically, and it's like the top row makes stuff harder, the middle row makes stuff, or I think it's like just fun stuff, and the bottom row makes stuff harder, or makes stuff easier. I'm sorry, So if you turn an easy one on, it's like, okay, negative 20% or 25%. If you turn the hard ones on, back up 25% or something. So, I don't think I have to imagine it can't be that difficult. I mean, I know, like in campaign, for example, they want to minimize people, reloading the target locator checkpoint, which I can understand that. But at the same time, if you did it by level completion, where you had to start and finish a campaign level, and your payout was worth it, and your payout was more based on you completing the entire level, no one's going to sit there and reload the checkpoint, because that's defeating the purpose. You're going to start the level, and you're going to make sure you finish the level. If I was going to start Oni Sword Base, and I knew that my payout was really far more largely determined on my finishing the level, the last thing I'm going to do is sit and waste 20 minutes reloading a checkpoint that's not doing me any good. So you could set it where if you complete a campaign level at easy, normal, medium, legendary, that's worth
XXX skulls on.
And skulls will add or subtract another amount of credits. It doesn't matter what kills, doesn't matter whatever. And if they wanted to, they could say, okay, Winter Contingency is worth 3,000 when you're done, but the package is worth 5,000 when you're done, or New Alexandria, No,
I completely agree, and that's what I was expecting. Like, as I'm one of those people in the Mythic community, I love turning on all the skulls and just running through the campaign on Legendary, and we were really hoping to get tons of credits for this, right? Just like the score payout, and then it's like, 300 credits for the whole game for beating it on Mythic. Like, thanks. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, they just need to, if they don't address it in Reach, they should definitely address it if they use the same similar system for Halo 4, 5, or 6. And actually condoning playing campaign, making forged maps, doing customs, all that stuff. Because there's a big part of the community that it focuses on campaign, and there's another big part that focuses on, or would focus on, foraging and customs if it actually meant something in return. But right now, the inspiration isn't really there for a lot of these groups.
Somebody said in the Dirk91 was saying, there's a glitch that you can do to complete the mission, like the people, where you just reload the last checkpoint. But that's why I thought about that. That's why I specifically made a distinction between the starting and the finishing. Like, I would have it where you had to start the mission from, there's some in there where certain things don't appear if you start from, Rally Point Alpha or Rally Point Bravo or whatever. You just do it so that you have to start and finish the mission, in one sitting. I mean, if you can't, then you shouldn't be earning the credits anyway.
Right.
What do you guys think about the idea? This is like a psychology thing that, like intrinsic versus extrinsic rewards, right? And people who forge, I think, or at least right now, definitely aren't forging for the credits. They're forging for the love of creation, the love of forging new spaces, right? And if you start
that's way too much work to do it for credits.
Yeah,
right.
If you're gonna do it well.
Right, but well, I guess my question is, if you start giving extrinsic rewards, let's say a lot of credits for forging, do you think that would diminish some of the passion that goes into just intrinsically working on the projects themselves?
I don't think it would. I don't think it would diminish the passion, but I do think it would oversaturate the market.
As soon as it becomes mainstream, all the cool guys are going to drop out.
No more hipster forging.
You'll just be flooded with all sorts of random maps that nobody wants to see. Like, I could spend 15 hours in Forge and still come out with absolute shit. It's just not what I do. I can't forge worth the crap. But if I was like, oh, I get all these credits for it, let me just go ahead and give it a shot anyway. I'd almost rather keep it how it is and leave it to the people that enjoy it so much that they put out a quality piece of work.
Well, and then there's another thing where I kind of had a thought where, what if you got credits based on how much your map got downloaded and or played?
I was just thinking that. Yeah. It's funny. I'm gonna Calamari's gonna love this because I'm gonna start talking about Forza again. Like if you go and you make like a paint job, you're not earning anything for doing that. But when you put it up, you can earn in-game credits by however many people do that. I mean, that'd be pretty awesome for forgers. If you have a game type or a map that is specifically, something that people really, really love and are downloading the crap out of that, I think you should get rewarded for that. And again, that will help police itself because again, if you go in there and are just making utter crap, then no one's gonna download it and you just wasted your time. So I really like that idea. Then the only thing you have to worry about is making sure that you're doing it so people aren't spamming it. Like obviously you would want to do it on like unique user downloads, so that you could download it, delete it, etc. But
I mean, it's definitely possible to track those kinds of things.
Oh yeah.
Think about how rich Darth Human would be. He has over 1 million downloads in his file share, I think. Just insane.
Dang.
He'd hit the credit cap every day without having to play a single game.
Right.
That'd be great.
Let's see. Going back to the rest of the Halo 2 maps, we have Backwash.
I love that map. I'm going to be in the minority, but I love it.
No, I like it too.
I like it too. I'm going to be a minority with you, which is a funny joke. But
well, I think we all just said we like it in here, so I don't know if we're a minority anymore.
Yeah. Well, I used to hear that everybody hated it.
Change of pace. It's like, the fact that it's eerie, it's foggy, it's definitely a creepier, some guy will pop around a corner and scare the crap out of you. Like, that's only on that map has that ever really happened to me in the Halo series, that you actually get kind of scared.
Yeah, I love that map.
Agreed.
And it had Pendant Tangent wandering around. Cannon!
Forgot about that.
Yeah. Oh, that was so much fun. And zombies on that map. Oh my goodness. That was the map that if you wanted the atmosphere for zombies, you wanted to play on Backwash.
And if I'm not mistaken, you couldn't play it in matchmaking, could you?
You couldn't?
I want to say that it was kind of like
put in the rotation.
Yeah, I don't think it got put in the rotation.
No, it was in there.
Really? No, I wonder if that was a late edition. I thought I had heard something about, like, at least at launch, it wasn't in the rotation due to similar things with Glacier because of frame rate stuff.
Oh, no, I remember playing crappy rifles on it. It was in, like, that action sack type playlist.
Huh.
But, well, I mean, Action Sack, though. It's not like a legit playlist. It's not.
Oh, but then argue that there were zombies. Like, okay. I loved Action Sack.
Let me see if...
No, I'm not ripping on Action Sack, but I'm saying in terms of, like, a competitive playlist.
You want to start this? Competitive version?
I'll elastic the crap out of you.
Oh, goodness.
Come talk to me when you get a competitive beard.
Oh. There we go.
Dang!
Man, so...
I still love you, Dan.
Not love myself.
Okay, it was removed from matchmaking because of it.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, Backwash was removed from Halo 2 matchmaking. Little Moa, I am reading this off Halopedia, and this I am actually doing. Backwash was removed from Halo 2 matchmaking in April 2006 matchmaking playlist update due to problems with the 360 loading the 360 loading the fog-covered map. Backwash was the only map ever to be removed from Halo 2 matchmaking.
Why?
So, I guess it was a Halo or a Xbox 360 issue. So there you go. Have it.
I mean, like, was
So
it
it
like
was. I knew there was some sort of thing with that. So it wasn't that it didn't make it into matchmaking at first. It was that it was taken out. So.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Let's see. Next map we have on the list is Elongation, the remake of Longest.
That's the one with the moving boxes, right? And they drop down the holes at the end.
Yeah, that one.
I had some pretty competitive games on that map.
Did you guys already talk about burial mounds?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, do you want to add anything to it?
It's awesome. Okay, continue.
It's awesome. That's all you have to say.
Oh my god, I loved burial mounds.
Yeah.
It was like so sick. Burial mounds.
Before the time of update when you could rocket sword.
Reason, like, it always reminded me of like Dune or like some of the cool like deserty clay red Australian bush planets in like Star Wars, like in Clone Wars or something, except that it had Halo, which made it cooler. So like, I don't know, I loved burial mounds. There was something about it that was like, it kind of like a sand trap, sandbox kind of thing, where you knew, man, some weird shit had gone down here. It was like it was bathed in like messed up story. And I loved, and I just thought it was a really cool map. There were some really neat like CTF matches that we would have on there. I liked it. It was it was a really good size, big enough for you to use. There was that like gully where you would always end up with warthogs trying to drive down there, and if you picked the wrong time, man, it was like running a gauntlet because you'd be driving that gully down there, and people up top shooting down into it, trying to pick you off. I loved it. Sick. Okay, carry on.
Awesome.
Location, or whatever you're talking about.
Next one's Gemini.
Gemini.
That one was a lot of Team Slayer, from what I remember.
Yep.
And then there was people that always went through those teleporters and camped up top, and they would just sit there for a while with like snipers or rockets.
Mm-hmm.
And they would sit there for a while until someone finally realized they were up there, and then it would be just a sudden rush to get that guy, whether it was FFA or team. It was crazy.
I was always the douchebag who did the trick to start getting outside the entire level by like expertly grenade jumping on top of the teleporter and like leaping on top of the map. I was that douchebag. I apologize.
Awesome.
I remember fooling someone one time after that became like popular, and he was asking like, "Where are you? Where are you?" And I was hiding in a corner, like still in the map, and I was like, "Ha! I'm on top of the map. You can't find me." And he just like quit out of the game, and I won.
Wow.
So
That's the way
that
you
would
do it.
only work in Halo 2.
Oh, goodness. Relic. Oh, my goodness.
Relic
One flag
was
CTF
so awesome.
and Assault.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know what I thought was
And
interesting?
then the one-way teleporter switch.
About it. I thought it was interesting that you could shoot two rockets and knock down the entire sniper tower. That was sweet.
That's
I
right.
used to play a game that was actually I always like to play like literally interesting, fun, made up games where fun thing to do was to put on invincibility and have everybody stand inside that sniper tower and have someone shoot it with rockets. And it's the last one alive and still inside the thing. So the thing would fall off its flotation thing and it would fall down and it would start rolling towards the water.
Oh, goodness.
And so the last one to actually like stay in and be alive won. Like that was some little things like
Man.
things like were always really fun.
That's the Halo equivalent of the merry-go-rounds I used to have as a kid.
Oh, you like fling other people off or something?
Oh hell yeah! I was talking to some students the other day, and I had a group of kids, and I was telling them, I was like, you guys have the sissiest playgrounds ever. Like when I was a kid,
Yeah.
playgrounds used to be these awesome death arenas. Like you had like the 58-foot metal slide that would sear the flesh off your legs as you slid down. And then you had the spinning wheel of death that they called the merry-go-round.
It would just fling you
like,
off if you didn't
There were
hold
all
on.
sorts of games.
Even when I was younger.
There was the
you
game
run
where
around
you
trying to
died
get it.
getting off, and the game where you died getting on. Because like you'd pile a bunch of kids, and you'd have the spinners on the outside, and you would spin it as fast as you could.
Yeah,
and
I
you'd
remember
see
doing that.
Who could hold on the longest? And you had kids flying off, losing arms. One would fly into a wood chip, or just doesn't matter. And then you also had, which might have been more dangerous, where everyone would just get it spinning,
And try to
everyone would run back, they'd spread out in a circle, spin, and then everyone tried to run and jump onto it.
Yeah,
As these handlebars are coming by, I remember like seeing kids' jaws just getting taken out, bam, losing teeth. You get the kid that like, you knew too, if you got caught underneath it, it would suck you in and it would chop you up. You never heard from again. It was like if you swung over the bar on the swing, you ended up turned inside out. It was the same kind of thing.
Speaking of those merry-go-rounds, do you remember that one kid that would almost get tossed off, but he's trying for desperate life to hold on?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And
yeah.
He struck through the wood chips all the way around about 6 times before he finally let go.
Oh, all the wood chips, yes. And there's a track of wood chip. There's like a canal. He has now built a wood chip moat around the entire thing, and he's only up to his waist. Like you only see his waist coming up. He's got one hand, and your hands. See, like you actually ended up with paddles instead of fingers because your entire hand would become one calloused paddle with the holding on, because for some reason like they thought that the best idea was to have these vertical grooves on everything, and that was what they determined was ergonomically grippy. And so you would either be grabbing onto that or you would be climbing up the slide made of metal and fire that had been sitting in the sun, especially in Florida. Like in Florida, you didn't get you had to close the slide down for 9 months of the year, because you'd get a kid up there and they would sit down with shorts on like we always wear, and it would just be like 3rd degree. You'd have just like a streak of flesh coming down.
And then there was the metal bar jungle gyms.
Oh, yes, the big domes, the little hemispheres.
Those and other ones where it was just like a series of like metal boxes.
Yep, you had on those big hemispheres. You had the inside kids and the outside kids. You had the kids that would climb up on the inside, kind of monkey bar style, and then you had the outsiders, and they would just do the scaling up to the outside, and you always had them trying to stomp on the hands of the kids who were doing it on the inside.
I mean, like the jungle gyms where you have like this matrix of bars, like this 3-dimensional matrix, and you could like move around inside.
Yes. Now, man, you could fall from 40 feet and just bounce off the tires.
Wait, do you remember the chicken fight bar?
Fun.
The chicken fight bar was my favorite, just that straight metal bar where everyone would hop up and just try and throw your buddy off of it.
Oh, yeah. You're like gymnasts on drugs.
Wow.
Good times, man.
Makes you want to get outside.
How did we get to this tangent? Where were we?
Halo 2, the official.
The
official Halo.
The sniper tower looks like a merry-go-round when it rolls down to the water.
Oh,
wow.
Wow. We are now the official Old Time Playground podcast.
Ooh, too old to podcast.
Hey-oh.
Wait, George, how old are you?
22.
God damn it.
Are you still the youngest, Green Skull?
I'm always the youngest. Always.
Duststorm, how old are you?
My entire gaming life, I have been the youngest.
I'm 22, 23 in January.
Man. Man, if only Billy Idol was back. Billy Idol might be older than me. I think Mr. Lacedaemon may be older. Maybe.
He might be.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
Damn, you old.
Yep. Yeah, you guys are like, man, I hope, please invite me to your funeral.
I think he's 29, actually.
Now, wait, why the hell do I talk to you, Jeff?
20 and change.
You're a pedophile, man. You're a pedophile.
Thanks, Dad. Now Dan's going to be like, don't tell me what to do.
Stop.
No more, no more.
Boy.
Terminal. We kind of already talked about that one already. Desolation. What Halo 1 map is that a remake of?
I also liked Relic real quick too because it had the damn albatross on it.
Albatross.
Yeah, it was a UNSC dropship, and if I'm not mistaken, also on Sand Trap.
Yes.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Cool UNSC dropship that you didn't see very much of.
Cannon.
Yep, it's canon, baby.
Cannon.
Story on maps. That's what I'm saying. See, I love maps like Relic. You know, where you have like man, here is a piece of like the story that you don't really necessarily ever get, and sometimes don't ever know. But like, I used to love the little even the one-liner descriptions, and then just like I would build a story in my head to that. You know, like thinking like, man. You know, what happened here? Was there a battle fought here? Or this, you know, it was just cool stuff.
Right. Desolation was a remake of the Derelict map.
Yes.
Derelict my balls.
I was never a fan.
Derelict was fun.
I was wondering how long it was going to take.
Yeah.
Derelict was fun in Halo 1, but Desolation, I don't know.
I loved it in Halo 2 with the addition of the battle rifle.
It played really different. Maybe it was just because it was outdoors instead of indoors, maybe?
I just didn't like it at all.
It just felt really different. I don't know.
Desolation was pretty cool. You know what? It always was kind of like a visually confusing map. I always felt like it was an Unreal map. Like,
Desolation?
Yeah, Desolation always just kind of had that. Maybe it was like the color palette just reminded me more of like an Unreal Tournament map.
Oh, I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it just I don't know. For some reason, that's what memories of Unreal Tournament 2004. You know, it just kind of had that engine's palette to me, and the cool. I think it had like red beams or red lightning or some sort of energy, like a red and blue or something like that. And it just this would always remind capture the center node.
One map I forgot to mention from Halo 1 was Charon TL34.
Yes.
I love that
teleporter map, right?
I love that map.
You just get whoever got the rocket launcher first one. You sat up on top of the one.
Yep.
Boom. You run through the window. Boom. It was roulette. It was teleporter roulette. Like this teleporter and most likely get blown up.
Yeah. I was
just
9
sat
years old.
still and did nothing and hoped that everyone else died more than you. Like, if you didn't get the rockets, winning was second place.
Well, and then you got telefragged.
Yeah.
Telefragging was great.
9-year-old me could not wrap my head around that map. I just ran through the teleporters, just going. Eventually something, or just wait at one until someone comes through and screen peek the crap out of them.
I still don't quite understand how telefragging works. Or at least in Halo Reach.
You don't get it?
I never get a telefrag. I don't know, like, what's the mechanics of getting a telefrag in Halo Reach?
You can't.
Yeah, you can park well, they just can't. Well, actually, you can't telefrag, but you can still block off a teleporter.
No,
Telefrag is.
Wasn't it a medal that recently was added or something?
It's in the API as a possible kill, a telefrag.
Yeah, it is.
That makes sense.
So I'm wondering how exactly you get a telefrag in Halo Reach. Like, I know how you do it in Halo 1.
Hacks.
You stand in the teleporter long enough, and it eventually kills the guy on the other side that's standing in it. But I don't understand how you do it in Reach. Has anyone ever done it in Reach?
I mean, somebody with access to the API, I'm sure, can look and see if it counts, or see who's gotten it. It is in there. I know I've seen it in there.
I'm Googling this.
Yeah, I've never heard of this.
Really?
Nope.
Interesting. Tombstone, which is basically the remake of Hang 'em High. Do you guys like that remake?
I
thought it was okay.
I liked it because, like, that's one of the things we were talking when we were talking earlier about the maps being remade. Like if you're gonna remake a map, I like when they do like a total reskin. Like I actually, the one saving grace for Blackout was that it was a totally new look and like a new kind of story behind it. I know it always comes down to that for me, but suck it. Tombstone was cool because it was set differently. You could see the burning city behind it. It wasn't just a Forerunner structure; it was a human structure. And I remember studying it a lot when I was writing an editorial piece on fiction and multiplayer play spaces. And it's just a neat map as far as the story of it goes. And and it's funny, we were talking about the whole Halo 2 going away from live. That was one of the last maps that I played on. I remember just kind of like taking it all in, and it ended up that my brother and I were playing, and everyone on our team quit out, and so it was everybody against us, and we just like held stand and like even mounted like this crazy comeback when it was a really, really neat moment, and I was like, yes, Tombstone.
Yeah.
See, Tombstone I didn't like that much, and maybe it was because I had such high standards for it coming from the first Halo. Like, there was no Halo 3, there was no Halo Reach, there was only Halo CE and Halo 2. And the way it played, I didn't like. And I felt there were little edges and, pieces of the map that I would get caught on. But I think it just had to do with the fact that I only had 2 Halos to compare it to.
Yeah.
I bet
if you went back and played it now, you would actually be more fond of it.
I got to go dig up the old Xbox.
Yeah, or Halo 2 Vista, baby.
It's not in Halo 2 Vista.
Can't. I know. I was just trying to rub the salt in the wound.
No, I found some answers.
I wonder.
It's impossible in Reach to get a teleflag, Craig.
Really?
You literally can't. So, interesting theory would be the fact that since Anniversary and stuff is coming out, that 343 could add in an element where you could telefrag in the original game types and maps.
That would suck.
Because I don't see why else it would even be in there.
If they put telefraggings into the original maps, then why not go ahead and put the option in there to turn vehicles invincible? Go ahead and throw that in there.
Dude, that would just be awesome.
But I wonder if there's a way you can extract the maps from the Xbox, or at least the bonus map packs, and then put them into Halo 2 Vista. I'm guessing the map format might be a little different, but I wonder if it's possible. Anyways, District, a Halo 2 Vista map, which was basically an expanded turf, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's like turf. Yeah.
I like it, though. It's actually one of the more played maps in Halo 2 Vista.
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Especially for multi-team, Team Slayer, and Capture the Flag.
It was like, oh, you got Counter-Strike in my Halo.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Like, it wasn't bad. I did like it for the, kind of the visual change of pace, but it just didn't feel as... It didn't, I don't know. Just had an odd fit. It was, I didn't dislike it, but it was just like...
it wasn't Halo.
Yeah, it just felt like it was a different game. Maybe suited for a different game. But, like I said, it wasn't bad. I didn't like it. It was very forgettable as far as I was concerned.
Yeah.
I kind of have an opposite feeling of it.
I agree.
Well, then you're wrong.
Well.
Just kidding.
Well then, okay. We'll see if you're back on the podcast.
Oh, sheesh, y'all.
The next one is Uplift.
I didn't really play that much.
That's kind of an off and on map. It works well for CTF. Other than that, I'm not exactly sure.
Looking at it on Halo Wiki, it looks pretty cool. It's got this big fire thing, 400 structure going up.
It's definitely pretty cool. And
what map?
Uplift.
It's got a beach.
It looks cool.
Oh yes, Uplift was cool. It did have like a crazy beam going up into it that you could kill people in.
Yeah.
Or
and
you
the big bridge.
Kill yourself in.
Yeah, and then there was the bridge that basically expanded between the two bases.
Yeah. And
then there was that freaking water hole that I always fell into. Seriously. I mean, that couldn't have been more strategically placed for people just to randomly fall into. It's like, oh, you're dead. And then...
What, are we boring you? No way, funny?
I was going to say.
Jeez.
See that one right there.
And then there's... I mean, this really isn't a map. But it's listed on here, so we might as well go ahead and talk about it. Example, the map editor example map, which is basically just a small 2-level room. I don't know, did you guys with Halo 2 Vista ever run into it? Dan and Jeff?
I never played it.
No, I did not run into that issue.
If you look it up on Halo Wiki.
Apparently it included a suppressed SMG in it?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It what? What'd you say?
According to it, the wiki, it says there was a suppressed SMG, much like the ODST version, in the map.
It had a laser sight?
Yeah. Well, not exactly a laser sight. It's one of those red dot scopes, more or less.
I'm trying to remember that. Might have to load up Halo 2 Vista and...
The smallest map in any Halo game barely fits 2 players.
It fits more than 2 players.
What map are we talking about again?
it's example. The only reason I'm bringing it up is because they have it listed on the wiki.
Yeah, I gotta check this out now.
But it was basically an example to show what you could do with the map editor for Halo 2 Vista.
I still think it's very interesting that the suppressed SMG spawns in it. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. Okay, now I'm looking at it. I never really looked at it. Mm-hmm.
Neato!
Indeed.
That's funny. Super funny.
Let's see. That pretty much wraps up the Halo 2 maps. Oh
god.
Halo 3. Moving on. Do we want to start with the beta maps first? Valhalla, I think, was the big success of the beta.
I liked Valhalla. I really lied. So many awesome memories on Valhalla.
Start off like
just some awesome warthog laps around that thing.
Yeah.
I mean, Valhalla worked for just about every game type except FFA.
Pretty much.
I have a funny story about that, though. When I first introduced some friends of mine in college to Halo 3, all they did was play Valhalla FFA. And there would be only 2 or 3 of them. And I'm like, guys, there's all these smaller maps maybe? And they're like, no, dude, we love Valhalla. It's the only map that makes sense and where we don't get lost. It's this big open expanse. And I'd wake up at 10 in the morning to go to class. And they'd just be sitting there playing Valhalla, 2 people just killing each other. Yeah,
Jeez.
awesome map.
Dang. Talk about boring.
Right.
I remember laser cats on that map. That was a big custom for Valhalla for some reason, was laser cats. Where you're running around at 300% speed, 50% gravity with lasers.
I had to say, that is a good one. I just called it Splazers, though. But yeah, that is a good one. Yeah, no, but what I was going to say is, did anybody else agree with me that I thought the beta was significantly better than the actual game? In terms of many things.
I never played
most
the beta,
Most significantly, the trip mine.
Oh, I was just going to say that.
It was such a cool thing. It was so cool just to leave it there and suddenly, boom, you get a triple kill out of nowhere. It's like, oh yeah, tricked them.
Well, and it stuck places.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was the coolest idea, the ultimate example of how useful equipment could be. And they're like, you know what? Let's make it do fucking shit all. You know?
Well, they basically nerfed it. To the max.
It's even if a warthog goes right over it, often doesn't even kill anyone. It just goes boom, and everyone loses their shields.
Well, they filled it with flaming marshmallows, is what it was.
Well, fair enough.
Really, the worst part about it was it just got stuck to your armor and was just disgusting. And then you rolled around in the dirt, and then you just look weird.
But yes, maps. What are some good Halo 2 maps? Well, let's go start with the beta maps. We got High Ground. And,
High Ground's next.
High Ground.
Are you trying to take the show from me or something?
Yep, I just did.
High Ground's next. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, sir. You can take that glory.
I mean,
Good. High Ground's probably one of my favorite Halo 3 maps.
one of the best,
very memorable.
one
Very,
of the best
very memorable.
asymmetrical maps, I think.
Absolutely. In Halo history, I'd arguably say.
Yeah.
Great map for asymmetrical. Like, not to mention, like, and I love the ways you can assault the base. How there was always, you know, you can pretty much either you can go the right way, you can sneak into the vent, you can go straight in, just barrel through, or you could, you know, use the
gravity lift.
Grab lift. You could use the grab lift. I thought that was so sweet, having just be like, whoop, and just flying up there.
Or you could break down the little bunker, the top part on the bunker, and go in there.
And or use the camera to sneak in.
Like, I don't think really see that level of different attack points on a base much, you know? That's what made that one so interesting was the fact that
it's the perfect assault, it's the perfect one flag CTF.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the perfect zombies.
It's perfect for a lot of things. It's just an amazing map. That's also just proof that beta testing works. You know, having that map played so many damn times and perfecting it. Because I know they definitely did change a few things. Like, I think there was something about, I recall the tower. There was, I thought
Snowblind had the big moon or whatever it was, if I'm not mistaken, in the skybox looked way, way more, like it almost looked like the planetoid at the end in the legendary ending.
Did it?
Yeah, I'm almost positive. Now I'm gonna have to look it up. But I think they changed it to look just kind of like a regular moon or something. Now I have to look.
That's interesting. And then what was the third map? Was it the pit?
No, Snowblind.
Or High Ground.
Snowbound.
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 Yeah.
I was so sad when I couldn't save films from the beta because I had the most epic 2v2 match on Snowbound, in which I think what'd you go to 30, and then or we were up. It was 28-29. Other team was up. Me and my buddy were in one of the bases, looking out of the shield door, and we had messed around and tried to go out and got killed. So it was literally a standoff for about 2 minutes. Thought in my head, I was like, oh, I wonder if laser respawned. And literally there was one person there and they had proximity voice. So we were, talking shit back and forth. And then I slowly kind of just backed up, went down through the middle, grabbed the laser, and I came out. So you know how you go out the opposite end of shotgun room where the, almost on the edge, I can't remember. It's like this little cement area. And all of a sudden, I watched it from my buddy's point of view. You just see the laser line up 2 shots. And it was the greatest time I've ever had in a game of Halo. I can't watch it anymore. It's on my hard drive. I still have it, but I can't view it. I wish I could have it back.
I kept the Halo beta. I still have the Halo beta on my
Reach.
Yeah, and Reach because I had the friends and family invite. So I have them still on my hard drive. I love it. It's so great.
Remember,
I had the perfect stockpile game from the Reach beta that I uploaded to YouTube.
I had a Skull and Manjara from the Reach beta.
Nice.
But I think it may actually be on YouTube. I know I have it on my PC somewhere. I saved it, rendered it, and saved it.
Speaking of the Reach one, is Juggernaut in Reach at all in any of the playlists? Like in free flow?
No.
Isn't it like Action Stack or something? It used
really?
to.
I thought it was.
It's in Rumble Pit, 5% of the time.
Okay, because I was going to say, I haven't seen that since the Reach beta. Because I have a video on YouTube from the beta of me going from last to first.
Yeah, in the beta, that was definitely a very prominent game type. That happened a lot on, what's the map called?
Sword base.
No, I had it more on, what's
Powerhouse?
Powerhouse?
A lot on Powerhouse.
I got Headhunter a lot on Powerhouse in the beta.
I got Headhunter on Sword Base.
Headhunter and
you guys ever
Stockpile were big on Sword Base.
You guys ever do the little glitch on Snowbound where you could like push yourself under a mongoose through the glass and get to the under chamber underneath the base?
No.
I remember seeing that. Yeah, it was pretty tough.
I just have a map.
I was never into
down there.
Tricking
and every once
stuff, but I did that and I loved it.
Every once in a while, when I would get some friends on, I would try to sneak that map in and do rockets, and we would just be shooting rockets down that thing.
Awesome.
It was pretty.
And then you could put a teleporter down there. Just get back and forth.
Headhunter. This just made me realize I haven't played Headhunter in a long time. What playlist is
Headhunters in oh god, what is it in?
I tell you what is a cool
Squad battle. Squad battle's one.
During one of the tournaments that I ran in the summer for students, we did a 16-player, and I set it so that it was teams. It was multi-team, so it was 8 teams of 2, but everyone only had 5 lives. So everyone's playing, and it's like, oh, there's a ton of people, and then slowly but surely, people just stopped respawning. And so we ended up with this amazing standoff between 2 purple guys and, like, I think a green or a pink. and the green guy took out one of the blue team or one of the purple team, and it was like a last man standing. I mean, you had the entire crowd around, and everyone's oh, and it was like the tension was building. Kids were sweating profusely. It was so awesome. Like, we got done with it, and they like begged and begged to play it again. But it just ended up being a really cool. So, you know, next time you guys are playing customs, try that out.
Well, that's the beauty of a LAN party too.
What?
That's the beauty of playing customs.
It is. No, it totally
LAN
is.
party.
Absolutely. Yeah. Because what's funny is if you were to do that with customs online, you'd just have people out, and they would just be out, and they would get up and get a sandwich.
Yeah, they or
you know,
or something.
like, but the fact that once you were out, man, you were up out of your seat. Like,
you were rooting for someone.
There were 2 crowds. There was a crowd gathered around one side and around the other, and it was just like, oh, it's over here! Watch! Look out! Whoa! You know, it was like the tension. You literally could just like cut right through it. It was, oh my gosh, it was so awesome. Even the kid who made it to the very end, he came back, but then he lost at the end. He was like, that was the greatest match I've ever played. He was like, even, and this was a kid too, man. Normally, like, if he lost, he pitched the biggest crybaby.
I mean, is that one of the reasons why Halo 1 and Halo 2 seem to have such much more of an impact for people? Was because of LAN parties? I mean,
Halo 1, absolutely. I guarantee Halo 1.
I mean, it seems like the nostalgia was definitely from Halo 1 and Halo 2. And then things just started to die around Halo 3 and such.
Because you didn't have to play on live anymore. I mean, you didn't have to play in the same room. You could be on live.
Yeah.
And there was a separation factor.
So, like Grim said, Halo 1, absolutely, because there really wasn't an option. I mean, you could have done, like, the Xbox Connect pseudo-LAN craziness, but, I mean, you know, yeah, it was all about the split screen, and that's probably the last real time I can think of where I had a significant amount of time logged in a split-screen game was Halo 1.
I mean, that's one of the interesting things about going to something like MLG, or how it used to be set up, where like MLG had the bleachers in the main stage. Was you're sitting there watching 2 teams going at it, and just hearing the crowd react to some kind of awesome play is just so energizing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not necessarily.
It's more akin to a sporting event then.
Yeah.
Right. It's not just the people who are playing who are being engaged, but also the people watching who are right there, you know, having a good time.
Relevant topic. We should really, all of us here and other guests on here, we should all get together for a game night one time. Seriously.
Yeah.
You gotta have a solid game night. Awesome competitive night. We gotta figure that out.
I mean, if we had like a community leader night or something, or do something like a play date.
We should do it like every week for 2 weeks.
So just twice.
No, I think that'd be a good idea. Though. We should all get together, join forces.
I mean,
that'd be cool.
I mean, I have an idea to have some kind of like Podtacular LAN, like once I'm out in the real world, have a job and have enough money. But like have a Podtacular LAN like biannually, and have it be like just a week long. Rent out some kind of.
You say a week long?
What?
Damn.
Wow.
It's like those StarCraft homes.
I actually have wanted to hold one down here, like at our science center, and just have people down here and do it in our big lab, which would be sick. And we could even go and maybe play in the planetarium.
But like have an event that's like 2 or 3 days, but also have other things that we can do together as a group for a week. So like maybe we can go out paintballing.
Hey,
Yeah.
we can go for food. We
Go
can
karts.
We can.
Wings, chicken.
We can, we can all sleep in the same bed.
Nah.
Pillow fights.
Yeah,
My
I'm
parents-
needed for Green Skull.
This is why my parents don't let me talk to strangers.
Like, 'cause you're still 9.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hey, Green, still you want some candy? No.
Have candy?
Exactly.
Is it in your van?
It's Vandy.
I tried making that decision last time.
At this point, I'm going to go ahead and open up questions to our live listeners. And after we answer questions, we will give away the code for the energy sword for your avatar. So, get them asked away. Go. Ask questions now. But I guess let's continue this conversation for a little bit longer while people come up with questions. One of the big things that Halo 2 had was definitely the fact that there was now Xbox Live and you could play with friends. And one of the things that we had for Halo 2 but we don't have anymore was clans. Clans.
Are you guys in any clans?
No, I never realized that.
I had before RUL there was XCT. XCT had a mini. It was actually the same idea. Like, it wasn't necessarily clan, but it's just an interesting way to organize your buddies and have little, like, go to like the clan battle playlists and stuff. But it wasn't really, it wasn't really competitive. Just for fun, just to see how well we would fare against other clans. I like that idea. I thought that was definitely fun.
It was sad to see that. What was the reason Xbox said that it wasn't technically allowed on their service? What was the whole reason that they couldn't do clans again? Does someone remember what that was?
I was wondering.
Forza has car clubs.
I'd assume it'd have to do with the fact that it's kind of like a second friends list. But
I thought it's called clans.
Yeah, but again, like I said, I mean, like Forza 4 has car clubs, which is essentially Halo 2 clans. And it's another list. Like, I have people in the car club that aren't necessarily on my friends list. And you have separate leaderboards for it and rankings. You have, like, rankings within the club, and the club has rankings, totally across live and everything. I mean, it reminds me a lot of the Halo 2 clans.
Sounds pretty awesome.
I mean, it's like, because clans was a big thing, and then it just got killed with Halo 3. I mean,
when Halo 3 came out, maybe it was a hardware, or, just like an infrastructure thing, as far as it wasn't working really well with live yet. I mean, Forza 4 just came out, so, I mean, maybe it's something that just hasn't been really optimal. I don't know. Not sure.
Not sure.
Would you guys like to see the return of clans in Halo 4?
I would.
It was definitely an interesting thing.
I guess. To me, it's not nearly a make or break thing.
Yeah, it's obviously, it's not a major thing, but it's, if it's there, I'd be like, all right, I'd make use for it. For example, probably make an H2O clan. I'd make an RUL clan. I would make use of it for sure.
I think one of the reasons why it did so well for Halo 2 is because Halo 2 was the first-person shooter for the console.
Yeah.
At the time, we didn't have Call of Duty being as popular. We didn't have because Battlefield was PC.
There was Rainbow Six. That was it.
Yeah. Medal of Honor was PC only as well at the time. So Halo was pretty much it. And I agree that there wouldn't be as much of an impact now if Halo introduced clans, but I still think it's something that, since it worked so well in the previous game, I don't see why they can't do it in future titles. Because, I mean, Battlefield 3 has platoons.
GEA will not have a theater mode. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. We all should have known that.
Well, no, somebody else asked a question in the...
Oh, okay, someone asked it.
In the thing.
Got it.
Yeah, I wouldn't just randomly informationalize you guys like that.
It's like,
well,
Halo is a ring world planet thing.
It's like, yes, that was told to us at Halo Fest. What else don't we know?
Encyclopedia Tourette's. No worries.
Sergeant,
no worries, Dirk.
Sergeant.
Master Chef.
Oh, goodness gracious.
It's a fire.
But yeah, clans I think would be an interesting addition back.
I mean, I know in Reach some people like. Have you guys run into people who are like, "Hey, join my clan," and they have like the KSI clan, and everyone puts KSI in front of their names, right?
I mean, I have pod in front of my name.
Well, yes, but I am in a clan, I guess, Grim Brother, with all the Grim Brothers that are on there. But we just,
Grim clan.
We're having to be related. Yeah, I would not change my tag for like a clan thing.
Yeah,
you know.
I know what you mean.
Well, I mean, I did because at the time Duststorm wasn't available.
Well, no, see that
Yeah,
makes sense. That makes sense though. Like, I mean,
Yeah, but once
if you were Duststorm, and
Right.
like, you know, if it was a clan thing, and you're like, you need to change your name to Pod Duststorm.
Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah,
I really hate
that's
clans that do that.
what I'm saying. Is it's people they're like they mandate, okay, but you have to change your tag. No, that's just me. Like, Pod Duststorm actually is kind of cool because it's also a representation of what you do in the community as well.
Right.
Like that totally fits, kind of goes along with your name. But yeah, I hate the whole, well, you have to, add XR4TI, like.
Yeah, I think it just shows people really do like that community aspect, right, and want to feel like a part of something. I think a lot of players go into Reach alone, and don't have many friends maybe, and they meet this clan who invites them in.
That is an excellent point.
It's a nice social experience. I don't know, it's a nice social addition, I think.
Well, and another thing that's interesting about those clan tags is, at least for me, it's like you see that clan tag once, you see it again, it's like, oh, well, this other guy was pretty cool. This guy must be pretty cool too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's another little subtlety that you can see.
I definitely agree that that it can really be kind of a galvanizing thing and reinforce. I mean, you get some neat clans that then you become friends with, elsewhere.
Mm.
I mean, you look at like Spirits of Fire, which is kind of like a clan, and not necessarily, may not be like official clan in like Reach because of the infrastructure, but I mean they're all really, really good friends as well, and embody kind of like the best aspects of what the potential for that kind of system is.
You know what? I actually had that happen.
You can peg that to pretty much any of the communities out there, right? I mean, even like HBO, even RUL, Spirits of Fire, like you said, for sure. It's definitely like that, where it's it's that community that's clan-like, but not necessarily even being competitive, But even just to have that that connection is really cool. So if you did have the clans again and then put a little tag in front of your name or something, I think that'd be really sweet.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you should do that on a per game basis. Because I mean, you could be part of multiple clans for different games. Yes, that's my phone. Sorry.
ODST ring.
What? I actually have that too. Except the other one. There's two Virgil sounds.
Yeah, there's the higher pitch one, and then there's the lower pitch one. There's another question in here from Massacre. He says, what maps do you want to see in Halo 4? I'm assuming...
old maps?
Like remake maps? I'm guessing that's what he means, yeah.
I'm guessing that's what he means.
I'd like to see some new maps.
Yeah, I'm about to say, we're already getting 7 or 6 remakes with Halo Reach right now, so I think...
But I say, okay, let's look at it like this. Let's scrap everything we know about previous Halo games, except the maps. Let's not think about the fact that any has been remade or anything. Let's just say our top favorite maps of all time. If you could list 2 maps that are your absolute favorites that you would can't live without, what would you say?
The Pit and Midship.
I knew someone was going to say the Pit. I knew someone was going to say Midship.
I love Midship.
That's a hard question.
Just 2?
Yeah, I'd narrow it down to 2, just to make it interesting. Because one of them, I think I'd definitely go with saying Zanzibar / Last Resort. It's definitely visually, just such an interesting map, just in general.
There's just so many good maps.
There are.
It would be Hang 'em High and Midship.
But work like this as a team. So we already listed off midship and whatever. So those are already gone. Those are already going to be in the game. Boom, ship. What else can we add? 2 per person.
Can we just go ahead and say that all Forge type maps are out? So like Forge World, Foundry, Sandbox.
Yeah.
Can we just say those are out?
All right, then hang 'em high in boarding action. I'll keep my 2.
I can't think of my second one. Zanzibar being one though for sure.
You know what? Let's just say Halo 6. By the time that comes out, I've always contended that I want to see a disc that has every map remade, like refurbished or anything like that. Not like a Forge World remake, but just completely remastered, redone, kind of like they did with Reflection. And I would literally pay retail price or more for a disc that had that.
Absolutely.
Hey, what were we talking about just now? I had to mute and talk to my brother. What's up?
Okay, we're saying, working as a team, we can each of us only pick 2 maps that we'd want to put into a game, ignoring past history. So ignoring the fact that, anything that has already been remade or anything. Let's just say we're starting a new Halo game. We can only bring in 2 of our favorite maps. What would you say?
And midship, boarding action,
the pit, and hang 'em high.
Have already been.
And Zanzibar.
And Zanzibar.
This is hard.
Very hard.
This is really hard.
Sidewinder / Avalanche is a good
Well,
idea.
so that's actually what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Was and I would do it closer to Avalanche.
Yeah, I would too. Avalanche was
casted.
Yeah.
You don't dice?
I'm gonna say
no.
There's one
Sidewinder. I would do it closer to Sidewinder. I'm sorry. I like Sidewinder better. It's bigger, has ice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say
I
it's my
gotta
first
look at all
one.
the maps again.
Man.
This is toughy.
I'm gonna say Blood Gulch and Headlong.
You know what? I might go.
God. This is like the hardest question ever. I
I know.
asked on
Maybe
Podtacular.
Prisoner. Prisoner's pretty damn good. I don't know. I definitely wouldn't make it one of my 2 though.
I almost want to say take out all the maps that are being remade in the.
Well, but I say ignore that. Ignore
Okay,
that.
so Hang 'em High is taken out for me. Okay.
Waterworks.
Blood Gulch.
Yes.
Waterworks.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
Blood Gulch would be my first.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what we didn't really talk about? That we never really got into Halo 3 maps, but Construct and Epitaph. Both of those maps.
Epitaph.
Great. I like Epitaph.
I love them. Yeah, what are you doing about Construct or Epitaph?
I loved both of those. Actually, specifically Epitaph, because
I did not like Epitaph.
I just imagined what kind of story took place.
It was a very good story map, you're right, but it was also like some of my epic Halo 3 battles have taken place on that map.
Construct was some awesome.
Construct awesome.
Some of the most hardcore battles ever.
Don't go up Gold Lift. Don't go up Gold Lift. Oh.
Don't do it, man!
Throw a power drain up first.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna throw it down right now and say Zanzibar and High Ground.
All right. Blood Gulch is still my first.
Blood Gulch is pretty crucial.
Blood Gulch is still my first one.
Okay, good.
Oh gosh.
We got a good mix going here. We got some competitive maps, some asymmetrical objective maps, some big team maps.
True.
Yeah, I want to type them in the box here.
Man, I'm trying to think of what my second one would be.
I was almost tossing around like maybe doing like a.
Screw it, Ghost Town.
Oh
Really?
wow!
Ooh.
Really? That's interesting.
Ghost Town was tons of fun.
Yeah, that's how I got my Mongoose mow down.
Really?
By accident.
I still need that
so many
achievement. I still
times to
need
keep
that
up
bloody
with my
achievement.
collection.
I still need a 2-for-1 too.
Okay,
That
what
was
am I
my
missing?
last one.
I just typed them out in the box here because I want to get a visual representation of what we have here. What am I missing from that?
Waterworks.
Oh yeah.
The pit, midship,
Pit, midship.
avalanche. Oh, you got it. Sidewinder.
Yeah. Is that all of them?
That's 8. What do we have?
That's
4?
in.
That's it.
5. We need 2 more.
There's only 4 of us here.
There's 5 of us, right?
5 of us.
Who's the fifth?
Me, Rukari, Grim, you.
Oh, it's me.
Eli.
I didn't fucking think of my.
I was like,
How old are you?
I was counting your faces. I'm like 2, 4, 6, 8. Where's the other one? Oh man.
so we should have 10 maps.
Yeah, we need 2 more. I already said my 2.
My 2 are in there.
So my
You didn't
My
put in,
2 are in there.
You didn't put in boarding action
Boarding action. Okay, that was 1. We're still missing 1.
one more.
and hang 'em high. Bitch, you didn't put in the black dude shit.
No, it's not that I tuned you out. It's just that I don't care what you have to say. That's a pretty solid lineup.
It is,
Good variety in there.
dare I
This
say,
is
maybe more
interesting
solid than
exercise. I'd be content if those were like the main maps in the game in general. Like there's nothing else, to be honest. That was a pretty good lineup.
I still
And
for the disc.
and I would position Avalanche or Sidewinder, because I think it might be the biggest of those, as the new Forge World palette.
Waterworks could be put in that
As
class.
Ice World, like an Ice World type thing.
You could
Yeah.
say Waterworks. If you could delete everything in the middle of Waterworks, it would still be a relatively flat, open cave.
You know, actually, I
There's a
always
lot of architecture, natural architecture that you could use for a Forge-like map, and I hope that in the future games they give us like multiple forging type maps where we can use these different textures. So like if we wanted to build a certain map built around a Covenant theme, we could do that.
You know what? I'm curious as to how difficult it would be to change the skybox out.
I was just thinking the same thing. Go on.
Yeah, because you
that's interesting.
Because if I could, because if we could keep it, even just turn it night theme. Well, I mean, the problem
would
with turning that is the
that's what I
lighting
said the last
changes.
time. Weather in matchmaking, or not matchmaking necessarily, but multiplayer. Have
that would be very cool.
custom settings for weather.
You know what map would actually work best for doing a new Forge World? And I put this in the Waypoint forums. God, maybe like 6 months ago now. I wanted to see boarding action as a Forge World, but change it up. And Grim and I were talking about
a completely open space area?
well, not just that, but
You're on the
a Covenant cruiser on one side and a UNSC ship on the other side. So you could have the completely open space area. You could have the area where you could fight from the Covenant side to the UNSC side. You can go inside the UNSC frigate, or you can go inside the Covenant cruiser. That way you have 3 different landscapes. You could see.
And you can even, like you said, just like fly on top of everything and just make a map in the middle of nowhere.
Well, can you imagine too if you added like Falcons and Banshees and stuff, you could literally have fighters and everything going along with that.
That would be sick.
But then you'd have a human aesthetic, you'd have a Covenant view, and then you'd have a view just to space. Like you wouldn't have to worry about skyboxes because you could have the interior of a Covenant ship be one. Like you would have 3 different locales that would work beautifully.
Wait,
I
what?
remember-
So why aren't we making a game right now?
Capital.
Yeah.
Lack of skill to actually make a game and time.
Yeah, that does. That
I would just slam my head onto a keyboard until something cool came out.
I don't think it quite works like that, unfortunately.
I think.
One more call for questions in the chat. I would like to see some kind of space battle.
Yeah, that would be.
thing.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
like Condemned, except you're actually out in the fight.
Like I was so sure there was a lot of like talk about it when they first showed off the space battles. That what if there was a multiplayer game type, like even like a firefight?
Yeah, you could.
That's my thing. I would have at least been happy with a firefight.
Yeah, because then how hard would it be to do that?
Saber
I can
fight.
understand there would have been
Saber
issues
fight
with
would be
multiplayer,
awesome.
But like firefight, it's all you and some buddies on the same team, just like it was in campaign.
It'd be so sick because you could like face the different types of Banshees and Sarah and Phantom, the Phantom gunboat.
Imagine having to defend like your little frigate behind you from boarding parties and boarding craft,
Oh,
in addition to everything else.
oh.
Kind of like they started with
It'd be a lot like Battlefront.
Yeah, I was about to say that. It's very Battlefront.
And if you could make it to where you had like 2 teams of 4, so like 4 people on the outside.
Oh my God, Ricari! I just thought of us playing on our super awesome Oreo boarding action invasion.
Yes, that would be so great.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
We're
dear.
like your first phase or something, one of your phases could be like dropping the opposing ship's shields. Like, you have to destroy shields.
That would be, and then you could work your way through the interior. But imagine you could do vehicles for the first part.
Right.
So drop the ship shield while you be running around in vehicles. Then once you respawn, you could be in the ship fighting your way into core or whatever. Oh, that would be too much fun.
Oh, I will be right back.
You don't keep your tissue next to the bed.
Yeah, right.
Dang.
I gotta keep looking at these Halo 3 maps though.
Yeah, let's. I guess we don't have any questions in the chat.
Isolation, the one map.
Hang on. I'm running the show here. Thank you.
Good.
Since we don't have any more questions in the chat, I will go ahead and start to give away the code, and we will go on going down the list with Construct next.
Oh, I got so much to say about Isolation.
We'll get there.
There's so goddamn much.
Construct. It was a good map.
It was a good map.
It still is a good map.
Definitely very fun.
I liked it.
Definitely good for multi-team. I think all over. Just about.
Yes, it was good for multi-team. I thought the same thing about Epitaph.
Yep.
You know what map? You know what Halo 3 map I really, really liked was Standoff.
Yes.
Although I know Rick,
I liked it
that's
too.
the worst map ever because
I don't see how it's.
I didn't like it.
Because what?
No snipper rifle.
Oh, whatever. You know what? I was actually
There were
telling
snipper
Evan
rifles.
about this the other day.
No, I'm almost positive no sniper rifle on Standoff.
Yep, that's right. Unless it was you're playing the
there
heavy
were sniper
version.
rifles.
Yeah, if you're playing heavy, there were.
I missed heavy. Why didn't they bring heavy
Because
back
they
in Reach?
specifically made a
Crazy.
big deal about not putting sniper rifles on there.
Yep. But I actually don't use the sniper in matchmaking. That's what's funny. Campaign, I love it. It's like God in my hands.
Oh yeah. Well, see, I'm the exact same way. If I'm playing like a sniper, team snipers, I will be more effective if I can throw rocks.
Yep.
Like I just press RB to pick up stick. Hit stick.
Oh, but Construct was fun. Remember the feeling of getting a stick by throwing a random plasma grenade up the yellow lift?
Oh yeah.
I remember learning about that.
Then you finally save.
I loved the quick everyone to the flamethrower.
Yep.
I loved the flamethrower on that map. I felt the need to every time I got a burn kill, I felt the need to laugh maniacally, and it was awesome. Every single time, I just needed to. So I grabbed that sucker, burned someone, just that's Construct. That's all I did.
I remember the set of fusion coils on that one side of yellow lift. And there would be people over there, and you just shoot it, and you see bodies just go flying in the opposite direction.
Oh, at the purple list where you could throw the explosives up?
Oh yeah, there's that too.
That was funny.
Because you could push some of the fusion coils up that lift.
I would do that every time I would go there. I would always push the coil up, throw a grenade, and then 2 seconds later go up the lift.
Yeah, because there's always some asshole with the mauler standing at the top of the lift.
No, I always did that and always forgot that I just pushed in a fusion coil and went. Every time I push it in and just get exploded.
Oh goodness.
Good times.
And then Construct. Gosh, so many good memories on that map.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Moving down the list, Epitaph.
That's where I finally got my triple kill with the sword.
Really? I got mine on the pit.
I think I did too. I think Epitaph was a great 2v2 map. I don't know if you guys like Double Team. One of my favorite playlists. And it was like the perfect size. I don't know. The good hiding spots too.
My favorite was doubles on sword base, Snowbound.
That was a fun one actually. I think that was better than 4v4.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people didn't like Snowbound though. How'd you guys feel about it? Or Boundless?
Yeah, I liked it.
I like Boundless once they took out the shield doors. I like Snowbound too, but then 2v2 it just got into too much hiding in a base. Jump up to the top of the base.
I find many people agree that in the beta everybody hated Snowbound, and it wasn't necessarily the fact that it was a bad map. It's just that I felt like I had it all the time. I really did. It was Because like even what was that?
I hate sword base.
Well, it's like Master Chief Sucks at Halo. Like
Fucking Snowbound.
Fucking Snowbound. Veto. True. That's what
so true.
every single time. He's like, oh, Snowbound, god damn it, everybody veto, and I was just slamming that veto button every time. But when the actual game came out, it's like, you know what, I like Snowbound.
Snowbound was fun. As long, I mean, you definitely knew that the convergence point was going to be bottom mid. I mean, that was always the convergence point. But I mean, it was always a challenge to see, okay, if I come in from this way, can I get in without getting nade spam like crazy?
Wait,
Like, it was actually somewhat fun to actually try to go in and wipe everyone out.
complete tangent. What was the game type in Halo 2 that spawned you with random weapons and you got kills based upon, or you got points based upon the kill you got?
Fiesta?
What was that?
Fiesta?
Oh,
Fiesta?
no. It was a game like if you got a headshot, it was worth 3 points. If you got a beatdown, it was worth 2. Assassination was worth 3. God, what was the name of this game type? But all I know is we used to set up.
Oh, the Brawl? Was it Brawl? Brawl?
No, I'm gonna look it up. God damn it.
Halo 3. Halo 3 had that, where you get different points based on like different types of kills. You sure it wasn't
Halo 2 had that too.
Did it?
Yeah, let me look it up. God damn it. Be back in a minute. I'm just gonna interrupt everybody and shout it out once I remember.
Okay.
That's cool.
Knowledge threats.
Another tangent. Why didn't we talk about this last podcast? It was a VIP. I wanted to see that.
Yeah.
That was a fun game type. If used correctly, it was so cool.
A lot of people didn't vote for it. I always enjoyed it though. I don't know.
Yeah, it got voted out a lot.
Yeah, it's like trying to, you know how Bungie and now 343 always want to look at the voting data, and I think they just decided like people didn't like VIP.
Yeah, but if they look at the voting data, they'll also see that everybody always only votes for Slayer and not Oddball or anything.
True.
It's always Slayer. Like when I go into like Team Objective and people choose like Slayer, what is it? Like certain playlists where it's like this.
That's not even possible.
I know. That's not what I meant.
But, I mean, it's almost like to the point.
But, people always choose Slayer. I'm like, why are you in this playlist? Just go play Slayer. I want to play fun stuff.
Yeah, well, it's almost getting to the point where they have playlists, and why are they taking them out? Why not just leave them in for people that want to play them? Tweak it to where it's maybe a little more specific to one thing over another, and then the people that want to go play something else go play in the more popular playlist. I mean, is there's not really any impact on having more playlists, is there?
I don't think so.
I think it's just like with the Firefight Limited that they wanted people to match into good games where the connection was okay, and then when the population is too small, then I guess you can't get good games. I don't know. Like, they still have Team Objective in, even though it only gets, like, less than 1,000 people at all times, right?
Yeah, but it's still really a core.
Firefight Limited was literally the lowest. Like, I had a chance where I was face-to-face with David Ellis, about a week ago, and we were talking about the fact that there was no more Firefight Limited, and what he was telling me, and he's mentioned it before, is there's actually a playlist cap. Like, they can only have so many playlists in the hot period.
Didn't know that.
So they brought in 5 anniversary playlists, and there literally just wasn't enough space to have everything in there. So it
so someone's got to miss the cut.
What? So they're not going to bring in a new Firefight besides the Firefight Limited?
They're doing a Firefight anniversary, aren't they? Just
that's what I meant. Sorry, but that's only like one map, right? It's like installation 04 on all the arcade fight settings.
No, because it's playlist. It's not necessarily have to be tied to that map.
But isn't that the only map they announced in the playlist, or is that just one option?
Yeah. I think that's the only map in the playlist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was looking forward to playing some Limited, running around with the Marines and the Warthog and whatnot for my buddy. And then they're like, yeah, by the way, it's arcade fight. So just run around with infinite rockets and fuel rod and overshield and whatever. I don't know. I think that sours the experience, especially for first time, like people who just got Anniversary. They're going to pick up Firefight Anniversary and be like, oh, this is kind of fun, but doesn't, it's not hard at all. It's not a challenge. It's not as engaging, I don't think.
I was hoping there was going to be an achievement for keeping your Marines alive for a certain number of waves.
Mm-hmm. That would have been interesting. Going down the list, Guardian.
Good
Classic.
That was a fun map.
That definitely,
I hate that little sniper ramp.
That was the 1v1 map.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That didn't make it into our top maps.
Yeah, I wonder why not. We didn't really think about that. It should have.
That was
I think it's a great map.
it was the remnants of a cut campaign level too.
It was.
Yeah, where you get to fight actual guardians.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You were
might we
supposed
see
to
it in
fight one
Halo
of the big
4?
Guardian Sentinels.
Might we see some resemblance in Halo 4 then?
Possibly.
Possible. Because who mentioned that? I think it was one of the podcasts we were talking about that. How cool would it be if in Halo 4 we come across all these areas that are, that were actually...
Actually, we talked about it last Podtacular, I think, because I know I was talking about it with you guys too. Yeah.
Like, imagine that. If you run into, like, one little area that just happens to be Guardian, and you're like, oh, no,
Yeah, or you see something that's like Epitaph or Construct or something.
That would be so cool.
Epitaph specifically, I know, I always wondered, like, man, what happened there? What's that thing for? Same thing with Sandtrap and Sandbox.
Guardian had that just an interesting aesthetic to it too.
Yeah, it was definitely
because it was a darker.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't seem. It was dark, but it didn't seem dark.
Right.
Well, it had a very almost like a backwash kind of feel to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, like a green organic background.
I never made that connection, but yeah, it does.
Yeah. Very, very like Dagobah. That very marshland, just rainforest planet kind of thing.
That's interesting. I don't know why I didn't notice that before.
Yeah, well, it took you 10 years to realize that the remakes of the maps were a similar name.
Yeah. Shut up.
I tease because I love.
Actually, that's technically 7 years.
Well, yeah, that's true. Because there were no remakes till then. Look, see, now you can make fun of me for being bad at math.
Booyah! High ground, which we kind of already covered since it was in the beta. Isolation, Green Skull.
Yay, Isolation. The one map that actually changed over time.
That is true.
Yep.
It got infected over time.
Without pushing buttons.
Yep.
Without pushing buttons.
That's so cool.
I don't know, maybe there were some monkeys pushing buttons in the background.
I like imagining when Isolation took place, because it's on the Ark, but if you look out, there's no planetoid in the center of the Ark. So it was before they started strip mining the planetoid to build the other Halo ring.
So is this back in like the Forerunner era?
It couldn't have been after the ring exploded because there's still flood there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that is if it actually took out the flood.
True. It's true.
We don't know that for sure. Because, who knows, the Halo ring might have shook itself apart before it actually had a chance to decently fire. We don't know.
It's possible. Yawn. Sorry.
Yawn. Okay, we'll try to get through the rest of these as quick as possible, because I think a lot...
Did anyone get the code?
I don't think anyone did.
They better claim it or I'm going to start redeeming it myself, and I don't even need it.
I hit my quota this month.
I have someone I can give it to, actually, if no one else has claimed it.
Do it.
I actually hit my quota during the show.
Quota
Jeff.
for what?
You don't remember our quota? Our quota so we can get free stuff from BS Angel?
Oh.
Oh, you want to know what's funny about that? Remember how last time you had Jeff and I on, and we were talking about hitting our quota and maybe we could get the Gold Elite?
Yeah.
Let me tell you what showed up in my inbox the next day. Gold Elite.
Gold Elite. To be fair, we also got Brute and Flood.
I wasn't going to tell them all that. Actually, wait. I still have the Brute. Does anybody want the Brute? I'll throw that out there for you guys.
Can I have them all?
Can
I catch them all?
I have a few elites.
Pokemon?
Gotta catch them all, Pokemon.
I'm still thinking about this damn game type, by the way.
You didn't have much to say for Isolation for being so excited, Green Skull.
I really just wanted to say that it changed over time. That's really all I wanted to say.
All right.
I always love popping the little flood zits. That was always the best.
Oh, gosh. You know what would have been funny if flood things actually ran around for a few seconds?
I was hoping that they would jump into the dead bodies and animate them.
That would be cool.
Oh, that would have been cool.
Yeah, but then you get into the realm of firefight. networking models.
Then you get into the realm of why haven't we had an infection map where you turn into flood?
Yeah,
You mean
really.
a flood firefight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We've had that discussion on the show before, I think.
You know what would be the awesomest thing ever? Is if you guys play Gears of War, Beast Mode in Halo. Anti-firefight, counter-firefight.
Well, you kind of had that with Firefight Versus, because you would
Yeah,
control the
you're-
elite, and you had the Covenant force that was with you.
I forgot about that, you're right.
That did not pass the beta stage.
No one ever played it.
I mean,
I
you
could
can still,
play-
you can
you
still
can
do
play
it in
it in
customs.
Yeah, you can play it in customs.
There should be a
True.
playlist.
It actually is pretty
It still doesn't make sense that the playlist is limited like that.
Yeah.
Well, in all honesty, it could be a live restriction, not a Halo restriction. It could be a live restriction as far as taxing the network itself. I don't know.
Didn't think about that.
Yeah, I just made that up too, so just sounded funny.
Okay.
So orbital, narrows, we talked about
Wait,
them.
We're getting there. We still have the original stock maps to go through.
Oh Jesus!
Last resort.
Yes.
Zanzibar.
I love.
Bye.
That was like almost exact.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty
That's
much.
pretty
Minus
much.
the gate. The gate was more just like the little stumps then.
Yeah.
That's true. And they had like the new weapons replacing, and that was about
But I mean, it played exactly the same, I think, as Zanzibar.
Pretty much.
it. Did they put the camo in place of the sword on that
Mhm.
map? Yeah.
Yes.
And they didn't have a sword then, huh? And there was a laser, right? So that changed the vehicle play a little bit.
That's true.
Yeah.
I think the laser was up by. I was either laser or rockets that were up by where the turret was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, top mid. And
Yeah.
I remember just rushing them as soon as the game started, trying to take out the Warthog before they dropped the 3 people off to run in and get the flag.
Yeah.
Yep. There's always that battle of the Warthog versus the laser
Yeah.
at the start of every game. It's like, who's going to be the idiot that's going to drive the Warthog into the base and get lasered?
I remember driving the Warthog through the wheel. You guys remember that? You could drive it up the right
Oh, yeah.
side as you're coming in. Oh, good times. This is a very nostalgic show.
Well, that's kind of the whole point of this whole
Yeah.
decade series. Is nostalgia,
Right.
basically.
Uh,
Narrows. That was a fun map. It's a big MLG map, but it was still a fun map.
mm-hmm. Are
Having
you implying that MLG can't be fun? Like, it was MLG, but it was still
I know
fun.
I know some people don't really care for competitive gaming on that level.
I think it was people liked it more when it had static spawns, and they would like blue team would always spawn on the blue side, and then it got sort of messed up when you started spawning people behind you, so that as you pushed up the bridge, you'd have people shooting at your back. I think that was the biggest issue I had with it, and a lot of people have with it.
On which map?
On Narrows.
Narrows.
Oh yes.
Yeah, you don't want to be fighting in 2 directions, right? Especially.
Oh,
as
the
you're-
worst was when you both went in the man cannon and just hit each other.
Oh yeah.
If by worst you mean the funniest, yeah. That was-
There's lots of lulls to be had there.
especially when one dude falls and you stop and just keep going.
If
Yeah, that
I'm
was
not
weird.
mistaken, too, if you fired the rocket in midair, it slowed your momentum down enough and you didn't make the jump.
That's
I did not know that.
Do you remember ever getting stuck? Like where you would hit somebody and you'd be in the slowest free fall ever?
Yeah. Some people would like get back on the bridge after colliding. Like
Yeah.
falls off. Yeah.
I remember playing so many freaking shoddy snipes on that map.
That was a good map for that. Yeah.
Yeah, all the
This is-
big shots were trying to get the snipes for people going through the man cannons, or man cannoning and then trying to get snipes on the bridge.
Yeah.
Those are so hard
I
to
liked
get.
playing down low, and then of course you had everybody rush toward the middle and just grenade chucking.
Oh, towards rockets and at their sniper.
Yeah, it's all
yeah.
grenade parade up top.
One of my favorite like MLG top 10s of all time was the guy who went through the lift with the sniper, and all of his teammates were dead, and they had 3 alive on top mid, and he domed all of them as he was going through the man cannon to stop the flag cap.
Wow.
It's just ridiculous as he's flying.
That's crazy. Because you also have to adjust for like network lag with Halo 3's network model, right? So you almost had to account for that as well.
Yeah. He was a beast. He was probably pro or something like that. But yeah.
Probably. Sand Trap. The one with the elephants.
Yeah, Sand Trap was always fun for zombies.
Press RB to flip the weight. How did you do that?
Yeah.
It was the only map with elephants on it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Ever. I remember CTF, how you could steal their elephant and bring it back to your base.
Yeah.
And then just like jump it back and forth 3 times.
So fun.
And they would spawn on the other side of the map. They wouldn't spawn on the elephant because you had control of the elephant.
Yep. Oh, yeah. So, like, I remember playing Sand Trap before learning that, and then after learning that, it was a completely different game. Like, my only objective was to steal their elephant. That's all we would do.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, map-wise, I don't know. I don't think it was that awesome of a map, personally.
And they remade it Sand Tark. I don't even remember what the difference was.
I think it was just different weapons.
My favorite thing to do on
And more vehicles.
Sand Trap was I would take, like, there was this weird, like, armored half-shield cover forged piece, and I would lay 2 of them, like, bottom to bottom over my Warthog, and the gun would still pick up, and I would make the armadillo.
I remember seeing those, yeah.
And I loved that thing. And you could still drive it. Like, you had to be real careful with it, but you could actually still get someone in it and still get someone in the gun. And it was so awesome. I have pictures of it. I don't know if it's still in my file share or not. Dillo.
Oh my goodness. The armadillo.
That's what I called it. It's canon.
It's canon. Ah! It's canon. Oh goodness. Snowbound we already covered. The Pit. And Pit Stop.
Love that map. There's just something about like the push and pull on that map just made it really exciting to like get onto their side or to go through like the sword area, or I don't know what it was about it that drew so many people's attention. It's a lot of people's favorite map from Halo 3. Like, did you guys like it or anything? Because I like competitive, like symmetrical maps, and that to me is like quintessential, you know.
It was pretty much the competitive symmetrical map.
For sure.
I almost want to say pretty much of all Halo at the moment.
Yeah, they remade it for Reach.
Other than Midship is a close contender, but I think in terms of actual competitiveness, I think the Pit is...
Pit is really good for that. What are you linking me to here?
Probably his armadillo.
Yeah.
Nice.
We already talked about Valhalla.
It looks awesome.
It does.
I've never seen one of these before, actually, I'll admit. This is pretty hilarious.
And since you're driving third person, it really doesn't matter, does it?
Nope.
Going down the list, Foundry. Basically the introduction to Forge.
And arguably the most creative maps of all time.
Yep. And I have to say this before I get yelled at, but the introduction of Griffball.
Oh, that's true.
So
Goose Checker would have like logged on and just decimated you.
I know. Well, Forsaken Mango was like, you got to mention this. I'm like, yeah,
that's true.
I remember. I didn't remember this, but I had that map pack early, and I was playing with some Bungie guys, and they showed me Griffball. It was like before there was much talk about it at all. And it was like, what the hell am I doing? Like, what is this? But it was like, what? This is awesome.
You hear hipster?
I remember playing some of that early Griffball as well, and that was so sick.
Yeah.
And Griffball on Halo 3 is, I don't know, I think it's a little bit better than it is on Reach.
It moved quicker.
It moved quicker, and the hammer actually, like, the gravity thing was actually around you, not directly in front of you. So, like,
that always throws me off. Yeah.
Yeah. Because, like, if I see someone behind me on my radar, I want to just, like, back up into them instead of having to turn around and just swing my hammer and then just throw them out. And then with like, if you're the bomb carrier, you could constantly just keep on hitting everyone. Where in Reach you can only do that like once or twice before you finally get taken out. Where in Halo 3 it's just like bam, 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 and as long as you got it right, you could take out the entire team over and over and over again until you got in there to score.
Do you remember when the one guy went like -7 in Griffball, and they're like, how did he do this? And then you had like the people getting out of the map and pushing the boxes down on Foundry. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Or where he had like 7 suicides?
Yeah.
I didn't know about this, no.
Yeah, that's how they like found out how to fix the Foundry version, I guess. But yeah, some dude killed himself 7 times, and they're like, all right, we need to fix this. I don't know how he did it though. Did he like splatter himself or something with the boxes? I don't know.
Well, there's kind of a glitch where, at least I know this is in Reach because I played it more recently, but like on some of those insane game types where it's like the skeet ball things, you could like swing your hammer at the golf ball, but it'll actually move backwards because where your hammer is impacting is actually on the other side of the center of the ball. So
I definitely see people kill themselves like that. Yeah, it's
cool. Like you're trying to hit the ball, but instead you're actually swinging through and it's shooting it backwards and splattering you. I don't know if that was the same in Halo 3, but I'm guessing it might have been something similar to that effect.
Maybe, yeah.
Dude, the golf ball physics and stuff like that in Halo 3. Oh man, I have far too much experience with that. They were wonky. Grab hammers are always acted weird.
But they made more sense in Halo 3 than they did in Halo Reach.
I disagree, actually.
Really?
Only because, well, like, pretty much my main entrance into the Halo world, in terms of, like, making videos and stuff, was my sandbox hole-in-one golf shot. I spent, like, 7 hours on that, just hitting a golf ball. And it was stupid. It never went where you wanted to. Just all over the place. And I've done the same thing in Reach, and Reach is relatively accurate. Yeah, Halo 3 was pretty wonky in terms of that.
Yeah. I don't know. Going down the list, Rat's Nest.
Oh,
Vehicles galore.
Fun one. I love it. Always had good times on Rat's Nest. Especially zombies. Zombies on Rat's Nest was so fun.
Zombies and CTF.
Agreed.
Zombies, CTF, Assault.
Even just Slayer. Like, you had the choice to run around in the middle and you'd be totally fine, or you could just screw around in the mongoose or the warthogs, just...
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would always rush rockets and then go the other side and wait for warthogs to come by and just completely trash them as they come by.
And shoot them off the cliff.
Yeah. I forgot about that. No. It's more fun to do it with a grenade than a rocket.
That's true, too.
You just get that well-placed grenade, and then you just see the hog just flip out of control. And there's someone on the back of the turret just shooting, and then they all try to jump out. It's like, nope, you're gone. Too late.
They also had trip mines on Rat's Nest. People would put them around the corners, right, near the bases.
There were trip mines, were there?
I believe so.
I remember grav lift in Regens.
Because I definitely remember blowing up in a couple of warthogs. I don't remember where they were on the map, though. I don't know.
There were. Oh shoot, where'd they spawn?
Right? Were they at the bases?
What? Where what spawn?
Trip mines on Rat's Nest.
The trip mines were kind of up the stairs, weren't they? Like if you were at your warthogs and then you ran in the first part of your little base and you would go up the stairs and onto that little walkway, weren't they over there?
Maybe.
Or were they on the back wall? See, I don't remember.
I'm not sure. I don't remember exactly.
It's, why? Because they suck. No one really used them. It's not like the first thing you do when you start off a game of Rat's Nest. Quick, get the trip mine.
Well, I always run for rockets. I always grab a hog, and whether someone's in it or not, I just rush the rockets. It's like I'm going to be the first one to get those, because that's a valuable item for this map.
It says on Halo Wiki that Avalanche, Sandtrap, and Rat's Nest were the only maps with trip mines on them. Huh.
Underused and underpowered. No, man.
Because when a trip mine, it's like a trip mine goes off, a Spartan can still be standing there, and a Warthog, all it does is flip.
Yeah, it's stupid.
It's like a trip mine should be a mine. It should take you out.
Should be what it was in the beta. We're just devastated whatever touched it.
It's kind of like, for me, the rocket launcher in Reach, when you shoot a Warthog, dead impact, and it just hurts it, and people don't die.
Yeah.
That makes me sad.
That's a little ridiculous.
All right, well, I'm going to peace out, too.
Oh,
By
dang.
two, I mean, yeah, I'm going to peace out. Good
All
chat.
right.
Good.
To go party?
Multiple. I have to, no, maybe, actually.
Ah.
Ooh.
Go tail your hair?
All right, well, I'll talk to you guys later.
Alrighty.
All right. See you later, man.
Don't party too hard.
I might.
You might. Alrighty then. Moving down the list, Standoff.
Great math. Even though there was no snipper rifle, as Grim mentioned.
Sniper rifle.
Yeah, standoff heavy.
Maybe it was like Big Team that has sniper rifles.
It was standoff heavy.
Standoff heavy with lasers and snipers and banshees and
Because there
Gauss
were two
hogs.
snipers, yep.
Okay.
There was 2 snipers per base. It was also, like you said, the Gauss hog, the banshee, multiple ghosts. There were actually 2 warthogs. There was the Gauss and the regular one.
Right. Why didn't they bring heavy back into Reach? Like, that was one of the funnest game types, I think, in Big Team.
You know what? We actually played it, and I don't know why it didn't make it into matchmaking. We played it when some of us got the Defiant maps early, and Mr. Vociferous had it, and we played a game of Highlands Heavy, and I loved it, and I was so sad to see it not make it back. But it could have been back. And this was back when Highlands let you have 12 bullets in the sniper rifle, but I would have loved to see that.
Well, it's like, to me, I think heavy represents more what Halo's about, right? If we're talking about like epic fights and battles, like that is just everyone heavy artillery, balls to the wall, just go. And when you spawn, there's always something powerful at your disposal. And yeah, I'd love to see that like come back and Reach. I don't know why it hasn't been. I think was it popular in Halo 3? Did people vote for it? Like,
what, heavy?
Yeah.
I think it was pop. I know every chance I got, I voted for it.
I want to say it was because it definitely showed up in Big Team's Slayer and objectives a lot, and I think the default was the standoff heavy. So it got voted quite a bit. I'm pretty sure.
I think we should bring it back, guys.
Should we just add that to the list? Because that was another one I was thinking about making my second was standoff. It was kind of a fight between Standoff and Ghost Town.
Both good maps.
Because, Standoff is good for 8v8, and Ghost Town, I think, is good for 4v4 or 6v6.
Really? I think Standoff is also good for 4v4 because of the 3 rocks in the middle.
It still seems a little big for 4v4. It's doable, but it still seems a little big. I don't know, maybe that's just my opinion.
To each his own. Halo's all about individual expression and interest, right? You can vote for whatever you want.
I thought it was about shooting people.
maybe that too.
I thought that was the main goal here.
Creating stuff where we can shoot people, yeah.
Then we have the legendary map pack, Avalanche, which is the remake of Sidewinder. Which, not remake, reimagining more or less.
My favorite thing to do is to grab our sniper and then go see if I could get their sniper and then just
overshield.
And their overshield, exactly. And then just sit by that little icicle whatever right there and just like snipe them at their base. Like anyone I see.
Anyone that was trying to get a vehicle.
Yep. Like, nope, I don't think so. Dead.
And you had to check rockets in their man cannon just in case.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, way across the map. That was a hard.
I would always run for rockets. I'd run for rockets and then man cannon out to the middle where the trip mine was.
I'd forget where I was.
You forget where you are?
No, and depending on which base I spawned in, I would always wrong to the opposite side of the fucking rocket teleporter.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah,
like, I think I'm slick and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to run right here. I'm like, wait a minute. Nope, it's not there.
It's on the other side. Dang it. Yeah.
Ooh.
Ding. Message.
My bad.
But it was one of the better remakes, I think, out of all the remakes that we've seen from Halo.
Yep.
I mean, it was definitely different from Sidewinder, but it still played well, I think, for most people. It's a great big team map. I mean, I don't remember it ever being.
Hornet, right?
I don't remember ever being voted against whenever it came up in something. It was a popular map.
Was it the only map with a Hornet on it?
No, Sandtrap. Sandtrap
had a Banshee, didn't have Hornets, right?
Oh, it was forgeable. Okay.
Maybe.
Was it Sandtrap Heavy that had one? Because there was a Sandtrap Heavy that had Scorpions.
I don't think it still had Hornets. I guess that was the only map with default Hornets in it. Interesting.
I didn't ever realize that.
And then it was the snow textured vehicles, which was kind of awesome.
Oh yeah. Good call.
Blackout, which was the Lockout remake.
It felt too different for me. It didn't do the same thing like Lockout did. And I don't know, maybe
I thought it was pretty similar.
No, it was similar. Like, it definitely looked and...
I thought played similar too. But I guess it's just me. I don't know what
to compare two games, you know? Because there are lots of differences.
Right.
But I really, whenever I played Blackout, it didn't feel right.
I mean, I didn't do any like crazy jumps like from Lockout to Blackout or anything. So
that was the other thing. Do you remember? Okay, in Halo 2, you could jump from post to post. You remember around the center section of Lockout, there were like the little posts that were on each side of the I don't want to say entrances, but the walkways. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think I know what you're talking about.
You could jump from each post and get all the way around like that center section without ever touching the middle. And you could also jump from that center post and get on you couldn't get on Sniper, but opposite Sniper where the battle rifle was up top. Like
yeah. You could still make that jump, I think, in Halo 3.
You can't make it from the post. You can make the jump from the walkway. There's just little things that I always notice, like little routes that I would try and take that I couldn't do.
Okay. Well, I think that's just, it's attributed to the physics of the game.
Yeah, and I might not be the part of the 99%, but, you know.
I don't know. For me, it didn't feel that different, mainly because I didn't have any outrageous jumps or anything like that. Or at least I think that's the reason why. Ghost Town, which is one of my favorites, which didn't get voted that often, surprisingly.
I loved it.
I freaking adored that map. I mean, if there was I don't know, that was the machinima map of Halo 3. If anything was going to go down, that had enough in it that you could definitely do something really cool with it.
See, I'm not that artistic. I looked at it and I was like, all right, where the hell are these rockets? Where's the overshield and where's the sniper?
Yeah, right? Yeah. Same here. I definitely enjoyed Ghost Town, but what made it like your favorite out of all the maps? Or one of your favorites?
It just seemed like there's every area that you could go to was different in a way. And there were different routes to take to get to every different position. And there was variety.
Action in every area. That was my big thing. So even if you grab a sniper rifle, there was a chance that somebody was coming up on you from a different route quick. Mm-hmm. You could also see different fights going on. Even if you were backed by rockets, like everything felt like it was in the heat of battle. No matter where I went, there was never a time where I truly could feel safe and out of line of sight at any given moment, especially in a Team Slayer game.
I mean, the only place on that map that I don't think really got any attention was the little pipe area.
That nook? Yeah.
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 That was the only area on the map
that's what it was meant for. It was meant to be a safe spawning spot.
Right. I mean, that's the only area I think out of the whole map that really didn't get much attention. But other than that, pretty much the whole map got a good wear on gameplay, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Cold storage.
Tons of fun.
Mm-hmm.
That was... Oh, it was so nice to see that come back. And I mean,
free.
it's a pretty small map, but it's a lot of fun to play on. It's weird too because it seemed in Halo 1 it seemed bigger. Like cold storage seemed just a little bit smaller than the Halo 1 version.
I think it was.
Did they make it smaller? Yeah.
Maybe they did. It felt bigger in Halo 1 for some reason.
I don't know. I think I like the teleporters in it. The teleporters made it feel bigger than it actually was too, because you just instantly transport to another whole part of the map.
I mean, the teleporters were in cold storage as well.
Right. No, not as a difference, just in general, like for the map itself, to make it feel awesome. I think it was a nice touch.
Maybe. Moving on to the mythic maps, we have Assembly. What do you guys? Okay, because it seemed like a pretty mixed feeling about Assembly. Some people loved it, some people hated it.
Assembly was the map to play if you wanted just a team rifles game.
Yeah.
So that's what I always got. I mean, and that's what I always played, and I had fun with it.
The only thing is, if you ever got stuck on that lower level, you were screwed. You were freaking screwed. I don't know. Whenever I got down there and going up against those pillars and stuff, I always got nated, BR'd, everything. I got screwed.
Oh, against those pillars that were randomly strewn about?
Yeah, it's like I try to move around, I get stuck on something, I'm like, oh crap, I need to move. Wait, I'm trying to shoot this guy.
Yeah.
Where exactly do I need to step to get out of this nook? And one of the things in Halo is like you can get stuck on the tiniest corner and it'll screw you over. It's like you'll be running away, you get caught in this little, like, 3-inch deep something or other, and that's what ends up killing you is because you're actually standing still, giving them the shot. And it's like, oh well, that sucks. So much for my escape plan.
I think Assembly was a fun map, but I expected it to be like introduced into the MLG circuit and just taken up on like a more competitive notch, maybe sort of like the Pit. But it never made it that far. Like you said, there was a mixed reception, and people just really didn't like the way it played. Part of it was people camping in the bases, if you remember. Like they were very fortified, even though there's no weapons there.
But it still seemed like the bases weren't easily campable, because there was still a good amount of ways to get in there.
Well, I mean, there were technically
4, right? Like
5.
Yeah.
Because you had the lift
in the middle, then you had the 2 up top, then you had the 2 entrances down below.
Oh, and down below, yeah.
The same spot.
Yeah.
That's true.
I don't know. I never had a problem on that map if someone was holding up, getting in there with a coordinated strike and taking a decent amount of them out.
Yeah, so there wasn't much space to hide if you flushed them out with a couple of grenades.
Yeah, it didn't seem that hard.
Right, it's not. I don't think it's hard to flush them out if you're going to go over there and do that. I think people would just sit in the bases though, and that was part of the problem that I saw with the flow of the map. Was people didn't want to just like run around outside like against other DMR or BR fire, you know. So
I mean, I thought it was a good map, but for some reason, my aim whenever I played that map just seemed really off. Like there'd be like a few games where I'm like just dominating the other team, but it seemed like the majority of my games, and maybe this was just the way of the visual aesthetics that just messed with my head or something, but it seemed like my aim just like died on Assembly. I don't know, because the environment colors were really, I don't know, felt weird to me.
They definitely had a nice skybox and background, right?
Oh yeah, but the colors still felt weird. Mm-hmm. Like it wasn't like the purple of midship. That's like okay, but if something about the shade of the color,
it felt snowbound. Like
it's
it felt
pink.
No, it felt more.
Actually, snowbound was a little darker purple.
Yeah. I mean, that weird orange. Something about that map that just throws me off, I guess.
Too many losses. That's what I attribute it to.
Maybe.
That's why Prisoner was your least favorite map at Halo Fest.
It was my most favorite map at Halo Fest. What are you talking about?
Tuesday. Just Tuesday. We'll be back.
I gotta practice. Orbital's next. That one was It was weird because it seemed like Bungie intended it to be more of a CTF, but it wasn't always the focus of the community to play it as a CTF map. Because they had those doors in there, but it always seemed like Orbital ended up getting played more as a Slayer map than a CTF map. What do you guys think on that?
I don't know. I think I saw both. Like Capture the Flag, Assault, and Slayer also just were fun, and like it was confusing at first to figure out that everything connected, you know, in sort of like a maze-like fashion. But then once you learn that, it's a very straightforward, fun hallway map. With like, I find it to be a good map for bringing teams together. So like some maps, you know, people will spawn and just run in different directions. And I feel like Orbital, people spawned and sort of ran together. And so that created really epic like choke points and battles across the map. Anywhere you meet, you know, it could be down the hallway with the boxes where everyone's hiding. It could be at the rocket. It could be at the sniper or at any person's base, you know. So I really enjoyed Orbital for the most part on whatever game type it was.
I mean, I'm not saying that it wasn't enjoyable. It just seemed that the community seemed to pick more of a Slayer role when it came to matchmaking.
Well, that's how I operate anyway. Like, I think I prefer Slayer over Objective, but Orbital was one of those maps where I absolutely loved playing Capture the Flag on it. There were so many, you know, not so many, but there were different routes that you could take and just different things that would happen that made it tons of fun. I almost think I preferred Capture the Flag on Orbital rather than Slayer, period.
And there were a lot of customs for zombies on that map.
Yeah, there were.
Yeah, I think it's the whole like pack mentality, hiding in a corner kind of thing.
Yeah. Sandbox. The upgraded forge. Pretty much.
Oh, Sandbox, and there's 3 levels. I liked the map itself. Like, it was tons of fun.
The default layout was a lot of fun for Team Slayer, CTF, Assault, that kind of thing.
Especially when you could throw the grav lift right in the front of the base and go get the...
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I remember there's always that rush to get the overshield.
Oh, yeah. And I would be just right on top of the base picking people off before they got it.
Yep. I like staying back at the base, definitely. Just like looking at the field and shooting everything. Could you imagine that with the DMR? It'd be so even more powerful with the range. You could shoot them at the spawns.
Oh, yeah.
Because
shoot them when they go up on top of the base.
Yeah, exactly. Or even as they're spawning on the sides, you know, like by the Warthog. You could just light them up before they move.
Yeah, that'd be... Oh, wow.
Someone made, in the Big Team Battle community, he made a remake of Sandbox called Exile, and it's getting put into their circuit. They're starting up a season ladder soon, and they're having a tournament with it included. And it's a lot of fun, but it definitely plays different with the new mechanics. The DMR, just like the range of the DMR really is what changes gameplay in Reach versus old games.
Yeah, it's just there's so many things in Halo now between games that if you were to pull the same map through the next games, it's just going to be completely different because of how the game mechanics work.
Yep. I
mean, we saw that from the BR to the DMR. We see that from using equipment to using armor abilities.
Yeah.
I mean, changes in jump height, Spartan speed, all that stuff.
Definitely.
I mean, that's a perfect example from Lockout to Blackout. Is the physics are completely different.
Yeah, but I feel like Blackout played pretty much as Lockout played, right? Because Halo 3 wasn't too different from Halo 2. Maybe that's what I said,
but Kissel.
I think I might be just a little more, in a different niche, just because I had jumps that I couldn't do in Blackout that I could do in Lockout.
That's true, right? The sniper spawn you couldn't get from the elbow, right? That was one of them. It was very difficult to get from bottom snipe to top mid too, right? They took out that jump.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there was that little ledge too. Like when you came out of the bottom mid section, and you could jump on the ledge to get up to the platform right before Top's Night.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. They took that out.
Way ledge.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I feel like, yeah, as much as those influenced the flow of the map on that side of the map, it didn't change like the overall experience. Or did it for you? Like, did it really for you just change the way you played the game?
It might have been the introduction of equipment as well, like having the regenerator and the bubble shields on the map. I just didn't feel the same epic battles taking place.
Interesting. You feel like it just slowed down the combat? Like, I think that's been a theme, right? Going from 2 to 3 to Reach is slowing it down, letting people regenerate, or... Yeah, go on.
It wasn't even... I don't even think it was the slowing down of it. It was just literally different. I couldn't, pinpoint what it was. But I guess you could say slowing down in the sense that I couldn't escape the routes I was normally used to escaping. I couldn't do my normal little tricks. I still had fun with the map.
Right.
I didn't have as much fun compared to other maps in Halo 3.
There's something I've wondered, actually, since we're talking about just multiplayer as a whole, is do you think that increasing the aesthetics of the maps actually detracts from the experiences of killing other people, like, to put it bluntly? Like, Lockout's very bland, right? So you focus on just the action, not the map. And I feel like Blackout was a very showy, flashy map with all these new, aesthetic elements. And
I look at Hang 'em High, and Hang 'em High was in many regards many people's favorite map of all time of any Halo. And you look at it, and it does look like absolute shit.
Yeah, it's boring. Yeah,
plain landscape with a couple of blocks strewn about, and 2 makeshift bases that are literally just big blocks that are shaved or carved to look nice, with 1 or 2 walkways through them. But you're right. I mean, the simple maps did play the best, like Beaver Creek and Battle Canyon and all these things. But the simple maps played the best, and they were the simplest. I mean, obviously that's redundant, but yeah, I could agree with that.
Cool.
But you know what? I will say, I just can't wait for Hang 'em High. Like, I got to play High Noon a week ago, and it was everything I could ever dream of.
I can imagine. But the tornado looks awesome outside.
It's the simple map. That's really what it is. I think you hit the nail on the head perfectly. I mean, it's just it all. Like, I'm trying to think back to every single map that I like. Midship was the same way, but Midship didn't have much.
Yeah, the pit was not very aesthetically pleasing, but it played, like, amazing. There's just, like, gray walls, a couple yellow and green walls right here and there.
Well, I almost think less of the form, less of the way it looks, but more of the function. Like, the pit didn't have much to it either. I mean, if you look at it on the ground, I don't even mean stuff on the walls or anything like that, but I mean the layout. There was nothing really blocking the way. There were a couple walls, but it's not like a powerhouse where there's a million different rooms and there's different levels to it.
It reminds me of a Godly Perfections lesson on dance floor space, and just like giving people that space to just duke it out and have their epic battle right then and there on even ground, like, totally changes the way a map plays.
Oh, yeah.
Versus, like you said, if you just throw a bunch of stuff in the way and there's all these twists and turns and junk, then it kind of breaks that flow, that dance floor up.
It'll be interesting to see the numbers of games and maps played 6 months from now. Once Anniversary's been out for a while and maybe the nostalgia wears off a bit, and once these maps are incorporated into regular matchmaking, it'll be interesting to see what maps are chosen the most. Because I still think that Anniversary maps will hold up. They've held up this long.
Oh yeah, they're like the creme de la creme, right? I'm so excited. Yeah. Oh my god, 2 more days.
I know.
I'm gonna be at the LA Microsoft store literally for like 10 hours standing in line.
Dang.
Oh, that's what I do. Like,
right?
I'm thinking about.
I wish it was coming out Thanksgiving week so I could be at the Microsoft or the Houston one, because my family lives in Houston and I'm going back home for Thanksgiving.
Oh, but you're so close.
That would be sick. Yeah.
I know. It's like, it's like I was tweeting with Allison. I'm like, no.
Oh, I saw that. I was gonna chime in and be like, I'll be at the Seattle store.
It's like, if you get any swag, can you just Save some for me, and I'll come pick it up later.
Yeah, right.
That line's gonna be badass. I have to be first. I can't not be first.
How early are you planning on showing up?
I don't know. See, I've kind of built up a reputation of being first, and I don't know what I have to do to maintain it now.
Maybe you have a competitor out there who's gonna break that.
That's why I don't want to say.
I gotcha.
Uh-oh.
Like what ended up happening at Halo Fest in PAX is they had the media event the night before, and I went down just walking around with people, and I kind of, I sat there and I was like, maybe I should stay this entire night so that way nobody shows up before me. And that's literally what ended up happening.
You did that? Oh my.
I showed up at 7 p.m. and waited until 10 a.m. the next morning.
See, I'm not that dedicated.
Ridiculous.
I am not that dedicated.
I don't know if it's dedication to Halo or more narcissism and wanting to be first. Like, I literally think that's what it is now. And it started with, like, the Halo 3 IMAX preview. And I don't know what led to it, but one of my buddies were like, wouldn't it be cool to be first in? Sure. So we did it. We were well taken care of, and it felt great. And it hasn't lapsed since then.
Dude.
So now everybody knows me as first, and if I ever showed up second, I'd get a new asshole born into me.
Do you have any advice for the amateur stand-in liners like myself? I've never done one of these marathon things,
keep you entertained.
Bring books, bring food. I need to go pick up glass lands. Oh, that's what I need to do.
Yeah, that'll be
glass lands.
Big little thing.
See, the only thing for me is that I live in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
You don't have anything to worry about. You can go at 10 p.m. to be first.
No, I can get there at 11:30, and they're like for Halo Reach. It was like I went to get there at 10, and by the time I got there was maybe 20 people there, and the bulk of the people started showing up around 11:30.
I live in Los Angeles, so to compete to be like first would be ridiculous. But I want to be at least top 100 for that swag bag,
Oh, yeah.
I just want to go talk to like Frankie and David Ellis is going to be there. Dennis Reese.
Yep. Yeah. Tell David like, Ricari owes you an assassination.
Just walk up to him and say that.
Yeah, say that. Like, I was told that. But no, I don't know. Keys to if you're gonna have that many people you think down there, it should be fine, because that's what kept me through it the couple of nights that I spent. Is what launch was it? Oh, it was the Reach launch at EMP. They were doing a party, and the event was literally a walk from my house to the event. So I could get down there as early as I wanted, but I made sure I had everything packed up. And they said, please don't line up till the day of the event. I knew there was one person. His name is Kevin Hurd. And I knew he would be the person to try and beat me. Or he's always there early. He's one of my line buddies now, as we can call him. But I was like, oh, yeah, the instructions clearly say don't show up till the day of the event. He's going to show up at midnight. I went down there at 10:30 and parked my ass till he got there. Did you not?
That's awesome.
12 on the dot, he drove up. And he just kind of rolls his eyes. I was like, I should have figured. But really, I would say the key is having people with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if you have people around, so at PAX when I did it, I literally started lining up. Everybody thought I was crazy. I sent out a text message to Kevin, who brought a couple people with him. I sent out a text to this guy, Sean, who brought 4 or 5 with him, and another buddy, Evan. Next thing you know, we had 12 to 15 people outside with Xboxes set up, having a LAN party, spending the night.
Nice.
That's amazing.
At least the weather was good enough for you to actually do that.
Yeah, that's why I'm worried about Monday night. Because it's been cold as, I say cold as shit. You might say lukewarm. But it's been cold for Seattle standards, and it's been wet. And I've never had a launch where it's raining, so I'm truly shaking in my boots.
Do you bring food in a backpack?
Bring a table and a tarp.
Camp out?
Well, I'll bring the backpack. Sometimes I'll have little snacks, but this launch is gonna be kind of in the middle of a mall.
That's what Walgreens. That's what like Walgreens and fast and quick in and out places are for.
Yeah, but how do you leave line? You can't just say "Hey, save my spot," because then.
We'll see.
You do.
The nice thing is, if you're first and you're black, everyone knows that's your spot. You think I'm joking? I'm the black in line. They know where I'm at.
Right.
Like, I look the most out of place. But everyone's so nice about it anyway. We used to have people leave and be like, hey, going on a McDonald's run, and they would literally take 10 to 15 orders.
Damn. Okay, that'd be pretty cool. I'm looking forward to this.
So then, you go, and you get like an hour to go dick around and do whatever you want. I did that at PAX. I had to move my car because the parking wasn't going to be free anymore. But everyone knew I was first. So it wasn't like a, where'd you go? They were like, oh, go ahead, take care of what you need to. We'll hold down the fort for you.
Nice.
Everyone's there for the same reason, so it makes it somewhat bearable.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting people. I'm curious who's going to show up early, you know?
Yeah. Sorry for big ass tangent.
No, that's cool.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
We got 3 more maps. I'm just gonna go ahead and dump the Reach ones, because I mean we're currently playing them, so there's no point to really go back over them. Citadel.
What's Citadel?
Citadel was that one map that looked like the Covenant from the campaign, right?
Yes.
I really like that map, actually. I think they did a great job with it.
It was nice, small, symmetrical.
Yeah.
Although the snipers seemed a little out of place.
I could see that. Yeah, because they're like at the bottom of the ramp and there's nothing else around. Yeah.
And the only time you could really use those is like shooting across the middle. And that's
not
about
the best
it.
sniping map. Yeah.
Yeah. So there were shotguns. So
there were snipers, shotguns. There was that overshield.
Those power drainers on that map though were effective
because it was
I remember that.
Like you could off a power drainer and hit 3 people.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And everyone traveled together on that map. That's another thing I liked about it. Similar to Orbital, it's just has like a nice flow where people just go in circles, and sometimes you'll have both teams going around and not finding each other. Like, where's everybody? Yeah, then you find everyone, and it's an epic battle.
Right. Heretic, which is the midship remake.
I guess we kind of went over.
Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of went over that. And lastly, Longshore.
Ooh.
Out of that map pack, Longshore was most fun. Easily.
Longshore was fun. I always thought it looked kind of weird. I don't know, maybe that was just me, like, with the metallic oceanic viewpoint.
It was a nice change of scenery, though.
It's very different.
It was a nice different, in my opinion.
I liked it.
Because you don't really have any water-based maps
it's like an industrial port, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something that you would probably only see on something like Battlefield. But yet they have a Halo map of this, and it actually worked pretty well, especially for one flag CTF.
Rukari, you probably liked it because it's like a Hang 'em High reimagining, right?
See, that's I was about to say that actually.
What, for Longshore?
Yeah, similar to Hang 'em High.
I mean, it's very different, but it also has, of course, like the tower with the walkways and the stuff to the side, like the little barrels that you can go in between.
There's
one side
elements of Hang 'em High in Longshore, basically.
There are. There definitely are. I think I had the most fun in it because there were so many options. There was a sniper, there were rockets, there was a sword. Like there was lots of different ways to take care of things. And I think that's what I enjoy most, like now in Reach, just not having 1 or 2 power weapons, but having multiple.
There's no more like just a battle rifle to win.
Right.
Hi,
Why
Jeff.
do I hear glass? Why do I hear glass breaking in the background?
That's Jeff. When Jeff comes in, it's like the Stone Cold intro.
Real.
But I mean, you have the boxes on the ground next to the big tower, which is you can almost think of those little pillars on Hang 'em High. Then you have the ramps in and out of that place. That's another thing.
Yeah, there's like the other small base on the other side, but on this map, it's obstructed by a huge wall. Right?
Exactly.
A couple of rooms.
Exactly.
It's like, what if we took Hang 'em High and threw a wall in the middle?
It's going to be interesting to see when people start doing variants where because I think I saw some Forge stuff where they showed them like you can take out a lot of the bridges. Like, you imagine hanging them high with no elevation.
Oh.
Whoa.
Hmm.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, I'm not saying it would be in matchmaking, but it would certainly be in interesting customs, you know.
Hang 'em high with no bridges.
Hang 'em high without the high.
I'm not sure if I can really
Hang them low.
imagine that. I'm not sure I can imagine that, actually.
Can you imagine a world without hypothetical situations?
Ooh.
No, I guess not.
Trick question.
I don't know.
That's not just one doc, that's a paradox.
See what he did there.
You're so funny.
You know, it's funny. Just in case anyone ever thinks that I think I'm really funny, need look no further than the looks that my wife gives me when I say things like that, and she has.
She's probably like rolling her eyes in the background. Is like,
Oh yeah.
Why did I marry this person?
Yes. Hope it's not that far. But yeah. There's definitely some eye rolling. Let's keep it at that.
Oh my goodness. Do we have any more comments on multiplayer as it's evolved? Because we've been at this for 4.5 hours, and I think we've kind of lost steam at this point.
It's been a good decade in 2 days.
It's 2 days away. Jeez. This is crazy.
It is ridiculous, actually. 2 days.
I'm looking forward to it.
2 days. I'm going to turn off my Xbox for the next 2 days because it sucks seeing people playing it. That's what kills me.
Yeah, that's true.
They're lucky. I don't have it.
Just wait. You'll get your prisoner rematch.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
I just wish I could have Real Men of Halo playing behind me, or like, you know,
you have like
right behind me, just commentating.
Dabo and Pete Stacker just standing behind.
Is that your war cry?
What? That's your war cry. Need my life right there.
Halo Fest presents Real Men of Halo.
Someone posted that on one of the forums. They were like, "Yeah, I can't go through the game and listen to keys now without thinking about the Real Men of Halo."
Yeah.
Real Men of Halo.
So awesome.
Mr. Turbo Warthog Driver.
I think that easily became the best panel of PAX.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
No offense to Rooster Teeth, no offense to Halo 4, but that was.
But you know, it represented everything about Anniversary. It was, you know, new stuff. It was looking back at the old stuff.
Remember the Gabe Marine?
Oh my god. It's funny you say that because we just watched the panel again last night on a whim on Waypoint.
I need to watch that. I haven't.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. So the best is when he's like, "Belay that, Marine. Belay." That's stupid. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying. Or when he was like, "Nope. Every time something's misspelled, I'm gonna say it. Take no pre-no-ners."
Pre-no-ners.
They know we have no pre-nos. They have so many pre-nos in there.
Well, actually, a lot of these bloopers are on Bungie.net.
Yeah. What does he say? Like, yeah, the super flamer. Just like
he said, "Don't go in there." No, he said, "Don't do that. They in there." It was something like that.
But he said something. Yeah, play that, Marine. I love when he's making fun of them writing too. He's like, counter snipe that guy. We were surprised by the enemy that snuck up behind us. Really, I would be surprised by up behind us. He's like, the masters of the obvious, the writers of Halo.
Yes.
My favorite one is the Corpseman.
Oh, the Corpseman.
Call the Corpseman! No, you don't!
Yeah.
Just a second, I'm killing this guy over here. I'll be right there. And then it's like, we got one dead over here, and one dead over here. One over here, and
That's like
roadkill.
Oh, that's what Casualty. Casualties.
Yes, that's what it was.
That's what it was.
Casualty.
He's like, flag captured, flag taken. Get it. Destruction is imminent. That means it's coming soon.
Casualties. I'm gonna start shouting that one out. Jeff, we need to play right now so I can casualties.
Relay that, Marine.
Relay that, Marine. Best.
I'm going to kill the next person who says that line.
I'll just never forget being in a cab with that dude. We had just David Ellis and Hyper Trooper and myself, and Didavo. We get in a cab and we're trying to meet up with the cab that Stacker is coming in. So we finally meet up and we're on the way to Kirkland, and Stacker is recounting to us how his day went and how he got to us. Apparently, he was at a basketball game across Lake Washington, and in order to get to us in time, he just had his boy speedboat him across Lake Washington. I mean, this
is like the water boy.
The bullshit and everything. I was like, you are the man of men.
Yeah.
I can only imagine he was the closest human embodiment to the Old Spice man I could possibly imagine. He's like, I'm at a basketball game. I'm on a speedboat. You notice I'm riding the speedboat backwards. You see these avatar codes? Now they're diamonds. Oh, look. It's anniversary, that game you wanted.
Someone needs to contact him and make that right.
Yeah, can you please make that commercial?
But it is. It's like everything he said, it was like matter of fact. It was just like, and so I've...
Accidents will happen.
Across there, and after I prevented that one-armed robbery and saved 3 old ladies and then fathered 9 children from beautiful women, I stepped up onto the shore and I said, hey, that's the cab I'm supposed to be in. Those like me, you're the most amazing person ever. And then, of course, you have Hyper Trooper, who is like, it gets so excited he stops remembering English.
Yeah, straight from Germany.
Oh, boy, so I do... I'm like, I stopped knowing what you were saying.
Dude, I'd be excited too.
Yeah.
Except we got stuffed in the car with
over there.
Claude and Miguel and who else was it?
Oh, Miguel.
Oh,
no,
Miguel.
we had it was me, Redemption, Miguel, Claude, and
That's you and Claude alone in the same car.
I know.
You know what? Just, I'm going to pause everything I say here, but that's too much man in one car. All 6'5" plus a Claude and 6'5" plus a you.
You guys saw us. Yeah. Right?
Yeah. You guys aren't small.
No.
I'm not small, and you're bigger than me.
Yeah. My personal favorite is when he put on the Running Riot helmet with the ears flipped up. I'm like, you needed another 4 inches on top of your head. That's just what you needed, is giant metal ears.
Oh, goodness. Good times.
Terrible Bloodhouse Driver.
Man, Halo Force, wow. Halo Fest was just over 2 months ago.
It feels like it was so much longer.
I know, it does.
You know, it's funny. There was no in-between time. For like a month, I was like, man, it was like yesterday. And then I woke up another day. It's like, that was 9 years ago.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, like, isn't PAX coming up already?
I am not happy that the next PAX is Easter weekend.
The next PAX is my birthday.
I know. Are you coming?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm coming.
That literally was one of the sole reasons I am continuing to come.
So she said.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Ricari's there?
This next
nice
PAX.
to know the gallery's still with us.
I'm so jealous you guys all got to go to Halo Fest like I thought I'd be on the East Coast, and then I'd move to the West Coast, and all the tickets were sold out, and everyone I talked to had like an amazing time. But is the next PAX also going to have like a big Halo showing? And
No.
it's not at all.
There's not going to be something like Halo Fest for a while.
I was going to say, a big Halo showing? I mean, think about it. It's going to be right 4. Before Halo comes. 4
well,
comes.
Okay.
True.
Yeah.
So there will definitely be a lot of Halo stuff going on, but
nothing along the lines of Halo Fest.
Halo Fest, right?
I don't see that. No.
I mean, there's a whole debate going on in the Waypoint forums and other community forums right now, and I think the general consensus is, and we talked about this on the Second Decade show for like 30 minutes at least, but the idea that it would probably be best for them to not do a Halo Fest every year, but do it like maybe
every few years,
like every 2 or like maybe 3 years, like maybe like the PAX Prime before a major release.
Right.
So like the next one would be
you can't necessarily say that because then it would be next year again.
Well, I'm saying with an exception here. So like a year before Halo 5 would come out would be the next Halo Fest ish type thing, or maybe just wait 5 years and make it.
You will have had your full run. You will have had your full run of Reach. You will have had most of a run of 4.
Yeah.
Or
make it every 5 years.
Probably, you will have had the Forerunner trilogy finished. Might even have Karen Travis's trilogy finished. And you would probably have whatever the next novels are announced. You would have Red vs. Blue Season 12. I mean...
Creepy door shut.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Door.
Like, I don't know if that was a cat in heat or a... Green Skull's like, Mom, get back in your room.
Yeah, he's not in here anymore.
Oh.
Yeah. But yeah, lots of good memories.
Oh, from Halo Fest that you didn't go to? Absolutely.
Oh.
Be nice.
Don't worry, he does the same thing to me with chicken wings every damn day.
There's also this time Grim went 0-14 in a game.
Dude, I'll go 0-14 every game if I give me some wings.
Hey.
I'm going to have to beat you on Tuesday in order to get you to stop bad-mouthing me.
It's just playful banter.
I know, but still.
Right. It just means I love you that much more.
See,
don't worry.
I know that because I had such a bad game, I am guaranteed to be on his mind on more days than not.
I guess
that is
every time, I almost guarantee that every time he even looks at a KD spread, somewhere in the recesses of his black mind, he is thinking, at least I didn't go 14.
I think I actually think about Grim more when I think about chicken.
Man, that is an extreme honor. Like, man, I feel like if we were younger, we'd like cut our hands and blood hands or something.
Because for being
him size, like, you know, I probably got about 60 pounds on Grim.
Call me Popeye.
I saw this man.
100 pounds on you.
I saw this man mop up about a good 50 wings. Easy. I was so impressed.
And that's what, 6 ounces of wing?
Yeah. I just got blacker and blacker as the night went on.
Exactly. He had no voice, too, so he kind of had that old raspy man voice talk.
God. I did not have any voice. I sounded so disturbing. Oh, God, the chicken soda. Oh, my God.
All right.
Good times.
Anything else you guys want to add before we conclude our decade series?
I never realized it actually ended.
Huh?
I was not expecting this to go for 5 hours, but
why?
It's been fun.
Yep, my estimate was flawed tonight. But yeah, lots of good stuff.
You know what? I think the most important thing is 10 more.
Yep, 10 more years.
Yep. That's in all honesty, that may be the most, like, you know, silly cliche, that's the most exciting. Is the past 10's been great, but as far as community involvement and what's to come, man, I'm even more excited. Like, there's an even better foundation for what's coming. I mean, because when we started out, we had nothing, and look what it brought. So,
yeah, think about all like the movies coming out too, the independent films, Halo Faith and Helljumper, and just like you said, all the machinima projects. Everyone is already ingrained, and it's where Halo is more than just a game, but lifestyle and a community. It's amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely. Because it's all a place we can bitch at each other for.
Oh goodness. Well, with this, we will conclude our decade show. A big thanks to Bungie for starting out with such a great and wonderful series. We wish you the best of luck on your endeavors with Activision and with other blockbuster titles you are sure to come out with. We want to thank 343 for picking up the torch and continuing to support Halo Reach. And I know all of us here and all of us who have been here on the past decade shows who are looking forward to the new trilogy and another awesome 10 years of Halo. And another big shout out to the Halo community, because honestly, without you guys, we wouldn't be here, 343 wouldn't be here, Bungie wouldn't be here, and I'm pretty sure Xbox would not be the way it is without such a support behind Halo, especially when it started out. So a big thanks to the fans and all the community leaders, and basically everyone that has something to do with Halo. So,
here.
Amen.
So with that, we conclude this epic decade, and until the next 10 years, which we will probably do this again.
It'll be 10 hours next time.
Yeah, each one.
We might have to instead of 10 hours.
Unfortunately, at that time, Rukizel and I both will have 60 pounds on our former selves.
All right. Peace, guys. And
yes, absolutely.
Remember to go pick up Halo CE Anniversary.